Everybody, I hope you're getting hyped today. 10 minutes till we get started. Get your coffee, get your breakfast, and get ready to rock today. Going by on your screen, we have an awesome lineup for you on our second day of KYGoDigital, starting with Dr. Karen Chesser, our morning keynote speaker. That was Vanita Burnett that went yesterday, STLP state champion out of Blake Elementary. What? Get a little high octane. Oh yeah. Ellen Douglas, I can see you rocking out at home. I see you in the chat. Make sure you guys let us know where you're from, what you're excited to learn about today. Look at there, Hall Davidson is awesome keynote about VR yesterday. Brought us into the second half. I hope you all are ready for Eastern and Northern Kentucky to rock your faces off on stage today. Dr. Lou Young, another one of our keynote speakers this afternoon. Her and Dr. Batten will be doing the lunch keynote. While y'all are sitting there listening to some music, jamming out, make sure and take a picture of your coffee, what you're eating this morning. Tweet it to hashtag KYGoDigital. Make it feel like we're right there with you. Hawkins goes later today. She is great. She made me do a trading card, I believe, for history people. It was awesome. That doesn't. I didn't make that sound as cool as it was, but it was very cool. Now I've lost my music. Here we go. We have 6 minutes until we get started this morning. I'm hyped up. I've only had half a cup of coffee, so join me. Remember, everything we do can be found on KYGoDigital Live. That's our YouTube channel that you're currently looking at. It gives you the power of pause so you can watch all this stuff in the future. Make sure you've registered bit.ly/KGD virtual20. We will be sending out a link later today to get your certificate, but make sure you're registered there so you get it. Just 4 more minutes till the hype train enters the station. Are you ready? Everybody, let us know in the chat where you're from. Take a seat, cast it onto the big screen at your house. Get ready to roll. At 500 people watching this morning, 3,000 people registered, dozens of presenters, a handful of awesome leaders behind the scenes, 2 really weird, crazy DJs, and 1 state, 1 stage. We are 1 minute away. gosh, good morning, everybody. How are you today? I am so happy to be here for day 2 of Kentucky Go Digital. Let's go. Give yourselves a round of applause being up at 8 o'clock in the morning over the summer. I love it. We have such an awesome show in store for you today. So, are you ready to rock? I can't hear you. I said, are you ready to rock? Because today is going to be awesome, and we are going to round this thing out with gusto. Be sure to introduce yourself in the YouTube chat. We want to know what district you represent and what your role is. We will use this throughout the event to ask you questions, to connect with others across the strait, because together we are brilliant. Like I said just a minute ago, we had over 3,000 Kentucky educators register for this event. That is crazy. That is the most we have ever had for Kentucky Go Digital. And we usually have 5 days worth of stuff. So kudos to all of you. That is incredible. We are pumped. We have been behind the scenes texting each other, and it's just emphasizing every text. So many exclamation points. I can't believe it. Typically, at this point in our journey, we would introduce you to your tour guides, but we're not in person. You know your way around your house. You don't need a tour guide there. So this year, we have 2 DJs that are going to be rocking out with us. Please give it up, everybody, for DJ Chan the Man, who will be joining us later today, and me, DJ Maddie B. I got some glow sticks last night. So, we are super excited to have you all with us today. I cannot wait to see what Northern and Eastern Kentucky bring to the stage today. So, first, we want to thank our sponsors for helping us celebrate the 4th anniversary of Kentucky Go Digital, and none of this would be possible without them. So please, I'd like to give a shout out to Discovery Education, Kate, Bellarmine University, UK College of Education Next Gen, GREC, KEDC, WKU, UPike, Tierney, Kentucky, and Tierney is also the sponsor of our t-shirts with Chase Marketing Inc. So thank you so much to all of you awesome sponsors out there. I think we owe you a round of applause. Oh no, my music's muted. Ah! There we go. I tried to do the fade out and look cool, but it ended up getting back to me in the end. We also have an incredible group of keynote speakers. We had 3 of them go yesterday. They blew us all out of the water. Yesterday morning, we had Donnie Piercy, who's an elementary teacher at Stonewall Elementary in Fayette County. In the afternoon, we had Hall Davidson, who's the Senior Director of Discovery Education. He came to us from Mountain, California. That's the beauty of Zoom and Google Meet, right? And then we ended our day with an incredibly inspiring keynote from Rhonda Cosby, who's the principal at the new Grace James Academy of Excellence here in Louisville. Today, we're going to start our morning with Dr. Karen Chesser, who's the superintendent of Fort Thomas Independent Schools. And then in the afternoon, right around like when we typically be eating lunch, we're going to have Dr. Justin Bathen and Dr. Lou Young from UK and UK Next Gen with us as well. So please give them a round of applause as well from your homes. It's going to be incredible. So we are one state and one stage together. Our leaders behind the scenes have worked tirelessly for weeks to make sure that all of this comes together. I don't know if you can tell in our chat, we have 10 people down there, all wearing purple. It's like we called each other or something weird how that works. But we have so many people around the state. We have remarkable teachers, future teachers, instructional assistants, principals, counselors, district leaders, LMSs, STCs, and more to share how they are innovating in their roles and creating for our students. So yesterday, we looked at Central Kentucky as they took the stage, and all of these sessions can be found on Kentucky Go Digital Live, which is our YouTube channel, so you do have the power of pause there. So let's give it up for them really quickly. Yay, Central Kentucky was great. And then in the afternoon, we moved on to Western Kentucky, and they rounded us out for the day. This morning, I am super excited to have our friends from Northern Kentucky taking the stage first. I'll give you a second to look at who you have coming up today. And later today, after our keynote at 12:30, we have our Eastern Kentucky friends taking the stage. So let's give it up for Northern Kentucky and Eastern Kentucky today. By the way, this is the official Kentucky Go Digital cowbell. 3 easy payments of $5.99 and a trip out to Corbin, and you can get one yourself. So that's where I got it last year, was the Eastern Kentucky Regional. Maybe it was 2 years ago. So, while we're talking about Kentucky Go Digital, let's talk about the Kentucky Go Digital mission. So the mission of Kentucky Go Digital is to inspire Kentucky educators to create innovative leading and learning experiences, to connect us together through social media, live digital events, and conferences, so we can share ways we are innovating and investing in more digital learning superpowers for our Kentucky students. Yes, 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 yes. And the symbol of Kentucky Go Digital is the purple cow, and it is that way because it stands out. It is remarkable, and there is nothing more standout and remarkable than showing up at 8:20 on a Tuesday morning in July and watching, chatting along, tweeting about it, presenting, keynoting. So thank you to all of you for being here, for being vulnerable, to being better for your students, because we know every year that is what they deserve from us. So we really do thank you for saying yes to creating, connecting, and sharing for all of our Kentucky students. Also, we want to shatter the silos. That's one of the big tenets of Kentucky Go Digital. You're in your district, I'm in my district, they're in their district. Let's get rid of that. We need to collaborate together. We need to work together. Our students deserve it, and together we are brilliant. So we want to make sure that while you're here, you stay connected. Get in the YouTube chat. I have it up. I've got 4 monitors rolling right now. It's great. It really tickles the tech nerd in me. So please let us know where you're from, ask questions, provide insights, make connections. We encourage you to connect and share on Twitter as well. We'll be putting up Tweet Beam if we have any time between sessions, or if we have time where we're playing some music or something like that. If you don't have Twitter, it's the best free form of professional development you're ever going to get. So make sure when you tweet to the hashtag KYGoDigital. Let's get that thing trending. I think it was up to like number 17 yesterday in the state of Kentucky. Let's make it number 1. We don't care about anything else. Kentucky Go Digital is it, man. So additionally, all of our stuff, like I said before, can be found on Kentucky Go Digital Live. If you go to our YouTube channel and you hit subscribe, I think we've already gone up around like 90 to 100 subscribers from yesterday. You'll get notified every time that a new video is posted, which is good for you because it gives you the power of pause. You can go back and watch these things whenever you want, as long as you want. That way you can make sure that you take as much learning from our resources as possible. And let's not forget, our end game is our students. All of this work we're doing, all of the learning, all of the growing is for our kids. So we want to applaud you for continuing to learn and grow, because we know the impact it's going to have on our students in the future. Now, today, this is going to be us. We are going to shatter the heck out of these silos. So sit back, put your awesome goggles on, and let's get ready to rock. Now, I am super excited to introduce you to my Central Kentucky Kentucky Go Digital partner. I work with her. She's my partner in crime. I love her. Danielle Washburn is going to give you a quick update and introduce our first keynote for the day.
Yes, awesome. Thank you, Matt. And it is such an honor to work with you as well. So just a quick update. And I know that about PD credit. So you will need to have registered at that bit.ly to receive PD credit. So if you have not registered at bit.ly/KGD virtual 20, please do so you can get your PD credit. After the event, we will send you a form to fill out, and that is how you will receive your certificate. So please be patient with us. We have an astounding amount of people who have registered, so that certificate may be delayed by a couple of days, but that is okay. Don't worry, you will receive your PD certificate. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. Thank you.
All right, Matt, I think it's time to turn it over to Heidi Neltner, who leads the Northern Kentucky Go Digital regional team, so she can introduce our remarkable keynote this morning. Heidi?
Thank you, Heather. I am so excited to be live from NKY for KYGoDigital. And I'm even more excited to be introducing to you Dr. Karen Cheser. She is the lead creative problem solver and curious critical thinking superintendent of the nationally recognized Fort Thomas Independent School Districts, where I have the pleasure of working. She was the former deputy superintendent CAO of Boone County Schools. Prior to working in education as a teacher, coach, literacy, and math specialist, principal, distinguished educator, and district administrator, Dr. Cheser worked for Procter & Gamble in sales management. Little known fact. Dr. Cheser has been instrumental in bringing innovation, student agency, and a focus on future workforce to Northern Kentucky through such projects as the NKY Makerspace, Ignite Institute, Launch at 20 Grand, Lego League Robotics, and the NKY Entrepreneurship Council. As a proponent of servant leadership, Dr. Cheser gives back to the education community in many ways. She serves in such roles as acting as the National Vice Chair of Ed Leader 21, Chair of the Leadership NKY Council, Greater Cincinnati STEM Collaborative Advisory Council, and so many more things. Dr. Cheser is the 2019 Ruth A. Edger Leader of Distinction, is the Toyota Store Business Collaboration Award winner, an AASA National Woman Administrator of the Year Award finalist, Vision Champion of Education, an Outstanding Woman of NKY, Kentucky District Administrator of the Year, and A.D. Albright Outstanding Administrator. She's also the mom of two pretty incredible college-age sons and wife to a digital designer and new entrepreneur. And she loves to travel, coach, and do robotics in her spare time. So I'm going to turn it over to her. I can't wait to hear from her.
Thank you so much, Heidi. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, I am going to go ahead and share my screen. And thanks for that introduction. You did not need to do that. I am in awe of all the people here on this in this event, and I know you said you're looking forward to hearing my keynote. What I'm really looking forward to is hearing all of this entire event with Kentucky Go Digital. So I am going to get my screen up here. I think I might need a little help with that. So let's see.
You have your screen up.
Okay. Do you see that?
We do. Thank you.
Okay. Right there. You see my slideshow?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, all right. And you may think, what in the world is that thing? So, you know, the topic of my talk today is really, some lessons that we've learned from students. I have a superintendent student advisory council and also a parent one and also a teacher one. And these are incredibly important because they give us ideas, they let us know how things are going, and solve lots of problems. And of course, we're in a big problem right now. And this is this whole idea of what do we do in response to COVID when it comes to schools. And I did learn some really amazing ideas and lessons from some of our students during NTI. And we're going to get to that. That's about connecting, making, and a reservoir of time. But did want to kind of start out with this whole context of where are we? And if you're like me, you kind of feel like we're in the midst of chaos. Now, you might know that out of chaos comes, some pretty great things, and we're hopeful for great things, but right now it just feels like we're in a whirlwind. And so maybe it seems like this to you, or maybe more like this. I mean, I think I feel like this right now, like this whole tornado is coming. But, you might also look at it this way, meaning that through chaos comes chance, comes change, comes creativity. And that's sort of where we're going with the talk today. We have lots of choices to make where we are right now. I mean, this is definitely the big elephant, the white elephant in the room, right? We have to make these huge choices. And it doesn't seem like any choice is the perfect choice. It definitely doesn't seem like, from where I sit as a superintendent, that any choice is going to make everyone happy. In this age of social media, especially, everyone has an opinion, and usually it goes there first before it may go to the people who can answer the questions. And sometimes we feel like we're going one step forward and two steps back. And that is a place, though, that we can learn from, and we can do a better job than we've ever done. When we think about NTI and non-traditional instruction, and I know everyone on this call, you know what that means in Kentucky, but across the country, not so much. Maybe NTI was so different for Kentucky because we were actually still teaching and having instruction every day, where that didn't necessarily happen. We didn't have that sort of innovative solution across the country. And while it was not perfect, and I know no one can say that everything that happened that was perfect, there were some pretty important lessons that were learned, and our educators definitely stepped up to the plate, did amazing work in a short amount of time, and lessons that we can learn from. So what are our choices right now? Of course, you know, one choice is that we will just close school buildings. Unfortunately, you know, we're not really on the right track right now towards this with, you know, cases that are sort of increasing. We'll see where we are in a month, but this is definitely a choice that will keep our students away from others, that will keep them at home, that will keep them in a situation where they would be, of course, it would be less risky. However, we also know that in doing that, there are some pretty big cons, right? Big consequences, such as, you know, this whole idea of social isolation. Now, I'm not talking about the kids yet. This is the adults. The kinds of problems and issues that come when you are isolated, when you're away from others. I know our teachers talk about this. It's really difficult to go from a place where you were producing meaning all the time with your colleagues and then having to do that outside of school buildings. We also know for our kids, it's been pretty rough on them. And I know personally many students who have had you know, mental health concerns, things that are preventing them from learning, that trauma, that stress. And when they aren't able to be around each other, I mean, if you think about it, several months now, this does lead to more, you know, long-term impacts. And then there's the whole idea of learning, you know, how do we learn at the highest level more virtually or online? What can we do as educators to teach, for example, reading? And I know that our teachers will do a phenomenal job if we do end up being completely online. But this is always a question, you know, how do we make sure that some of these skills that traditionally haven't been able to be taught online or virtually can be? And of course, we do also have the issue when we're making these decisions right now about childcare and supervision. Not only the idea that, and of course in education, we don't want to be seen as childcare. That's not our role at all. Our role is to educate and to educate that next generation. But we know that many times, because parents do have to work, students might not be in the best of situations. But, you know, our teachers are all stars, and they will continue to bring it, to be strong, to make the absolute most of whatever situation we have, just like they did when we had NTI. You know, and of course, where we want to get to is, it's not just about, are we in person and having face-to-face instruction, or are we completely e-learning? The best of all worlds would be this idea where learning is blended, where we use the best of technology when we are doing face-to-face instruction. And we find lots of different ways to provide instruction through a blended model, even if we have to go completely online. How do we still do station rotations? How do we still create? How do we collaborate? how do we connect? And that's where Kentucky Go Digital is really going to help with our teachers having information to be able to do this. So I'm going to bring this now to, if we're in this whole context, and what we want to do is do the absolute best with that blended learning, no matter if we're in person or we are completely doing e-learning because our schools are closed. And in Fort Thomas, we put together, created as a community, as students, as teachers, a portrait of a graduate. This has been sort of an ongoing process. In 17-18, we had a team who went to the Ed Leader 21 annual event and started seeing what other districts were doing around the country, and thought this would be a great way for us to really define what it is we want all of our students to know, to be like, and to be able to do when they leave us. Something that is sort of our North Star for everything that we do, all the way from preschool, all the way up and through when students leave us and go on to that next venture. And we hope they will be successful at that. And so we took the year of 17-18, created teams, we did lots of visits, we had an industry leader think tank, some futurists come and talk with our community, we did surveys, we talked with teachers during faculty meetings and also with students at lunch, and collected all of this information about what it is we want for our students. We've had this tagline in Fort Thomas for a while, rich in tradition and focused on the future. And so that kept guiding us. But what we determined as a team was that these 5 skills or competencies are what we want every single student to have. So we want them to be courageous leaders. And this means that our students will be not only have those leadership skills, but will have social and emotional wellness. And in addition, we will give them the tools they need to make a plan for the future and to be able to really actualize that plan. And some of the things that we've done in this regard is, increased our career pathway programs. We have a few schools doing Leader in Me. We also are very, very focused on social and emotional wellness. We do a resiliency poll and continue to work on that. Also, empathetic collaborator. We want to make sure that every one of our students does know how to collaborate, that they have those skills, and that they do that with a sense of empathy, so that they can put themselves in the shoes of others. And this isn't something that you just do; it is something you learn, and especially when we think about what's happened with NTI and how we go into this sort of next era. It's even more important that we know how to collaborate and that we teach students how to collaborate, especially when we're not in person. In addition, global communicator, another skill that has definitely been exemplified all through NTI. Communication, whether that communication be through something like Teams or Zoom or written, now more than ever, being able to say what you want to say in ways that are a little bit more unconventional has been important. And we want students to have a global perspective. We have certainly learned the power of our global network and the global ecosystem as we have all worked together around the world to fight COVID. Also, curious critical thinker. An area where we want our students to have those top-notch critical thinking skills, really having that strong content mastery, but also have a sense of inquiry. And of course, this is especially important as well, too, as we use our new social studies standards and really focus on inquiry. But always looking to learn more or looking to answer those questions. One of the things we know is that our students, in the future, we want them to find that sweet spot, right? That sweet spot that is what they're passionate about, what they're really good at, and what the world needs. And right now, more than ever, our world needs creative problem solvers and curious critical thinkers, because we got some pretty complex issues and problems, which brings us to creative problem solver. And how do we both identify really important problems, but look at solving those in creative ways, innovative ways, and with an entrepreneurial mindset. Now, I spent a lot of time on this just to kind of set the stage that, in 1718, we as a district identified these as our competencies. We spent a lot of time over the 18-19 school year really learning more about those, developing instructional blueprints for each of those, and also sort of recognizing and highlighting. We said it was a year to kind of explore and play in a really non-threatening way. And then this year, our goal was, kind of got stopped, but our goal was to create e-portfolios, each of our students, then also teachers to be able to provide lessons that would go into the sort of knowledge base of ideas in this playlist. And Heidi, who's on, of course, the team, has been really instrumental in helping with that, and the other digital learning coaches, and having a playlist online. And you're welcome to check that out. We have a whole section on the Fort Thomas website where you can find videos and then also find these instructional blueprints. We are happy to share. Now, what was so fascinating and what the students talked about, and I'll give some examples about what our students said, is that it was sort of all the time during NTI, they were using these skills. And our adults were using these as well. We were constantly solving problems, constantly thinking critically about what we were doing. Communication and collaboration were happening all the time. And of course, everyone had to be a courageous leader in order to make this work. And so our students talked about during their advisory council meetings, and the ones we had, through teams, is some things that they sort of liked about NTI, things that they hoped that we would continue. And so I want to share those with you. First of all, connecting. It's really interesting. You would have thought that students would said they would have less connection with the teacher because they're not in person. And students actually said sometimes there was even more connection and maybe sort of better connection during NTI. And here's why. They might say that, if you're in a classroom with 30 students, 25 students, and you have a question and you're not the kind of student who feels really brave enough to ask a question. Maybe you're the student that's a little bit more, reflective, and you let the students who talk a lot or ask questions chime in. And they really like this idea that on teams, if a teacher posed a question and everyone had to chat, that they had a voice. Or, for example, if they asked a teacher a question, it may have been much less intimidating to be able to ask that in a sort of a team's talk. And then they would have some one-on-one time with a teacher as well, which has to be easier for a teacher to schedule. I'm not saying it's easier by any means, but the scheduling part. If you are thinking, I'm going to check in with all of my students, let's say you're a fourth grade teacher and I want to check in with all of them during the week and I'm going to have different days, that might be easier than to have to schedule all that in person when you have 30 kids in the room. And so that was something that they really hoped would continue. This whole idea of connecting and having that sort of personal time with a teacher, whether it's, even though it's not in person, that scheduled intentional time. And so, let's think about how we can continue those kinds of connections. And, parents would say that as well, because sometimes when the teacher is having that connection with the student and maybe they're, for example, doing a morning meeting, of course, the parents are there as well. And they felt like they were much more connected. And I'm going to say, and had way, way, way more respect for what you do as educators because of that kind of bird's eye view. Now, I am not saying in any way, shape, or form that we want to have any, sort of a forum where parents or anyone else can just kind of watch what's going on in the classroom all the time. And we know there are lots of issues with that, and that can be very nerve-wracking. But just this idea of sometimes having, whether it's, again, a meeting or a video or a chat or something, is a great way for everyone to connect. The second part is this idea of making. I know Heidi talked about the Northern Kentucky Makerspace, which was sort of actually a dream of a group of students, robotics students that were in middle and high school. And if you know about Lego League Robotics, every year there's a challenge, and it's a real life challenge. And so students have to study. It's the most fascinating PBL experience. They have a challenge. One year it was about seniors, and I mean, seniors who are elderly. One year it was about natural disasters. Another was about transportation. This last year, I believe it was cities. And so students will investigate that, figure out what all the different problems are, and then develop a solution. And they have to actually take the solution to experts who'll give them feedback. And they present it in a creative way. It's a really fascinating challenge and project that I wish every single student would be able to be involved in. And so one year it was about learning and education. So this group of students, robotics teams, thought, we really want to create a new way of learning. And so in 2015, they worked with Leadership Northern Kentucky and got funding, $150,000, and they actually created a makerspace. That makerspace is still around. It now is in the Ignite Institute building, but it is a place where students can make, they can do. There are robotics, engineering, 3D printing, all kinds of AV equipment, and it's just a great space to engineer, make, do, create. And so, but that, almost 3D printing, some of that making had gone maybe a little out of vogue in the last few years, but man, did it make a comeback during NTI. And one of the things that our students talked about is how they were now creating things, making things. We had a major comeback with the arts, because I think we all wouldn't have been able to live if we didn't have, puzzles and art and music and all of the things that helped get us through this experience. And so I think we have a newfound appreciation for that. Everything from, everyone who is making things and making masks. And of course, we've had tons of kids who've started their own little businesses, or they have made things to give to people who need it. This is an example of one of our high school students, Magnus, who worked with, and also Jason Gay, one of our library media specialists. They worked together, but separately, socially distanced. And our students then took home some of the 3D printers that we had and created those bands that you put behind masks so that masks are more comfortable. And they actually took these to St. Elizabeth Hospital, hundreds of them. And so, again, making was something that helped our students give back, that empathetic collaborator mentality. And they loved it. Our students talked about that over and over again. They would love to have more making in the school day and solving real problems. And then thirdly, this idea of reservoir of time. So this was fascinating to me that students came up with that term. And what they meant was that sometimes when they're in a classroom and it's on a bell schedule, for example, and they know they have 49 minutes, and there may be some sort of assignment to do, and let's say they get that assignment done in 5 to 10 minutes, then they've got the rest of the time, they're like working on other schoolwork, or maybe they're given additional problems to do, or, there's always something to do. But they felt like now with NTI, if all the assignments are posted and they had control over that and were able to get the assignments done, so then they had more time for other things that they wanted to do. And they especially loved when teachers gave them a project and they could work on that on their own. I don't know about you, but what we did in Fort Thomas was most of our schools did in May. It was a little different from the instruction that happened until then. More projects, more assignments that had a longer period of time to complete. And this was really fascinating time for our students because they were able to create and practice those creative problem solver skills that they maybe hadn't typically. I'll give you one example. We have a student named Luke, and he was in a program that we have called Launch, and he was in the flight path for app development. And so this is a new program where students learn Swift, and it's also 2 to 3 periods of the day, and it's in a separate building. We call it a professional studies center. And so they're there for half a day, and then they go back to the high school. And so here's a student who, because of sort of the reservoir of time, a different way of looking at time, this not extra time, but time they could use to do things that are meaningful, that they were able to create apps. And so Luke created this app called Crowd Clips during this time at Launch. And then with NTI, he had extra time that he could even talk to different businesses online or over the phone in order to kind of pitch this idea. And what Crowd Clips is, it's an app, and you can find it on the App Store or for Android. And it's this app where people can select a stadium. We also did this during graduation, virtual graduation. So students are able to do this, where they can create these short video clips, and then whoever is the monitor is in control of the large Jumbotron or graduation or whatever, they're able to select those and put those up. So pretty amazing. And this kid's he's been talking to the Casolinis, he's been talking to Xavier University. So that whole reservoir of time and project-based learning is definitely paying off and helping with career. So to kind of end here, no matter if we end up being in person or we end up being at home for school, the goal is hopefully we can take some of these learnings that we've learned during NTI and specifically what I've talked about today, connecting and making, and this reservoir of time and acknowledging that and doing that. And we can continue to embed all those no matter what the way is that however we're going to be educating in about a month. Even though the school buildings might be canceled, we know hope will not be canceled, and everything that we can do to help fill in the gaps for students socially, academically, social, emotionally, we know that you're going to do that because you guys are the superheroes. And as you showed before and you continue to show, you can do anything. The goal is, though, that we can all work together so that we can make this the absolute best fall possible. All right. Let me unshare my screen. How's that? All right.
Dr. Chester, that was great. Thank you so much. Everybody sitting at home, let's please give her a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thanks.
Wonderful way to start our morning, talking about student choice making. It's crazy how just making things and having your own creative control can just kind of center you and put you in control when you feel like you don't have any other in the world. My wife, I don't know if you can tell behind me, she's got this whole making station. She's been churning out masks like a factory. It's been great. So it's really helped her kind of calm herself as well. So thank you so much. Great keynote to start the morning. I hope you all are ready for an awesome next 4 hours of Northern Kentucky rocking it out on stage. So if you look at the schedule, you can see that at 9 o'clock, we have Stella Pollard, Adam Watson, and Monica Wainscott coming up. Fun fact, together, Stella Pollard and I have over 9,000 followers. She's actually responsible for 8,500 of them, though. So I am super excited to have them here. They're going to talk about what it is to be a digital learning coach, and we're going to learn so much from the three of them because they really are brilliant together. So please take it away. Oh, sorry, one more thing before you take it away. I forgot to mention this earlier. we actually don't have like a lunch break built in, but hey, we're all at home and you don't have a webcam on, so make lunch whenever you want. Please feel free to use some DoorDash or some Grubhub, make a sandwich, do whatever you want. We want you to stay with us as much as you can, but don't feel like you can't go make yourself some breakfast or some lunch or something like that as well. And at the end of the day, we're going to have our gratitude circle led by the one and only Courtney DeRosset, and we're also going to have our form that comes out for you guys to provide us with some feedback on how awesome these 2 days were, so we can get your certificate out to you as well. So without any more from me, please welcome to the stage Stella Pollard, Adam Watson, and Monica Wainscott.
Good morning. Hi. Hi, Stella. I don't think Adam's here yet. I'm still waiting for Adam. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and get started. I'm going to share my screen because Adam was going to do that, but I will do that instead. So I'm going to share my screen with you, and we are going to present this. Okay. We are digital learning coaches. Again, I'm Monica Wainscott. I'm at Beechwood Independent Schools. And then we have Stella Pollard and Adam Watson. And our digital learning coaches are a group of people across the state of Kentucky that work in different schools and different districts. And we are here to help you. So today we're going to come and talk to you about choice boards, student choice boards, and how...
Hi, Monica.
Hold on, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Hi.
We just got in. We are so sorry.
Yes, no, it is okay. Whoever is sharing their screen, do you mind turning it on closed captioning for us? And I can help you through that as well.
Absolutely. Hold on. Adam, do you want to share instead?
I can, if you like.
Thank you.
I know that was our original plan. Okay, so you stop sharing and I'll start.
I did. Thank you.
All right, hold on just a second, guys.
Technical difficulties.
It's okay. Hey.
Thank you.
That's what happens in Google World, right? That's our reality now.
All right, and now I am hiding. I'm trying to turn on those captions for you. Sorry, guys.
So you will go to your presentation. It's in present mode. So pull up your presentation.
Okay.
And then click on present. Awesome. Looking good. All right.
Captions.
So you want to put it at the top and large. Yep. So there we go. And then click on the CC so it can turn on. And you are good to go.
All right, big breath. So sorry, guys, for the delay. We are ready to begin. And really, we can just roll right into the introductions. Monica, I think you were doing a beautiful job of starting that, so go ahead.
Thanks, Adam. Again, I'm Monica Wainscott. I'm the digital learning coach at Beechwood. I'm also the GEG state co-leader, so we've got a good group of networking there. If anyone is interested in any of those resources, you can follow the DLCs on Twitter. We put some stuff out there, or you can ask questions to the group, and you can also ask any Google related questions to the GEG group too. So those are both really good resources for teachers if you're interested.
And has Stella joined us?
Stella, I think you're muted.
Hi, Stella. I think you're muted. We still can't hear you. It's okay. And while we're working out those technical difficulties,
We'll keep rolling. Stella will jump in here. Stella is a wonderful person in Franklin County. She got a great lead in before our conference or session started. So she was Franklin County Schools. And I am Adam Watson, Digital Learning Coordinator at Shelby County Schools. 15 years in education, 9 of those as a classroom teacher. Very excited to talk to you today about student choice in a post-NTI world. And the big thing that we wanted to, as we were learning and talking and trying to determine our focus for the session, one of the things that was really important to us is that we put 2 perspectives. One is we are digital learning coaches and coordinators, so you're going to see that throughout the session. The second is that all of us feel very strongly in the idea that the digital tools must serve an objective or goal. And a better way of putting that maybe is just that it's sitting inside of a foundation of good best practice for teaching and what your pedagogical beliefs are is what your digital tools are going to serve. So with that in mind, we were talking about pedagogy must meet the platform. And one of the things that, whether it's in the NTI world that we just came out of or even prior to that, it's the idea of we see conflict when we try to do those square traditional pegs, trying to fit those in round non-traditional holes, basically the disconnect of that. Probably an obvious example of that is that if your beliefs are about personalization and trying to meet the needs of every student, and as many teachers did valiantly, during NTI, they tried to create a secondary school where, someone got in at Zoom at 8 o'clock and talked for an hour, and then someone taught, the kid went to the next class on Zoom at 9 o'clock and so on. That was a thing that would have lecture and a lot of direct instruction. But not only is that tiring probably to do for the teacher and the student, but it's also an issue of it's not going to probably meet your best practice beliefs if you believe in some kind of personalization or other method. So just be mindful of the digital tools matching your philosophy and beliefs. Trying to be a little quippy here as far as talking about learning management systems, hyperdoc hubs. We can have resources for days, right? We can have places where people go, where they PDFs and documents are housed, or hyperdocs. The only issue is that we really should be mindful of trying to inspire and create an inquiry mode for our students, as opposed to littering the ground with a bunch of digitized worksheets and just creating bitterness, students being disengaged and so on. So again, just because digitized doesn't necessarily make it good. We have to be mindful of that it matches our beliefs and what we think is a better learning experience. And as a piece of advice, and I'm sure it's been said multiple times throughout these sessions the last couple of days, it was a great experiment in the spring, and we can really go we can go nowhere but up. So the idea is that the baseline was established during the spring last school year, and this is our time to launch. We can take all those things, reflect on them, and do better. And we'll touch about that briefly as we get to the end as well, as far as reflection. That said, before we talk about the very specific tool, which, spoiler alert, we're going to be talking about student choice boards and some digital things to go with that. We just, again, because of being digital learning coordinators and coaches, we want to make sure that we set up a foundation of how that tool fits best into best practice in pedagogy. So we want to talk a little bit about personalization and some essentials of that. You might see the acronym 3PT. We've used it here in Shelby County. But it's the idea that personalization, really good blended learning, that you should be doing at least one of these four things: path, place, pace, and time. Path, if everyone's student is doing the exact same thing at the exact same time, that in lockstep, that's not good personalization, right? Personalization should be that we're doing various things. Place, in a typical environment during the school year, it might be as simple as whether we're all sitting in desks or sitting in the floor. Now, in a post NTI during the middle of COVID, obviously we have some health considerations, but you know what? This is almost an automatic for us, because in some cases students are going to be at home, some are going to be at school. So you're already leaning into personalization with that. Pace, how quickly we're moving through the levels in time, whether we're doing things asynchronously, not necessarily all doing the same thing at the same time, or synchronously, like we're doing right now in our session, right, where everyone's listening at the same time, the same stuff. So we want to think about, how one or more of those things are things that we want to lean into as we want to personalize for our students. Good teaching is just knowing where students are and where they need to be, but personalization is about doing that on the student by student level. So we want to make sure we're aware of that. And feedback. I can tell you that from all different angles as a parent and as a person helping my district, the biggest thing that we can do and offer for our students is making sure that they're actually getting timely and essential feedback on their learning, because that's what makes learning happen. Again, that's whether we're talking in an NTI or post-NTI world or not. But if we're having things where kids or students are turning in work and they never hear any more about it and it just feels compliant, then we're not really furthering learning, and we're going to eventually create disengagement. I won't go over every phrase and word here on this chart, but it's just the idea of trying to go and compare what is a traditional instructional environment, how, if we're trying to shift to a personalized, what that might look like and feel like. We don't want students compliant and playing the game of points. We want them to feel like, hey, this work that I'm doing is about learning. Equality is doing, everyone has the same work, but equitable is doing the work that I need. And the biggest thing really is that middle that's highlighted in yellow, that The teacher is teaching content to a classroom in a traditional environment, but in a personalized environment, my teacher facilitates my learning for life, not just Algebra 2 and not for this school year or whatever the case may be. How is this relevant and it's been applied to me far along, after I walk across the stage virtually or otherwise for graduation. So as we are about to transition and talk about some student choice boards specifically, just highlighting what makes some good characteristics for a student choice board. As with any learning, you want to make sure that you start with your goals. Some of you might be familiar with Universal, by design, that idea of starting with the goal in mind, with the end in mind, and working backwards. Very important. If you're looking at making a student choice board, what is the objective academically? Again, we got to meet the needs of all the students. So if your student choice board, it's limited, then you're limiting the opportunities of learning. We want to make sure you have robust content and grade level options. Here's where you can get really exciting. You can do a lot of cross-content opportunities. Just to use a level, if it's level 6 grade work, how can your student choice board have things that are, a little bit pre to that? It may be for some of the advanced student stuff that's levels above that. So think about that. And last but not least, yes, we're digital learning coordinators and coaches, but sometimes the opportunity might not always have to be digital. And so we have to be mindful of that. And in fact, you might be cognizant of the fact that it's good sometimes to break the screen, not literally, of course, but to go away from the screen and do some things that are considered analog. And with that in mind, I'm going to transition over to Monica to talk about the first characteristic.
Thanks, Adam. When you're looking at making any kind of choice board for students, always keep your goals in mind. What is it that you're trying to get the students to learn? What is your learning focus or your learning goal for your choice board? And then once you know what your focus is, you create choices that help your students achieve that goal. And it can be anything, digital, not digital, it doesn't matter. But think about having them create something that shows their understanding of whatever it is that you're trying to achieve. So you want to keep in mind what they will produce, how they will engage with that information. Maybe for some, it's creating a video or an infographic. And then which level of complexity are they ready for? And then which activity appeals to their interests? When you're looking at choice boards, sometimes you might only give 3 or 4 choices, and other times you might give up to 10 or 12 choices. It depends on what you're trying to do, the length of the project. Really, again, when you look at understanding by design, what's your end goal, and you're gonna kind of create it based on what you want those students to know. Okay, next slide, Adam. Okay, so meet the needs of all of your students. We're going to look at 2 different ways that you can do this. I've just included Google Docs and Google Slides. Both of them will accomplish the same thing, but they're a little bit different in the setup, and you really need to look at what would be easiest for you and your class. On a Google Doc, you can include choices like a tic-tac-toe tic-tac-toe board or a menu style, and then links to those activities. I've included, if you've got our resource on there, I have links, the tic-tac-toe board from Casey Bell, and I have one from Catlin Tucker. It's actually linked to their resources so you can get more ideas and ways to use it. And for Casey Bell, on this particular one, she has every student start in the middle. So they start in the center square. So every student will be doing that activity, and then they can go out and choose 2 other activities that make a line. That's not necessarily the way that you have to do it. You can assign points to them. Maybe each item is worth 20 points, and everyone has to do 5 of them and make 100 points. It's up to you how you choose it, but you kind of include your links to your activities within your Google Doc. A Google Slide it's actually my favorite way to do it. You're able to embed video directions. So in your first slide, you're going to have your choice board, which will link you to the other slides in the choice board. So you can really have more room to explain, include video directions from yourself, space to complete the activity within the slides. And it just gives you a lot more flexibility and it doesn't limit you to one page. There are many ways that you can set that up. If you don't like, the tic-tac-toe board, I have another template there that you could use as well. And I'll show you some other places to get templates because sky's the limit on these. Yesterday I was watching everybody create their Bitmoji classrooms, and maybe you start off with that and you have links within your classroom that you want to try. Really, it's as open and creative as you want it to be.
And I just want to point out for Monica that yes, each of these different items are actually a hyperlink. So these pictures are exciting. So we give you an opportunity to get access to these slides. You have lots of fun things to click. So that's exciting.
Yeah.
and you're welcome. And Monica, let me know when you want to show your Wakelet. I do have that in the tab when you're ready to discuss that. You want to go ahead and click?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So when you're making a choice board, they can be used for any grade level, any content. And in the template ideas, I have some ideas all the way from elementary through 12th grade. So you can use them in any grade level, any content. You can adapt them for leveled groups, special ed modification, EL modification, gifted. You can make these as varied as you need them to be. Really, again, sky's the limit on these. Be very creative. Really make sure that you're addressing either one standard or multiple standards can be addressed. And it can be for short-term or long-term projects. Maybe it's just a simple get to know you in the beginning of the year, and you give everybody 3 or 4 choices, and they can choose 1 or 2 ways to kind of introduce themselves to the class. Or it can be over a long-term project where students have to choose, several things over the course of a month. It's up to you how you do it. Just make sure that you've laid out all of your guidelines for your students. How do they turn it in? Make sure you're constantly giving feedback to students because that is the most important part. And I know Stella's going to go over in a few minutes great ways to see if a student needs help. But the nice thing about these choice boards is if I get them started in my classroom, let's say that we go back and we're in school, in August, and we've got our students there. Chances are not all students are going to be in the classroom. Some might be working remote, some are in the classroom, or maybe you're in a complete NTI situation. This can be adapted across any way that we go back to school. And if we get our students used to kind of doing this choice board way in our classroom, you can do this with anything. And whether they're at home or they're in the classroom, this is a great way for students to continue their learning. Adam, go ahead and click on the Wakelet. I have a link to a Wakelet here. And what it is, basically, I've only got maybe 11 things for you on here. And if you'd like to submit some more, if you email it to me, I'm happy to add it. But it's all kinds of templates. I know I've got one from Casey Bell that has like 150 or more different templates that you can use. 156 of the best learning menus and choice boards. It's a great resource. If you'd like anything added, like I said, email me and I'm happy to add it. But that's just a nice way to kind of keep them all in one place because I do go in and look at those and get some great ideas from people. Thank you, Adam.
You're welcome. Okay, and analog options, go ahead.
Yeah. Also consider online and offline. Not every student loves technology. Not every student is great with technology. And not every student has access to technology. So if this is something that students are going to be doing from home, offer online and offline options. So you have the same learning goal in mind, but maybe you give ways that they can show their learning online and ways that they can do it in a more traditional way. Keep in mind that sometimes tech is really hard for kids. Maybe they're sharing devices in their household or they have Wi-Fi issues or whatever. Consider giving online and offline options for students. Okay, and now I'm going to turn it over to Stella and she's going to show you her amazing resources that she's created. Stella, I cannot hear you.
Do we do the Stella? The Stella? Do we yell it like a streetcar named Desire? Can we do that? That'd be awesome.
We're having some.
It actually works.
Stella.
Stella will give you a few more seconds, and if you can't jump in, then we're going to do our best opportunity to highlight what you said.
Of course, technology is great when it works. Give online and offline options.
That's exactly right. This is
Stella,
actual.
Hello.
Oh, Stella. Okay. Do it, Stella.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Stella. We're going to make up time. So, I'm from Franklin County, and earlier, like when I'm talking earlier, I'm talking like March of all this COVID stuff. I had a few high school teachers be like, you know what? I keep seeing all of these learning menus and all of these choice boards, and I teach high school, and I just don't think I can make that work. But you know what? You can't. Anybody can use a choice board in their classroom. So Adam, if you would, I made this PD session for our Franklin County people, but I want to share it out with whoever can use it. So this is just a Google site. Up at the top, you have a cute little message for me. And my Quizlet shirt that I got for free because I love Quizlet. And then you've got like how the session works. So there's a video that will show the participants like how to navigate the site. And then underneath that, it's just broken into sections about what is a choice board, and it's got some templates there on the side. But then it starts breaking down on how you can create your own choice board. So my favorite thing is to act like a pirate and steal those templates and then just make it fit my class. Because I know that sometimes whenever we have a template that we find online, we're like, oh, this is almost perfect, but it doesn't necessarily fit what we're teaching or my learning target or whatever. So that PD session will help you get started on creating your own.
That is awesome. It is a great example of what a digital learning coach can do for the behalf of the district.
There. Okay, so what about classroom management? I feel like I'm going to be spinning a lot of plates trying to get my students doing this. So here are some tips about how to control your classroom management when you are doing these choice boards. So what if your students are too loud? That never happens. I taught middle school. No, yeah, they're always loud. So setting a timer will help you just be a little bit more or just help your students realize how much time they're going to be working quietly. And then after the timer goes off, I would just like put it without sound. That way they can just keep working. Maybe they won't even know. But after the timer counts down, you can give them a chance to pitch out what they've been doing, or just to talk to a partner, take a little mental break, stand up and stretch, and then reset the timer. What if you get too many questions because you're only one person, you're only one teacher, and you probably have like 30 kids in your class, maybe not during COVID times, but normally. So how can you use these green, yellow, and red cards? So if we are in a traditional setting to where we can go back to school, you can have the students use pieces of green, yellow, and red cardstock cards, or just a color Post-it note or whatever. And you can say that green is actively working, yellow, they need you to check in on them. Usually they just want you to brag on them, right? I mean, I've taught middle school. That's usually what they want. Miss Caller, come look and see what I've done. And then red is I need help. But what if we go back and we're virtual? Because that's what happened in Franklin County last night. We're now virtual for for the first 6 weeks, not the whole year. That would be crazy. But if you had a Google slide presentation, make a copy for each student inside of Google Classroom, and you can have just the slides be red, yellow, and green. That way, whenever you're just glancing at Google Classroom, you can see the students that are marked as red. You can see the students that are marked as yellow and green, and you know exactly where they are, and you can check in on those who need it. You can also do that with Jamboard. Okay, and we got two more tips. Early finishers. What happens if you have those kids that just finish really quick? Have extension choices. My favorites were always quizzes, Kahoots, etc. That way they could play a game and still continue their learning. I also love Quizlet, as you saw in that picture before, so you can have just a little extension board. And then finally, you could have a sign-up bulletin board. Or you could even do this digitally with the Jamboard if you want to, because Jamboard is my jam. So you could have the kids sign up in groups and they could see exactly who they're working with. And let's take this virtual learning part and make it be crazy. Like, let's just say that you could have kids working from different classes. You could have kids working with younger students or older students for mentors. And I mean, really, you could take that and just run with it. So Another scratch in my head thing. I promise my Bitmoji does not have little critters. She's just wondering, how do we leave feedback?
Virtual lice. Go ahead.
It's not lies. I haven't been around kids, so other than my own. So how do we leave feedback for our youngins? How do we leave our feedback for our students? So if you're walking around in class, you can check in with those small groups, and you can say, okay, I noticed that all of you are working on the same thing. Come over to this corner. Let's talk. Let's just share what we're doing. You can leave handwritten messages for them, or the best feedback is really just verbal. Now, you could also do this by setting up just a Google Meet and having everybody that is doing that particular section, that particular task, join at that same time, have them leave, and then have your next group come in. But you can also just go with straight up paper rubrics. That was my favorite thing, just a check mark. Remember, if you put a grade on it, they're going to automatically stop working. So my favorite rubrics were just like a little highlight, like this is where you are right now, and highlight that section. And you know that it wouldn't be a Stella Pollard session if I did not mention Screencastify. I love me some Screencastify, and I promise I'm not sponsored by them, although I should be. You
need more shirts. That's why.
I do have a shirt.
Okay, gotcha.
So the Screencastify comes into play where you can, if they're doing digital things, you can make a video, record your screen, and talk over what you're doing and leave them verbal feedback that way. So if you want to, if you know that speech is the best way to give feedback, then that just gives you a way to make that happen if we do have to go virtual.
I love it. Well, we're down to our last few minutes here, so we'll start going into closing up mode. I mentioned at the very beginning, we had a baseline launch when we had the Spring NTI experience. I can say without a doubt that every single person that's in this conference and outside of this conference as a teacher is thinking, what was that like? What can we do better? And so this is an opportunity for me just to share that in Shelby County, we try to do that in a constructive, organized way. We actually did a podcast or vodcast series with teachers, our librarians, several different educators. And we did these episodes where we asked that question, basically, what did you experience during NTI, and what are you going to use of that experience to, reflect on and go forward going into the fall of the school year. I have a blog entry that's hyperlinked there. In this particular episode that I highlighted, I'm not going to play it, but in the episode, in that little time frame, it was just a great example. The West Middle School teachers that were in this particular episode talked about how exhibitions and doing project-based learning was super important to them. And that was their pedagogy. That was their foundation. That's the thing that drives them. They were not going to give that up. The only question was how, in a virtual world, are you going to accomplish that? And so there's some great honest reflections of the difficulty of that and the challenges of that, but how they overcame that and are excited to go forward with that and learn from that. There's other ways that we can use digital tools to do our work and do a blended learning environment. Our coaches and coordinators, you have people, you have teacher leaders in all of your districts. We're your friends. We want to help you. We specifically want to help you, Monica, Stella, and I, but you also have your own district people. Bottom line is that network, find your friends, find the people down the hallway, find the people on Twitter, follow them, get the information, share the things that you're doing great, because that's going to make all of us great. That's the only way that we're going to learn, like we're doing in this conference right now. There's lots of Twitter handles there on this page, and KYDLC, that hashtag, is our official Kentucky Digital Learning Coordinator / Coach hashtag that a lot of different people are sharing on. And hey, teachers can follow it too. There's going to be lots of tips. I'll learn something from that hashtag almost every day. So we want to thank you so much for the opportunity to present and talk to you all today, and for KYGoDigital to give this whole conference virtually an opportunity. Be sure to follow their hashtag. If you want to get our slides, I'm sure they'll be available later in links, but that bit.ly link that's available there is another way that you can get to them if you just can't wait for Stella and Monica stuff to click on. So thank you so much for your time, guys.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thank you all. Follow us on Twitter. We love you guys.
Thank you all so much. We have a lot of gamer kids that are in the chat kind of trolling, so I was going to floss on them in Fortnite and kind of get even with them. But what Adam, Monica, and Stella were talking about was so good, I actually had to stop.
Nice.
So Thank you all so much. The next duo that we have coming up, I'm sure I'm going to butcher their name, so I am terribly sorry. But we're teachers and we do that all the time, right? So please welcome to the stage Heather Ralphus and Aliana Green, I want to say. I hope that's right. I'm so sorry if it's not.
Hi, Aliana Green here. You were close. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Hey guys, I hope you can all see me okay. I'm gonna go ahead and share screen right away so we can get to, oops, sorry, stop. I practiced it a million times. Here it is. Okay, here we are. All right, so our presentation today is called Strategies for Meeting the Needs of English Learners and Their Families, NTI Days and Beyond. But before I introduce myself, I wanted to introduce you to a couple of objectives that Heather and I had in mind for you that hopefully we can help you meet during this presentation.
And
so
we are so sorry. We cannot see your screen.
You cannot?
No.
Okay.
So, we see the white screen where it says click to exit full screen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let me exit.
There we go. So if you can click on present.
I had it at present, but it might have been taken a second. Do you guys still not see it?
We still see the white screen. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What if I do the non-present mode? It seems like you guys see it with the non-present mode.
That's fine.
Okay.
That is okay.
Yeah, all right. You. I don't like to spoil, but it's fine. We'll go All right, so yes, I'm gonna go back to my first slide, strategies for meeting the needs of English learners and their families, NTI Days and beyond. So hopefully during this next 30 minutes, you will learn how to use basic features. You probably already know how to do that, but still, how to use basic features of PowerPoint and or Google Slides or whatever platform you are accustomed to create effective teaching resources to engage your English learners or ELs. Also, we are going to show you how to utilize Google Translate and talking points to communicate with students and family members who do not speak English, as well as how to effectively involve peer tutors in the support of your ELs. So one more time, my name is Aliana Green. I am from Russia, and that was where, this is my hometown here, that was where I received my master's in education in English and German. But ever since I came here for the first time in 2002 to America, I have been teaching English as a second language and Russian as a foreign language. I'm also a mom of 3 bilingual children, and as you can see here on the picture, I am a heavy hot tea drinker, just like 99% of Russians. Okay. Before I dive into my presentation, I wanted to let you know something that I think is very important to know about me. Up until March 2020, I honestly and probably proudly considered myself to be a cave woman-like teacher who would much rather teach with fire, with a stick by a big boulder than ever implement technology. And looking back, of course, I'm like analyzing what happened there. I never felt savvy enough. I also really enjoy that personal, emotional connection with students and people in general. But over the last several months, of course, we all, caveman or not, have had to explore online options. And to my greatest surprise, I have discovered that I am in love with PowerPoint. And like I said, it's very similar for other for other platforms, but I am going to be talking specifically about my love for PowerPoint. And I'm honored to say that I have been receiving a lot of positive feedback from teachers from around the US and the world about my vocabulary lessons that I have started creating in PowerPoint for my language learners. And I know some teachers use it for native speakers, especially at the primary level. But for ELL learners, this goes from kindergarten through 12th grade. So today I thought I would share with you how I discovered the power of PowerPoint and how you can utilize it in the same way. Hopefully you're like me and like to work smarter, not harder. So PowerPoint works great in that sense because you can use the same lesson presentation that you create in PowerPoint for at least 3 different interactive teaching activities. So number 1, we can create interactive vocabulary lesson with listening and speaking tasks for our language learners. Then we can convert some of its slides into fillable worksheets. Then we can also convert some of them into drag and drop activities, which kind of mimics a little bit of that hands-on learning. And I also wanted to add here, I have this asterisk next to with the word 3, because these vocabulary lessons can also be used with your general education students, regular education students, for background building activities. Also, I wanted to point out that it will depend on the platform you're using, how you will share it with your students. If you're using Google Slides, of course, your lesson and all of the worksheets that go with that, accompany that will be are stored in Google. We have not been using Google Classroom as much. Like I said, I've been using PowerPoint, so you can send it as an attachment. If you're teaching the lesson with a group or one-on-one, you can share your screen. One of my favorite ways to share it is through YouTube channel, because then I know my students can access it as many times as they need from anywhere where they are. And I also heard that some of my students' parents like to follow these vocabulary lessons, who parents who are also limited in English. Okay, of course, I'm going to show you examples to convince you that this is easy to do and super powerful for language learners, and as I have just mentioned, for general education students as well. So we start off by choosing the focus. And of course, my field is teaching languages, so a lot of cultural material is kind of lands itself naturally in the topics. I have covered American holidays here. You can see Memorial Day, Easter, Thanksgiving, so on. Also, as you might know, your language learners in the state of Kentucky have to annually take this access test that measures their language proficiency. It's every year, every winter. And a lot of times, language learners struggle with the format of the questions or the language of it, much like with a lot of state tests. It doesn't just have to be a language acquisition test, language proficiency test. So I thought, why not create a interactive vocabulary lesson specifically focusing on this test with lots of practice opportunities. You can also choose topics that are pertinent to any population, current events. Of course, coronavirus, this is one of my most popular lesson, I would say. And the topic dear to my heart is environmental issues, and I had created a couple of them about plastic pollution. Okay, so once you have identified the focus of your vocabulary lesson that you would like to create in whatever slides option you are accustomed to, you want to choose your objectives. And ideally, if we're talking about language learners, you want to have two types of objectives: your content objectives and language objectives. Now, for the content objectives, this is just a classical question: what new information do you want your students to learn and practice through the lesson? So the same thing you would do for a in-person lesson, or also if you're using some curriculum program, they will provide you with content objectives, of course. But I want to stress the importance of at least having in mind a language objective. Now, I could spend the entire day or a week talking about the types of objectives and how to write them. And honestly, even among us language people, language objectives a lot of times is still an uncharted territory. But if I could maybe draw your attention to one thing, when you are creating your content objectives or when you are creating your other online resources, think about this question: what language is essential in order for your students to learn and to demonstrate new content? We can't just present new information to them knowing that they lack vocabulary, that they don't know how sometimes build a sentence to express their understanding. So when you build these lessons, think about the vocabulary they will need to be able to read, maybe write, think about sentence structures. And as any teacher who works with language students, I am going, of course, to model and show you examples of my objectives. So here are two examples. The first one deals with my environmental issues with plastic pollution lesson. The content objective was students will learn about the ways plastic is harmful to the environment and how we can help reduce the problem. And the language objective I chose was students will be able to read and use theme-related vocabulary in oral discussion. Again, I don't want just to present material to my language learners or anybody for that matter. These are just good teaching practices for all. I know we've heard this phrase many times, but it is what it is. So we want students to enter the material. So we want them to be able to read the vocabulary, and we want them to participate in oral discussion using that vocabulary. My other example is about my lesson about coronavirus. So the content objective was students will be able to define what COVID-19 is and learn how we can protect ourselves from it. And notice how even in this content objective, I'm underlining the key verbs, the key phrases, because this helps me focus my lesson, and that helps give my language learners direction, because there are a lot of directions and they do get lost. Now, for the language objective, I spelled it out a little bit more this time. Students will be able to, 1, describe what COVID-19 is by filling in sentences with blanks. Again, great. Maybe native speakers can define what COVID-19 after the first slide. My language learners need a little bit more help. So I am being intentional about creating my lessons, and I'm empowering them. I'm allowing them to describe what COVID-19 is, and I'm giving them sentences with blanks. These are scaffolding strategies. For the second language objective, students will identify ways to stay healthy by reading a variety of options and naming the correct ones. Again, our native speakers might be able to figure out the ways to protect ourselves after the first couple of slides. For our language learners, we want to give them more support, and I want to know exactly how they're going to identify the ways to stay healthy. And here I'm specifying by reading a variety of options, so I'm going to give them a list, and they are going to choose, they're going to name the correct ones. Okay, so now let's take a look at one of my vocabulary lessons as an example. And once again, Google Slides, PowerPoint, Keynote, whatever it is you're using, you can do it. And once again, if you were not here in the beginning of my presentation, if I can do it, which is who considered herself a cave woman, you can do this too. All right, so from the very first slide in my presentations, I like to ask a question because, like I said, I don't like passive presentations. I like my students to enter the content with me. So I'm asking the question, do you know why your school is closed now? So that was back in March, I do have to note. So this presentation is back from March. Do you know why your school is closed now? Whether they can answer or not, it's okay. I just want to have them take a look at the picture, and whether they can say yes or no, it doesn't matter. I'm involving them from the very first slide. Now, right away, I'm giving them some options. Maybe some of them said these options. Maybe some of them didn't say any. And I'm offering maybe some silly options like bad weather and showing this dog in the snow, because I want to catch their attention. I want to make them feel a little bit emotional about the content. And of course, I'm providing the correct option here too, so they can also say, oh yes, it's coronavirus. So I'm empowering them to participate right away. Notice pictures. pictures. We know speak 1,000 of words. And as a language teacher, if I can add to this, choose a picture that, yes, speaks 1,000 of words, but also choose pictures that then later on allow your students to speak 1,000 of words. Be intentional about them. Right after that, I give them an opportunity to check their responses. I say, yes, schools are closed now because of coronavirus. Here is the vocabulary, key vocabulary word highlighted here. And right away, I draw the bridge to my content objective. We are defining what coronavirus is, and my language learners need to describe it. So all of the whole lesson will be built around that. What is coronavirus? All right, great. My native speakers or higher intermediate language learners can respond to this without hesitation. My lower language learners need more support, more scaffolding. So I am providing sentence starters. I think that coronavirus is I don't know, but maybe it is. Whatever sentence starters you think will empower them to participate. Again, I am giving them an opportunity to check themselves, especially if they're doing this on their own, watching it on their own device. And here, as you can see, I'm giving them several synonyms because we have language learners who are ready for more than just one word, not just virus, but also disease and sickness. And moving on, picking up the pace a little bit. After we showed a lot of visuals, we repeated vocabulary words. I'm given a little bit more text. We do want to challenge them. We want to show that gradual release of responsibility. Now you guys work with these sentences. All of the vocabulary words that I know will help them define what coronavirus is are highlighted here, and some good catchy pictures here too. And without further delay, here is my language objective where I'm asking them to fill in the sentences with gaps. But guess what? I can't just give this to them as the first slide. I had to bring them here. I had to empower them. So chances are they're all going to get this right. But even if they didn't, that's okay. We are making those wheels turn. We are involving our language learners or whatever population students you're working with. Again, they do have an opportunity to check. They always need to see the model. They always need to see examples. Let's see. And as I continue, I'm not going to go into every slide, but I continue providing more visuals, more vocabulary with my content and language objectives in mind. As you can see, I try to also color code a little bit, like the word patience. I knew for a lot of them this was going to be a new word, so I highlighted the picture with the patient with the same color as the word itself, repeated with scientists. And yes, I do have to tell you, I forgot to tell you this, guys. I do voice these lessons, especially the ones I post on YouTube, so they can hear me read. But if you are sharing the screen and using these lessons during your online sessions, of course, you can discuss and read as you go. Now we're in this lesson, I'm moving on to the second part of my objective, which deals with the ways to protect ourselves. Again, color coding here, simple sentences, more visuals. And here we are with that language objective where I said I will provide them with the list of options and I want them to choose the appropriate ones. Again, I could have just given them the right answers, but no, I want my students to be active participants of this material. So I'm providing them with some options that are correct and some that are easy. Which of these will help us stay healthy and stop coronavirus from spreading? Like going out to parties, obviously, is a silly option, or eating a lot of candy. They all like seeing these visuals, and I'm gonna ask them to give me thumbs up or thumbs down to show their responses. Again, in a different way, I am showing them the correct answers. I'm putting it in a sentence. Doctors say we should. We always want to make sure that they're using vocabulary in sentences. And at the end, I wanted to make sure that I finished, especially this presentation, on a positive note and gave them more idea on how they can stay healthy. In parentheses, I'm given a little bit more options to understand the word positive. Also remember to stay positive. And I am spelling it out a little more. Optimistic, maybe they're more familiar with the word optimistic. Or feeling good and happy. Definitely good and happy are more higher frequency words than optimistic and maybe even positive. Okay, and then for most of my lessons, I will accompany them with worksheets. Because we're working online, all of these worksheets are virtual, and we have some fill-in fillable worksheets and drag and drop activities using the same lesson. So I'm going to go ahead. I think I have maybe a couple of minutes here. I'm going to go ahead and show you that I'm using this.
Aliana?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So we're done with your session at 10. Are you and Heather splitting time evenly or?
No, not evenly.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yep. Okay. So in this session, in this slide, I wanted to show that you can use the same vocabulary lesson to create your interactive vocabulary sheets. And this one is a drag and drop task. I am going to go ahead and speed up a little bit. But like, for example, here, and I know many of you have already done it, but I think it's just so powerful that you don't have to create an extra resource. You take the same vocabulary lesson you've created for language learners and create this fillable and movable worksheets. So for example, right here, so this was the slide for my original vocabulary lesson, and I tweaked it a little bit to make it a drag and drop activity. So what is coronavirus? Choose 3 words and 3 pictures. Here I'm recreating a little bit of this hands-on experience for them, and you can even do this in the way that if the answer is wrong, it goes under the bubble, but you don't have to do that. You can just have them move and monitor them. There's a couple more. I'm going to go ahead and skip these drag and drop activities, but I'm going to show here a little bit. Okay, now fillable worksheet. Again, you take the same take the same presentation vocabulary lesson and format it as a fillable worksheet so you can extend your oral work with students into writing and more reading activities. I am spelling out here the steps. I'm going to go ahead and read them quickly. If you choose, you can change the size to 8.5 by 11, so you can potentially print these worksheets out, or you can keep them the same, which would be landscape and or widescreen. Then you can choose to save that particular slide as a PDF and use such sites as pdfescape.com to make fillable boxes, or just keep it as a Google slide or PowerPoint slide and insert text boxes so your students can insert their responses themselves. If you need more help figuring out how to do this, this is actually very easy. Like I said, if I could do it, you can do this too. And this could be used with many, many students. There are a lot of wonderful tutorials on YouTube by teachers who are a little bit less cavewoman-like. I do have mine, and I have the link here. Feel free to reach out, and I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to the person that I very often reach out to, and that is Heather Rouse.
Thank you so much, Alona. I really appreciate you sharing all of your knowledge and resources with us, and I really appreciate that you're going to go ahead and advance the screen for me. Is that right? All right. So, yes, I have been working with Alona now. We have been friends and colleagues for almost 20 years, and I really appreciate her expertise. And I saw in the comments that some of you are world language teachers, and I know that you can use that in your content area, as well as many different content areas. And of course, we have English learners from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade at a variety of different proficiency levels. And it's going to be really useful to use her activities in reading, writing, listening, and speaking, all 4 domains that we need to focus on for our language learners. So thanks again, Alona. With our remaining time, I'm going to hit on both Google Translate and Talking Points, 2 free apps that we can utilize to communicate not only with our students, but any parents or family members who don't speak English very well. And then I'm going to wrap it up with how we can effectively involve peer tutors in the support of our English learners. Okay, and then on to the next slide there. You can see that I too prefer the outdoors. I love to be around animals and nature. I'm originally from Ohio, and Alona and I both work together both in Ohio public schools and Kentucky schools. And the picture on the top right just shows you my love of British television. I don't know if anybody recognizes that place. That's Port Isaac, featured in the show Doc Martin, one of my favorite shows of all time. I was so lucky to visit there once. And so just to reiterate, like Alona, and I've seen some of you in the comments, I'm a cave woman too. I would much prefer to be outside around a fire with my dogs and family and friends than sitting in front of a computer. But I too am embracing technology. And like Alona, I have a master's in education with yet another acronym here, Teacher of English to Speakers of Other Languages. I'm also an EL teacher and consultant, and my native language is, of course, English, and I am also learning Russian. So I teach a beginning Russian course to homeschooled kids. And I'm also a perpetual student. And this summer, I'm taking an intensive Russian course online with the University of Pittsburgh. And if you can walk away from this presentation with any other inspiration, I would love to encourage you to also study a foreign language if you're not already, because it really helps you put yourself in the shoes of your students. It gives you that student perspective, both in online learning as well as in person. Okay, so let's jump right into Google Translate. So with Google Translate, this is, of course, a free translation app that you can use on any device with over 100 languages available. You can build your own personal phrase book by tapping the star, and I'll show you that here in a second, because perhaps you have a lot of students who speak the same language and you'd just like to have a personal phrase book handy, saying things like, okay, now it's time to go to lunch, or now is not the time to do that, or, please open your textbook, or please do your homework. You could build yourself a personal phrase book in any language so that you don't have to type it in every time simply by touching the star. There's also a new feature with Google Translate that you can use the Google Translate app in other apps. So let's say you're working within another messaging app or really anything, and there'll be a Google Translate option where you can get an instant translation. You can download any language and work offline if you like, and you can speak into the app. You can snap a photo with the app. You can hover over any text, both digital or just on a document in front of your face. You can use handwriting and hover and get a translation. You can type in and get a translation. It's really like Star Trek, and I just think you're going to have fun with this app no matter what, but it's also very useful. Back one slide, please, Alona, to the example. One more back with the donut. Yeah, look at that sweet donut. So the sweet points about Google Translate, if you take a look, I'm not sure if you guys can see because we had to use this edit mode, not the present mode, but if you can kind of take a look at what I've typed there, I said in English, Misha read very well in class today. Let's meet to discuss his progress. Well, I can get the Russian translation. We sort of did a hypothetical for me talking to Alona about a hypothetical child of hers. And so as you can see, I could type that in, or I could have used voice to text. And I have used that option. Say when I'm working with a newcomer in the districts that I go to, we might just click that conversation button that you might be able to see there, where we can actually just have a conversation back and forth, me in English, the student in her native language, and so on. But I also could, copy and paste this message within my personal text messaging if I wanted to, but that's really cumbersome at times. So I would just use Google Translate simply for in-the-moment interpretation, or perhaps you have maybe some older students who have a lot of background knowledge in your content area, and just by snapping a photo or hovering over some text that you use in a document or anything in class, they can at least get the gist of what you're talking about, or they can access some prior knowledge that they have. So I just want to encourage all teachers out there to allow Google Translate. I do know that there's a danger of it not translating properly or being used too much as a crutch. And I cannot give you a magical equation of when it's time to remove this or when it's time to use it, but I can tell you that oftentimes the older students, and I'm thinking more like middle to high school students, they know. And if you think about it, if you were suddenly landed in a place like Turkey, for example, and you had to learn Turkish, or you had to learn content in Turkish, and I'm not sure why I chose that language, mostly because I think it's fascinating and probably very difficult, you would want to use English as much as you could to access whatever you're learning in Turkish. So I think sometimes trust that your students know how much they need to use this tool. Okay, on to the next, talking points. Wow, this is just magical. I know I only have 3 minutes, so I'm going to talk really fast. This is a messaging app. In this case, you can still use over 100 languages. It's free for all teachers. You can add up to 200 students, 5 separate classes. You can message individually or your whole entire class through a group message. This is beautiful because your personal cell phone number is kept private in your messaging within the app. You can send photos, videos, PDFs, documents, maybe some classwork you want to share about your student. You can create class polls, and your whole district can actually use this as an integrated service. Okay, on the next slide, again, these are the sweet spots that I've kind of already talked about. And then Alona, if you could go to the next slide, you can see an example of the teacher view and the parent view. And this is an actual conversation that I had with Alona. I typed in English. That's my phone on the left. She replied in Russian, but you can see, obviously, I got the message back in English. It's wonderful. So if you could go to the next slide, please, Alona, you'll see that both of these tools are important. And lastly, I'm going to hit peer tutors. So we need to remember the power of the human element, even during NTI. So a peer tutor is a native speaker or a former English learning student who's attained English proficiency that you designate in your class, who often knows the content and the expectations of your class, maybe even better than you do. And I like to call this a win-win-win-win-win. Did I say that 5 times? This is a win for your English learner when a peer tutor can help support. This is a win for the peer tutor because he or she is learning how to work with somebody from another culture. It's a win for the content area teacher and the EL teacher so they can help other students who need them. And of course, the parents are feeling great because their student is supported at school in all the content areas. So I think I need to stop there, but with the last slide, I want to say a big spasiba and gracias, and thank you to all of you. And you can see our contact info. Please feel free to email us. Check out Alona's channel on YouTube or follow me on Twitter. We'd be happy to talk to you about your individual students and situations.
Oh my gosh, I loved everything you guys said. Thank you for being part of this today. I'm like such a huge fan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, ladies. We appreciate it. So before our next session, we're going to go ahead and play a little music. If you want to go ahead and stretch and dance a little bit, we got some disco ball rolling for you. Woo! Alrighty, coming to the stage next. Please give it up. We have a trio talking about elementary podcasting. Amanda Claire, Trish Neese, and Jennifer Gasser. Welcome. How are you all today?
Good. How are you?
Great. Thank you. I am super excited to hear you guys talk about podcasting. So the stage is yours whenever you want it.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen then. All right. Can you guys see it?
We see you.
All right. Perfect.
Yes.
All right. You see the presentation all good?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Looks
then-
awesome.
Can you
Okay.
turn on closed captioning for us as well?
Please, I'm sorry.
Can you turn on closed captioning for us?
Yes, ma'am. I
Awesome.
even made a point to think about that. Okay.
And you want to, yep, so looks good.
Are we good?
There we go.
Perfect. Okay, well, without further ado, I'm Amanda Claire, and I teach 4th grade at Beechwood. And I am here today with my friend, Jen Gasser, who also teaches at Beechwood with me. Before I pass it over to her, you guys will see that we have our link for our presentation at the bottom of the screen. We'll have it at some point on every slide, maybe at the top, maybe at the bottom in case you're joining in late. You're also going to see our logo that's in the center is the student created logo for the podcast that our students created this year. Whenever you see that on any of our slides, if you click on it, you will have access to our anchor page that has all of our podcast episodes. Okay, Jen?
Hi, I'm Jennifer Gasser. I'm from Beechwood. I am the 5th grade language arts teacher, and I'm excited to be here with Amanda to talk about our Way of the Day podcast.
Little fun fact, Jen Gasser was at one point my 5th grade teacher. So I'm learning from her constantly, once as a student, and now I get to learn from her every day as my peer. And she's the best. So I'm super excited to be presenting with her today.
Thanks, Amanda. Ages me a little.
So our story begins at KYSD, and I always say you have to give credit to where it is due. Jen and I went to a session at KYSD in 2019 about how to become a podcast master. And when it was actually the last session of the last day, and we looked at each other and we're like, oh my gosh, we're totally doing this. A little bit background knowledge about us. A few years ago, I realized that I needed to make sure that student voice that my students get a voice in my classroom. It was something that I needed as an area of growth. And once we went to the session, Jen was like, Amanda, this would continue our work with student voice. So it gives us a platform for that, not just within our classroom, but outside of, even within our school, but outside of our school as well. When we got back, we decided to contact our administration. We met with our principal, Zach Ashley, our curriculum director, Ben Lusk, and said, this is our idea. What do you all think? We would love to start a student voice podcast. And they were, yes, what can we do to support you, support them? So Jen's going to talk a little bit about Trish Neese and her work with us as well.
So we started talking to Trish, who is our gifted and talented teacher for the elementary students. She works with us in the classroom, but she also wanted to push the kids in leadership and felt that that was another area of growth that we could really hone in using the podcast to really talk and work with students who wanted to show more leadership. And so we, in working with Trish, were able to really use those skills that she wanted the kids to demonstrate. And so this just fit right in with Trish. So she joined in with us, and it's been great having all of us work together with this.
So once we were in this meeting, it was kind of a divide and conquer. Like, what can we do to get this going? Well, we need to get this ball rolling. So we had met in August, about this time last year. And then we kind of had a timeline of this person's going to be in charge of this. What do you want to do? How can you help get this ball rolling? So the first step that we did with our students was to recruit them. We wanted this to be a self-selected thing where it wasn't like, oh, you're going to do this. We're going to make you do. You have to want to do something. And a lot of these kids were really excited when I went into their 6th grade classes to talk about this. They wanted to know more. What can I do to get involved? And so Trish Neese came up with this great graphic. We sent this out through their Google Classrooms, through their homeroom teachers, to get them excited, shared the flyer. And from there, kids were able to sign up for an interview.
So we decided to start off with 6th grade just because they are the leaders of the elementary school. And so starting off with 6th grade, our goal was get 6th graders involved, create the process, create what we were going to do. And then our goal was hopefully our 6th graders then can train the next year's class. And so we would be able to have more of the students doing more of the teaching to keep the process going and the podcast going. We started off with the application and the interview process. So as Amanda said, we wanted the students to be able to decide whether they wanted to be a part of this or not. So if they were interested, they had to go and complete this Google form. They had to just answer some questions, what intrigues them about the podcast, what are 2 interview questions that should be asked in a podcast, and just getting their insight. And then when they turned this in, we were able to get a list of students that were interested in being a part of the first podcast at Beechwood. Then we decided to go into the interview questions. What I liked, Amanda had a great idea. She said, let's get other people involved. Since Amanda has taught most of the students, I have taught the students, we decided to also get other people outside of just our 2 classrooms to give feedback as to how the students were doing when they interview for the podcast.
Now, I want to say we've put these the interview questions and the Google form for the application and tag this into our presentation because we would like for you guys to not have to recreate the wheel if possible. We want you guys to have access. Now, we will talk at the end about things that we would change, about some different questions that we would ask. One of those questions is right down there at the bottom where it says, are you able to commit to a weekly podcast meeting? they might think that they can, but one thing that I'm going to want to know is, what other activities are you doing? And at what time, or, what are the time constraints of those other, leadership things that you're a part of? Because we don't want to stress out students. And I think that there were a couple of students who were stressed out because they had overcommitted. Because that's typically, you guys know how that works in schools as well, with your teachers that are leaders, your students that are leaders, they're involved in a lot of different things. And so in order to do something really well, you want to make sure that you have that time for that. So, but anyways, that will be there for you guys if you would like to access that later.
So this was the beginning where we had our group showed up first day. We decided to start having our meetings at 7:30 in the morning because a lot of the students had after school activities. So we decided if we met in the morning before school, that might be the best way for our group to work. So this is the very first day we have a large group. Again, things that we've learned along the way. Next year, we'll talk about this more later, but we might consider a smaller group. But this was the beginning of the groups that we started off with. We had 12 students. Mr. Lusk, our curriculum director, he was part of this. Trish Neese, gifted and talented teacher, and Amanda and myself.
So Jen had this idea. We did not want this podcast, though it's student-led, is going to have our name on it as well. So we wanted to make sure that everything was well thought out. There was a lot of work that went into this. So just to give you a timeline, we interviewed in the end of September. Students were notified that they were selected to be a part of the team. And our first meeting was in October. Okay. So we decided that some of the students didn't really know what podcasts were. Some of them, had a vague idea because Jen had done an activity with them where they had created one on their computer. Jen, was it through, it was a Google?
Done for the NPR podcast when we were the previous year. So I did that with 5th grade. So in 6th grade, they had a little experience, but we didn't go into the depths of what is a podcast, what does it look like, what are, as you're going to see in the next couple slides, just some things that we focused on to have a format. So one thing I would say, if you decide to do a podcast with your group, explain to the students that there's going to be a lot of time spent up front to get a specific format that you are all going to be able to use for every podcast that you do. And so that's one thing. I don't even know that I realized how much time we had to put up front, but I'm very glad that we actually did put the time in, because with that time, we were able to set the bones and the structure of what we will use for years to come. So we started off with, we looked at the Dream Big podcast. We used Chris Pulver because the students really, they were all into his books and liked that. So we both knew that with that, the kids would be able to go in, really like what they were listening to, but we wanted to talk about what music was played, what was the beginning, what kind of interview questions, how did it end, the author's purpose, just different things. So not listening as just a listener, but more as if they're going to write a podcast, what structure do they want? And then they chose another one of their choice. And they compared the different things. Did they have the same music throughout? Did they have, what was the author's purpose again? What is the audience? So the kids were able to really start thinking more along the lines of how they wanted to structure their podcast. And so then they had to, just on their own first, before they spoke to anybody else, what were they expecting their podcast to sound like from the very beginning to the very end? And then when we did that, I think it's the next slide, Amanda.
Well, there's one. We also had them to learn from a professional. We called in Mr. Reed, who is, who was, he just recently retired from Beechwood. He is amazing. And he was, once he heard that we were doing this, he said, "Hey, can I come in and talk to your kids?" And we're like, "Yes, please." He has his own professional counseling podcast, and he also has one with his wife that they do kind of just for fun. But he was willing to come in. He showed the students talking about branding. So talking about how with his logo, how he had students draw those for him. He talked about his website. He talked about all the different ways of pushing out his podcast to let others know about it on a national scale, not just within our small Northern Kentucky region. So this is what Jen was talking about. So after we had, them listen and do this homework assignment, right? Listening to these podcasts, talking about analyzing the structure of the podcast and figuring out what they wanted for their own podcast. And this was the student ownership. They went through and we have these big whiteboards and they all just wrote down, what was it that they liked? What is it that they want for their own? And so it was kind of a quiet time where we just had them write it. And then they're stepping back and looking at, oh, you have that too. You like that they had intro music. I did that too. I love that. I like how they had, like a message with like the shout outs or whatever it was at the end. And that's where they are like, we want that for ours. And it was just really cool to see it kind of the idea starting to come into play.
So if you are going to do your own student podcasts, this really was like, take the time. We would recommend take the time and let the kids really think about how they want their podcast to sound. So these steps, like we said, they took a lot of time up front, but well worth the time.
So when we did this a presentation about student voice, and we had done it with our with some of the podcast members, and so we had gotten some of their quotes for when we presented at KYSD, and this was one of the things that they had said about why they joined. They said that they wanted to start something new at Beechwood. It was an opportunity to start something from the ground up, and we all wanted the challenge. It was exciting. Jen was talking earlier. She was like, I'm nervous about presenting today. And I said, we do this because we tell our students all the time that we grow when we are uncomfortable. And I think that the kids liked that idea of doing something out of the norm, something they had never done before. And kind of on a scale where they were going to have a platform to share their voice on a bigger scale than just their classroom and just their classmates. So we're going to kind of through this, Jen's going to talk about how the podcast was structured around our...
Thank you. So at Beechwood, we have the Beechwood Way, where we talk about we are learners and we are leaders. This is something that's throughout the elementary and high school. It's in the school cafeteria. It is what the entire district believes about the students. We are Beechwood, and this is what we represent. So the students decided to take the Beechwood Way and turn it into hence the name, the Way of the Day podcast. They decided to focus on we are learners, we are fearless, we pursue excellence, we are resilient, everything that's on this poster here. And they decided that they would create a podcast, each episode on a different way from the Beechwood Way. So we could keep this for years to come. There are plenty of people who pursue excellence. There are plenty of people who are resilient and reflect and grow. So with that in mind, sorry, I'm getting a bloody nose. Sorry. So with that, the students decided to take the Beechwood Way of the Day and create a podcast from there and focus on these ways. So I'm going to let you take it over, Amanda.
Sure, absolutely. So each episode, like she said, focused on one thing. So say there was a group of 4 kids that were on one of the episodes and they chose their word was going to be fearless. They would then, from there, structure all of their questions and everything based upon that one word. So we wanted to share this with you because our students had, for this podcast team, had we set up a Google Classroom for just them. And so therefore they shared a Google Doc in which was their brainstorming. And so this was collaboratively, they were able to work even outside of our meetings to come up with this structure. So they decided, as a group that they wanted a 1 minute, like the introduction for each episode was going to be the Beechwood Fight Song. They contacted the band, the Beechwood Band, and said, hey, can we have a digital file of the Beechwood Fight Song so that we can put this at the beginning of our podcast? I didn't do it. Jen didn't do it. They were doing everything. So they got that. Then they put that into So that way they would have that for each episode. Then they went through, they talked about which word they were going to focus on for the way of the day. And, you know, they had the snippets of students defining the word. So they would go into other classrooms and get permission to interview a student. And the kids and grades, our school is kind of unique in that we are preschool through 12th grade all in one building. And they would go into the classrooms, pull them out, use the microphone like that they had gotten, and interviewing these kids, and they love that. So anyways, that's just there for you guys to see this. So once everything was kind of starting to come together, the students recorded a trailer, and I'm going to play this for you because it's only like 30 seconds. But they wrote everything, guys. They wrote their scripts. They recorded everything. Everything is student owned here. And so I'm going to play this for you guys. So as you guys can see, as I pull up this anchor, they are published on 8 different platforms, I guess, so to speak. And I even put it up on my TV. I held up my Alexa remote and I said, play the Way of the Day podcast. And sure enough, it played. And I was like, that is so cool. So
12 kids, 2 microphones, 1 vision. Here at Beechwood, we have a bunch of different words that we live and act by. These are called the Beechwood Way. Beechwood represents these words every day. Now, we are bringing them to you. Resilience, pride, growth, excellence, fearlessness, and so many more. Just tune in for the Beechwood Way of the Day podcast to hear them all.
Not gonna lie, when I first heard that, my eyes just teared up because I thought, this is exactly what Jen and I wanted when we went to KISTI the year before. This is exactly what we envisioned, and it was just so amazing to see it come to fruition. So we pushed out that trailer about, I don't know, the week before the first episode got published. So that way it would get the community hyped up to listen. So as we said, the students went into classrooms and interviewed kids, and when the podcast episodes would be published, we would listen to it in our classrooms with our students, which is kind of a nice thing too, because it was a great listening activity for my students. Yesterday there was a session in the afternoon talking about how to use podcasts in your classrooms. Whether it's through through drawing as you listen, having a guided questions for them to answer as they listen. Our students love this, and they'd be like, oh my gosh, that's my sister. Oh, I didn't know she was going to be on here. And they just love that. And they gave shout out, like they would allow kids to say, oh, do you have a shout out for someone that is fearless? And then they would talk about how, oh, my brother, he fell at cross country and he got back up because that's what you do. And that's what good leaders do. And it was great.
It was powerful to have students from all different grade levels participate. Plus, it helped the 6th graders be able to show, we all know what these words are at Beechwood. And so we are able to say, this is resilience. So that if the kids are able to explain they know somebody who is resilient, then, when you're listening to the main interview question, those kids will be able to understand why they chose that person for that word as well.
So right here this is just their script that they recorded. If you use Anchor, which is what we used, if you record that one time, then you can use that so you're not having to re-record things every single time. So we just wanted to show you, this was, once again, on the Google Classroom, on the shared Google Doc. This is what they had created as a team. This is what they wrote up, and I loved it. So then they would have a main interview surrounding their topic. So for, the first one, they interviewed the band and director, Mr. Brawley, and they had sent out the questions beforehand. So in that way he could think about his answers before they would come. And that we talked about that being a sort of professionalism and owing that to whoever it is that's taking the time to record with you.
We liked, as language arts teachers, we of course love the idea that they had to prepare in advance. They had to know what their word, their focus, their audience, their purpose. They had to know what questions needed to be asked in advance and have those written out. So there was a lot of prep that they learned along the way. We have to be prepared. We can't just go to an interview and just ask questions. We have to know in advance everything that we want to be able to show up on our podcast. And so I, of course, as a language arts teacher, I felt like it hit so many different standards. I loved that part of that.
Absolutely. I'm kind of going to go through this kind of quickly. The students, we talk about in our Beachwood Way how we reflect and grow. And the students realize, like, once they had recorded their thing, they're like, oh man, we're going from, interviewing kids to the main interview to going back to shout outs. And they're like, we need some music transitions in here. So they went through, they sought out different, this gentleman that they had found in this company to say, hey, they emailed him and said, we have this student-led podcast. Do you mind if we use this transition part for this? And they got the ownership of that. It was just great. So editing. The students chose to do, like they did SoundCloud, where they would record the other students or doing their interview through their Chromebooks with the microphone that they had, and then they embedded them into GarageBand. You could also do it through just Anchor. There are different things, but this was what the students wanted to do.
One thing I want to say about the editing. So as we're going to show you in a second, this one student, she really stood out in a way that we didn't know that we needed a leader in this area, but she chose to be the leader in editing, and the technology and the skills that she was able to show along the way showed leadership in a whole new way. And we were just so impressed with what she was doing. She put together these recordings. We included them here so you can see, but she's putting them together so that next year when the kids come in, they have an understanding as to what they need to do with their editing. So we were just very impressed with her for showing leadership in a different way. That she was just very impressive. I can see her down the line doing something with technology.
And what I want to build off of that, what was so exciting is I think she found the leader within herself through this, because everybody sought her out because she's a quiet person, and they're like, oh, she knows how to do this. And then everybody was seeking her out for advice. And I'm just going to play just like a little snippet because of time.
All right, so first, we just opened, you can just open an empty GarageBand file, and then you go to your Finder or wherever your files are, and then you choose whatever file you would like, and then you drag it over from there.
She's so precise in her explanation, and just so calm when other kids would come up to her and ask her questions and never got annoyed. She was incredible. So as we come to the end of our presentation, we know we have 4 minutes. We wanted to take this time to share with you guys what worked well for us and what did not work well, or what we would like to change or tweak. What did go well? This was a student voice platform that we were searching for. It took that student voice to the next level. And one thing that I know Jen teaches 5th grade. And so the students that were in her class, as they're listening to this, they're going, we get to do this next year. And, and they were all excited with the possibility of them getting to do it. My 4th graders were talking about it, that in 2 years I could be in the podcast team too, right, Ms. Claire? So it was just fun to hear. Jen's going to talk about things that we would do a little bit different next time.
Some different things. We talked about possibly having a smaller group. 12 students, it ended up being a lot of voices, which was great, except it just was hard to get everybody and make sure everybody was having their input and how they felt they needed to be, and time constraints just seemed to be such a big thing. So what we would probably maybe next year see if 6 worked better, 6, 7. We also feel like hard and clear deadlines. We feel like we need to say, okay, this month, by the end of this month on this date, you need to have your podcast done, but not just say have your podcast done. We need to have shorter goals along the way, such as we need your intro to be done by next meeting. by next week. We need to have your questions handed to the person by the middle of the month. And within a week of that, we need to have that part done. Your team needs to go out and get so many different interviews from the different students along the way by this date. And then you need to start putting together and piecing together your entire podcast by the third or fourth week, however you decide to do that. I think if we had shorter goals, it might not have overwhelmed the kids as much. And I feel that it would have helped them with the stress of it all. So just things we've learned along the way. I would definitely say shorter goals is something for sure that we need to put in there. And the other is right now with, the COVID-19 impact, they can't share computers or collaborate side by side as easily as before. We're going to have more individual ownership. So we need to make sure the students know. We did have a group, they even put out a podcast after we were home. They said, are we still able to do this? And we said, absolutely. You're going to have to find a new way to do this. And so they had to use their own leadership skills and figure out ways from home how to continue putting on the podcast and the elements that they had not yet done. And so they learned to collaborate digitally. So just different things we're learning along the way that we would tweak and change. I see we are down to only a minute left. If there are any questions, if you guys, need to know anything, you have our Twitter handles, you have our emails on there, let us know. We are only 1 year in, so we have a lot to figure out ourselves, but we would love to help you.
We found that this was a great way for our students to take over the narrative of our school and know that you can do this in different ways. You could do a podcast like yesterday's session. They talked about all the different ways that you could have it done within the curriculum too. But if you have any questions, we'd be glad to help you. Thank you guys for coming and having us.
You all have the wheels turning in that chat. I'm just seeing brainstorming and people are pumped. So thank you so much. And when you guys played that little snippet of the student teaser, I got chills. It's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you all so much. What an awesome session. So it is 10:30. We are now halfway between our morning keynote starting and the afternoon keynote starting. So we're going to take a 1 minute. I play a lot of online games, so we call it a bio break. But if you need refreshment, you need to go to the restroom, we're going to put on some music. We're going to jam to some Tweet Beam, and we will be back here in just a second. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back. I am super excited to announce our next person coming on the stage. Please give it up for Trinity Walsh as she talks to us about Schoology, Facebook, Twitter, school counselors, and college and career exploration. Trinity, welcome.
Hi.
The stage is all yours whenever you want it.
Okay. All right. So, I'm going to kind of be all over the place a little bit today. I am the college and career counselor at Highlands High School. And just like everybody else, when, mid-March came, my world was turned upside down as well. And being a counselor turned very odd. Trying to figure out how to connect with kids. We don't really have classes, so what do we need to do with them? How do we communicate with them and their parents? And then for anybody that's a high school person out there, You know, you probably know that AP kind of went all janky, and we had all kinds of crazy stuff going on with AP. So we had to figure out how were we going to communicate with our kids and families regarding AP, because that was totally different. So I'm just going to show you some resources here. I don't know that I'm going to show you anything mind-blowing, new, and innovative, but I'm going to show you kind of what we did, and maybe it might spark some ideas of some things that you might want to use in the future, whether you're on NTI, remote learning, or in class. Because I think some of the things that we did, we're going to be able to carry over into this school year, even if we're face-to-face or not. And it's going to help us communicate better with our families. So it was a good experience in that aspect. So I'm going to share my screen with you here, because I'm going to kind of be all over the place here. And I don't really have a presentation. I'm just going to show you this. Alright. Okay. So, all right. Okay, I'm getting an error that it will not let me share my screen.
Oh no, can you try again? Are you using Chrome browser as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I keep saying, sorry, an error has occurred when screen sharing.
Let's see. I'm wondering if Matt can play music, if you can go out and then come back in, and then maybe it will work next time.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Let's take a little break here.
All right, yes. Matt, you ready?
I am ready. Let's go.
Awesome.
All right, I'm going to exit. I'll be back.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, let's get some music going. Here we go. Waiting to get going again, if you want to tweet something that you've taken from today, some gratitude to a presenter, or just some great insights that you're going to take into the 2020-2021 school year, go ahead and do that. Make sure you hashtag it, hashtag KYGoDigital. I'm sorry, I'm getting more music going now. Here we go. In the chat, let us know what you're looking forward to most about your first week of school, be it virtual or in person. Oh, hey, there we go, Trinity. Are we back?
I think I'm back.
Yay! All right, I was running out of bad dance move.
Okay, let's see. How do I get... Now I got to figure out how to put everything from Safari into this. Okay, so, all right, I'm back. So I have, all right, so we're going to start with Schoology here, and I had all my stuff opened up, so now I'm going to have to reopen it all again. But that's okay. It's all good. It's all good.
I think if you minimize your Safari screen, we should be able to see it.
Okay. So.
Yeah, I gotcha.
We're good. We're good. Yay.
Okay. Good. Okay. So now you can see everything here.
Yes. It looks awesome. Thank
You can see
you.
all my Chrome things. Great.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay. So here we go. All right. So back to what I was talking about. Okay. So AP, that was something that we had to learn how to communicate with our kids very remotely and get them a lot of information because College Board was changing things, I would say, not even daily, but sometimes hourly about what they were doing. And one of the things that we ended up creating, which I think I'm going to use for AP in the future, and then probably a lot of other groups, is we started creating a Schoology group. That way we could communicate with our kids a little bit more succinctly, and we didn't send a million emails, and we didn't have to send a million messages to them. And it was kind of all in one place. So what we ended up doing was I ran an ad hoc out of Infinite Campus for our district technology coordinator, and from that she created a group for me. So the technology part of that, of creating the Schoology group, that is beyond my technical expertise, but it can be done. So I know that you can run ad hocs out of Infinite Campus, and if you are a Schoology user school, you can give that information to hopefully somebody who knows how to create these groups. So if you see from this group here, I have 400 members in this group. So this was every kid that was in the class, in an AP class, and this was also all of the teachers. So the teachers that were teaching these classes could also see what I was communicating to the kids. So we were all on the same page. So this was a great feature for us. I was going in there pretty much every single day and giving them tips and tricks and giving them information about what they should be looking for on their College Board accounts, where they can find their e-tickets, information about Q&A sessions, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit here in a few minutes. But this was kind of like pictures of screens, what they should be looking like, what things should look like when they logged into their account. Now, I was a little bit lucky on this because I have a daughter who is in an AP class, so I was able to have her log into her account and I could take screenshots and so I could post these types of things. So I was a little bit lucky in that aspect, but I have lots of really great kids and I'm sure they would have provided me screenshots if I needed things. The other thing that I did in this group, which was super helpful, was having all of these resources. So I was able to basically anything that AP sent to us, or anything that I had created for them in regards to AP, I was able to put it into all of these resources. So the kids that did AP tests had to do an exam demo. So this kind of gave them the link of where to go to do that demo. Some testing guides, a checklist, all of these different things that that they would need. And it was really helpful to put everything in kind of a one-stop shop. Again, we didn't have to continuously send out a bunch of emails. It was all there. And once the kids realized this is where everything was, it was super helpful. They were able to kind of just check in one place and they didn't have to kind of scour all over the place. Another thing that I did, and nobody ever posted anything on here, but I did have a lot of questions that were just sent to me message-wise, or teachers were getting messages, but I created the discussion board where the kids could put the questions that they had so they could see the answers from each other, but it didn't really take off. I think they were kind of overwhelmed by the whole process, and just adding this other layer here was kind of difficult for them, but that's okay. In future years, being able to add that discussion board there so they can see kind of what is happening and what other kids might have questions about would be really helpful. So I think moving forward with AP and then some of the other larger things that we do throughout the year, some of the other testing and where we need to communicate with a lot of kids at once, I think this is the way I'm going to go. I'm going to create a group for our dual credit kids because I'm constantly like grabbing them or sending them messages one at a time or in little class groups. And so I think if I put everything here in one Schoology group, then they'll be able to find everything a lot easier. So I think this is just an idea of something that you can do with Schoology groups that might be helpful to you. Again, not groundbreaking, but it was something that was really helpful to us during the NTI process and being able to communicate with a lot of kids and a lot of teachers really quickly. The next thing is we did a lot of newsletters, and I've done newsletters in the past in a variety of different ways, but I think we finally found a system that really kind of works for us. So I think this is something that might be potentially something that could be interesting for you. We started using Google Docs for our newsletters, and I'm sure there also might be like way better systems. And if anybody has something that works awesome for you and you want to tell me about it, that'd be great. But this worked really well for us because everything was kind of live. So every week, starting the week of that we went on NTI, I was putting together a newsletter and I was sending out every Wednesday. So, like I've got a couple examples here. We were doing weekly check-ins with our kids. So we wanted to see how they were doing. And so there was this link here that they could go to, and they could tell us about, you know, how they were feeling during NTI and if they needed any assistance. So it was very easy. It was their first and last name, what the date was that they were filling it out. And we were talking about like self-care. How are you sleeping? You know, compared to normal, you know, before NTI, how are they eating? How are they doing with family food supplies? Because we know that some families, especially the parents, may not want to reach out and ask for help. So the kids might be a little bit more honest with us and say, like, we're struggling, we need some help. Just how are they feeling? How are things going in general? And if they have any other questions or anything else they want to share with their counselor, how's their family being affected? And we left it very wide open because we didn't want to ask specific questions and direct them in any way, but if they were having some issues at home with education or financially because somebody had lost a job or whatever, this was a good quick check-in for us. And then how do they want us to contact them? And we use Teams and Schoology messages a lot. And we did, even though it says Teams message, we did messages, but we also did a lot of one-on-one video conferences with kids. So, and then we left our email addresses if they didn't want to fill out a form and they wanted to send us an email. But we sent that out every single week. Kids didn't have to fill it out. It really was just, a quick check-in. But we did have a lot of kids filling it out. And a lot of times it was, life is good, I'm okay, no big deal. But we did get a hold of some kids that were having some issues, and that was really helpful to us. So again, when we can't see them or we don't have teachers reporting to us because they seem off in class, this was a good way to do that. Then we started talking about college stuff, going test optional. I'm going to talk a little bit about that here in a few minutes, and some resources, because we had a lot of parents, especially parents of juniors, who were starting to worry about next year, this coming school year, with their seniors and what to do. So we started kind of posting that information there. And even though we had the AP Schoology group, we were still putting updates here because the newsletter, I'm sure you're not surprised by this, but also a lot of times, mostly the parents were reading some of this. So this was giving them some of that information because they weren't checking the Schoology information. So this was a lot of information about that. We started talking about testing updates with SAT and ACT because, again, this was all stuff that they were concerned about. And then we talked about mindfulness and stress stuff. And we kind of went from there. And then we also had this NTI daily planner because there were some kids that, needed something to help them organize themselves. And during one of the first newsletters, because this was like in April that this was sent out, this was towards the top. But we put this on every week so they could go through it and they could save it if they wanted to help them kind of organize themselves. So that was there. So we tried to put a lot of helpful tools into our newsletters each week to make sure that they were okay. One of the other things that happened during NTI, unfortunately, is we had a student who passed away. We had a couple students that passed away unexpectedly. So that was a really difficult thing for us to navigate. So we tried to give them some resources. For grief, we reached out to kids that we knew that were connected to those students that passed away. And so we kind of tried to touch on that here in this newsletter as well to get them information. And then, we have a great Facebook group that our parents have started. And I say great because sometimes it's fantastic getting information and sometimes it's just, a resource for people to complain, but that's okay. But one of the things is there was this Adopt a Senior thing that happened where they wanted to make sure that all the seniors, got some recognition. And so, we helped to advertise that as well. If parents wanted to adopt seniors, to get them little gifts along the way. So our newsletters were really helpful. And then we also did a special edition update for AP with all of the updated information and the schedule and things like that. And that one was really targeted mostly at the parents more than the students so that they could see what was happening. So our newsletters were things that were really helpful and very important to us during this time because people could kind of react to them. The reason that I liked using Google Docs versus Word and emailing it or whatever is it was live. So if I realized I had made a mistake, I could go and fix something, or if something changed, I could make an addition to it, or if I was aware of like any additional websites or resources, I could throw those in there, and parents by the end kind of realized that it was a living document. So from week to week, they might check it a couple times because there might have been a couple different changes here or there. So that's what I liked about using this as our newsletter format, just because I can make it living, and in a time where things were changing from minute to minute, that was really, really helpful to us. So moving on to the next thing that our office did is we had to move to a lot of virtual things as everybody else did. And so we at our school have a film and broadcasting class, and they have a YouTube channel, and they were very, very helpful to us to producing and putting together a lot of things online. So one of the things that we did online was our senior awards night. You know, we were already doing some really interesting things with graduation. So what we did for our senior awards night is we contacted all of our presenters and we asked them if they wanted to present, and we gave them a 2-minute limit to make a video. We did this in a Google form, and then they had to upload their video in that Google form. So that was the way I collected everything. Once I had it, then I put it together, and I put it together using iMovie. Now, I did it using iMovie because I was comfortable with that format. You know, I'm sure that there are a lot of other things that I could have used to put it together, but this was something that I could do pretty easily with the clips that I had, and I knew how to use it so that it didn't take me forever to put this together. But it was an hour and 30 minutes basically that we presented our senior awards, and I'm just going to show you a little bit of what we did because we also had some student participation as well.
Trinity, we're not hearing any sound. I'm not sure if there's supposed to be some with it or not. But
There is, of course there is. So, and you're not hearing it, and I hear it on my end. So, but that was our senior award. So pretend that it was lovely narration right there. So, boy, this is like the theme of my day here. Okay, no lottery tickets purchased today. Okay, so, but after we did the awards, I don't know about a lot of other schools, but our awards, senior awards, sometimes last maybe 3 hours long, and is very long. After doing it this way, we had a lot of positive feedback from parents that were like, oh, I loved being able to watch it at home, and it was only an hour and a half, and this is really great. So I don't know that we necessarily are going to do it this coming year if we have the time, but it may be something that we might investigate with some of our things, is to move to a more virtual format because people seem to really like it. So, and if anybody has any questions about that, I'm happy to answer them. I know I'm running short on time because we had so many technical issues. So I'm going to pop on over to some college stuff and just give you some information because if you don't know about this stuff, these are really, really helpful resources, and I just keep collecting them. There is this website. It's called joinpac.app, and it gives you a list of college reopening plans and what colleges are going online and how many coronavirus cases they have and any sports that are affected. And even if you don't have a child going off to college, if you're a high school person, or even if you're an elementary person and you're just interested, this is a fantastic resource. It's this joinpac.app. And if you click on it, it will tell you kind of what is happening with all of these schools. You can search for your university and see what's happening with them. So if I take, let's see, University of Louisville, I can see that they're going to be in a hybrid status. and then you can see as things change, they're kind of updating what is changing on their end. So this is a really great resource. So this joinpack.app. Another great resource is this fairtest.org. Fairtest.org is a website that has been around for many, many years. It advocates for colleges going test optional, basically. This year, more than ever, there are more and more schools that are going test optional. And right now, more than half of the universities are going to be test optional. And every single day I get more and more lists of who's test optional. But if you go into this website, you can see a master list of every school that is going to be test optional at this point for this upcoming school year. So it's really helpful for parents and students who are trying to figure out, do I need to take these tests? Do I need to raise my score if I'm applying to these schools? So Fairtest, and it has a lot of other really good resources and information on there, but Fairtest is a really great place. KYGoDigital.com is another great resource. We started using this actually 2 years ago, and we use them with VRs, and you can go on and do virtual college tours. So I do a lot of lunch and learns where we'll do VRs with visits with these, and kids can come in, get some pizza, have some lunch, and take a virtual college tour. And I do this in conjunction with our school librarian. So he helps me to set this all up, and kids can come in and click on schools and kind of take a virtual reality tour. So now that a lot of colleges are going to be on virtual tours for the year, this is a great resource for kids who cannot get onto campuses because they have wonderful tours, and it feels very similar to being on campus. So uvisit.com is a great resource. And then lastly, even though College Board has gotten a lot of bad press right now for AP and things kind of going sideways, they do have really good resources for looking up college information. And I would recommend anybody who is talking to students about going to college in the future, because everything is changing with deadlines and dates and test scores and things like that. bigfuture.collegeboard.org is a great place to start. You can look up universities, and you can see, what is happening with that university, and you can see kind of specific details. So at our school, we have Naviance that we purchase that we use within our school district. But if you do not have that, Big Future is a great place to research colleges and a place to go. So I know that I gave you a lot of information, a little bit of time, because we had a whole lot of technical issues, but there you go. If anybody has any questions, feel free to email me in Fort Thomas. I am happy to help you.
Trinity, thank you so much. This is information all of us can use and really appreciate. We saw a lot of love for you and your work in the chat. So thank you again. We really appreciate it. And sorry you had some technical issues going.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be a meeting without technical issues, right? So
Yes, always.
And Trinity, there are a lot of people that will want the link to your newsletter. So if you don't mind, if you could hop in that Google slide and add just a link so they can see what a newsletter is like, that would be
Great.
Huge. No worries.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing.
yes, thank you for rocking out with us. So just before we have our next session, I saw someone in the chat that said, let's see who can wear the most purple. So challenge accepted. I have the KYGoDigital shirt, 1 purple shirt, 2 purple shirts, 3 purple shirts, beads, 1, 2, 3 ties, shorts, 1 pair of socks, 2 pair of socks. It's probably more purple than any grown man should own, but there it is. If you can beat me, I don't know how many, that's 3, 6, 7, 8. I have 10 articles of purple clothing on, plus the KYGoDigital shirt. So I would love to see you tweet at that if you can beat that. Coming up to the stage now, we have Laura Clark, Stacy Kegley, and Meredith Palmer talking to us about social emotional learning. So please take it away and take the stage.
Hey everyone, we're super excited to be here with you today. I'm Stacy Kegley. I'm the instructional coach and co-creator of our social emotional learning curriculum at Valley Shannon Middle School. And co-presenting with me today is Meredith Palmer. She is Valley Shannon School Counselor and also a co-creator of our SEL curriculum. And we have Laura Clark from NKCES. We are so excited to share resources, insights, and a little bit about our SEL journey. And then please note at the bottom of the left corner of each of our slides, you'll find a link to all of our presentation.
Hi, you're muted. I'm sorry.
Hey Meredith, while you're getting our slides up so that we can view them, we're all really happy to be sharing with you some of the key resources for social emotional learning and hope that you'll download the presentation. We've hyperlinked in all of the resources that we have to share and are looking forward to sharing slides. Meredith, if you get a chance to click share on your end so we can see the slides, that would be awesome.
I thought I was working on that. Let me back up.
Absolutely.
So you'll go at the 3 dots, click on that and click share screen.
Hold on 1 sec.
Okay.
Sorry, I gotcha. Sorry, we have all these different variables of different meets. Okay, hopefully we're on the right track.
We're good to go. And then as you present, if you don't mind to turn on closed captioning for us as well.
Yes, we'll do that. Top and large. Does that look right?
Looks great. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that, everybody. And we did practice this, so I'm definitely the weak link of this group. I'll just throw that out there. Okay, so as Stacy said, we want to talk about SEL, and we want to make sure we're all on the same page with social emotional learning. That includes how we understand and manage our emotions, how we set and achieve goals, to make responsible decisions, how to both feel and show empathy for others, as well as establish and maintain relationships.
KDE has developed a page specific to supporting student social, emotional, and behavioral health. These resources are divided into elementary and secondary resources and include key learning expectations for students. You can access this resource by clicking on the link on the top right corner of the screen. In addition, KDE's site has recent webinars, such as the behavioral health recommendations for staff and students. In this presentation, there's information on what COVID-19 stress can look like for students and for adults. You can access this presentation using the link in the orange box on the top right. In the yellow box right below, you'll find a link to Dr. Damian Sweeney's recent webinar for the American School Counselor Association on ways we address students' race-based stress and trauma.
Hey, if I can interrupt for one more time, Meredith and Stacey, if you don't mind, if you can mute your mics, we're getting a lot of feedback on our end, and that may cut down on the feedback that we're hearing. Meredith, you may not be able to since you're sharing your screen.
I was just going to ask you, how do I do that?
Yeah, so you're
without getting out of it.
You're good. Thank you.
All right, Meredith gets our perfect. We can see them now, Meredith. Thank you. Another great source of information on social emotional learning is the CASEL website. They have detailed visuals to support educators and administrators in our work to support student social emotional learning. In this resource, you can see the recommended practices continuum of classroom through to the community. To access this, click on the image itself. Note that for our classrooms, one of the first recommended practices is to provide students consistent opportunities to cultivate practice and reflect on their social emotional learning skills. When you dive into the site, they have a number of current resources, including suggestions for supporting students as we re-enter school buildings during COVID-19, and supports for using social emotional learning as a lever for equity. In the graphic on the right, you'll find detailed information on the competencies within the social emotional learning umbrella, which can help you identify areas in which your students might need additional support and helps in developing age and grade appropriate skills. One really important thing to consider as we plan for instruction in social emotional competency is to ensure our is culturally responsive
And I truly hate to do this, but I know that you have a lot of great information, but we're just receiving a lot of feedback, and I'm afraid that it's not being communicated clearly. So let's see if Meredith, if you can go ahead and mute your mic, and then, yep, so you want to go back to the Hangout and click on, I think that may have fixed it. And then you want to click present again. Yep, turn on your closed caption. And then Meredith, when it's time for you to present, you can turn your mic back on. All right, Laura, you.
All right, great. Sorry about all the feedback.
No.
In
It's
addition, our neighbors decided to cut down their trees right outside the window today. So if you hear that, my apologies. So when you are looking at CASEL's website, the resources that they have to share include suggestions for supporting students as we re-enter school buildings. And Meredith, when you get a chance to pull the slides back up, then folks can see the CASEL continuum. As we're looking at supporting student social emotional skills, CASEL's been doing a lot of work around going back to school post-COVID-19, during COVID-19, and how we can use social emotional learning as a lever for equity. It's really important for us to think about in our instruction, using those social emotional competencies to ensure that we're providing culturally responsive and respectful instruction and avoiding any microaggressions. There's a great example on the slides from the American Psychological Association that includes key definitions and descriptions. And Meredith, when you get a chance, we're not seeing the slides yet, so that'll be great.
I think they can see the slides. Laura, if you click on Meredith's box, you'll be able to see the slides.
I got it now, thank you.
No worries. You're doing great.
So a new resource that's been added by CASEL is a leadership's belief and action survey. And this survey allows you to self-reflect on where you believe you and your school district are in implementing a culturally appropriate SEL. So this is a great way to promote equity through SEL, and it requires those intentional efforts. And really that begins with your own individual beliefs. And so with that, you can result in a collective action. So really the intention of this worksheet is to promote reflection and begin action steps on how your school or even your district can leverage SEL to advance educational equity. This resource would be an excellent either starting point for if you're getting ready to dive into SEL instruction in your school and district, or even as a way that if you've already started down that path to kind of pause and self-reflect on how your implementation is going, and it would create a great meetings of the mind discussion. You can access this resource by clicking the link in the yellow box on the left. So when we're kind of in the process, this is our third year in our building of rolling out SEL instruction. And one of the things that we have come to learn super quick, that when you start introducing SEL into your building and even your district, you need to have some very intentional laid out plans in place to support your staff, your students, and your community with SEL understanding, support, and time to practice and work through questions they might have. So this slide provides some ways that Meredith and I offer support to our staff, students, and community. And some of those ways are providing lesson previews, so allowing the staff to have those ahead of time so they can look through them, really see what they know, what they feel comfortable with. Anytime we introduce something new, like a new form of mindfulness or a new form of community circle, allowing that time to model that so they can see how it looks, providing opportunities for them to live SEL both in and out of school so they don't get that mindset that it's just a 30-minute block in the day and it doesn't exist anywhere else. Offering opportunities for adult SEL. Q&A sessions are super important anytime we implement something new or changes are happening, so the teachers and the students in our community know that they can ask questions at any time. Running staff community circles and staff mindfulness, that way you have that comfort level that, hey, I do this, so I can implement this, so they have an understanding of what it feels like to be on both sides of that table. And then also offering in-class modeling or team teaching for anybody that wants that additional support. Meredith and I are more than happy to go in and either co-teach or just be present to offer feedback, suggestions, and things like that.
Okay, sorry, you'll have to be patient with me because I'm clicking like a mad person over here trying to figure out how to get all this because we didn't practice it this way. Okay, I'm gonna turn on my closed caption. Okay, everyone hear me? We're good still?
You're good. Sound great.
So as Stacy said, finishing our second year in SEL, this is a little bit of what SEL looks like in action in our school. So we wanted to share what this looks like. We do have a video. We are quite confident you are not gonna be able to hear this video, so we're just gonna preface it with, in a moment when I do play it, if it doesn't populate, if you cannot hear it, Stacy will interject and she will talk through it just a bit. And then we will encourage you guys just to go back and look at it on your own time, because it really does give a little bit of info to show you what it looked like for day one, year one, really, at a school that was brand new. So we have come a long way, but I did want to say when we opened Valley Shannon, our administration had a commitment to this work, which is what made it possible. We've come a long way in those 2 years that we have been open. Currently, our SEL is school-wide. It is daily for 30 minutes. Teachers deliver the instruction. In our SEL groups, we try to keep them between 12 and 16 students to ensure the ability to connect with the students on a much more personal level. So this video highlights our SEL instruction for year one. And again, I'm going to click on it. I'm not expecting you all actually to hear it because we haven't figured out how to do that, but maybe I'll be surprised. And if not, Stacy will jump in. Oops.
The best way to engage a child is to start with them.
All right, so not hearing too much noise come from there. So we're going to talk a little bit about what you're seeing in the video. Really, I would encourage you, just like Meredith said, to go back and have an opportunity to click on this. It's about 5 minutes long, but if you're like me, we might want to turn the sound down for that video because it's providing feedback.
And then Meredith, you will want to mute again.
So I'm a visual learner, and what this video provides for me, if you're new to this SEL journey, or there are some parts that you've implemented and other parts that you haven't. So for example, maybe you've explored some basic lesson planning, but you haven't gotten into community circles yet. I think what this video provides for you is a really great, just quick look into how this looks in a classroom run by a teacher with student interaction. The video highlights, for the most part, our community circles, which happen every week and are easily the favorite part by kiddos. So taking the time to see, it offers some of their perceptions on what are happening. So when you watch this, you'll hear from our administrative team. You'll also hear from some of our teachers, and you'll hear from our students, which is that super important voice of what SEL provides for them. And we don't script any of that. Their reflections are real and honest, because if they weren't, then we wouldn't know how to improve that instruction. So that's why it's changed so much over the last 2 years. But I would encourage you to go back when you have a moment and to watch that video.
Okay, so I'm back on. Just to finish up, so that's our SEL video that Stacy just talked about. So this is the meat and potatoes of what it looks like at Valley Shannon every day. This is by far the best way that we can kind of articulate how we pull all these resources in together that we were just describing to you in a very practical way. So this is a specific lesson plan to see what SEL looks like in our building. It's created for our staff and it's stored in a shared Google Drive for our teachers to access each week. Now they can access it, but we don't give them editing rights, which you guys could probably understand why, because one little click or delete and it's gone. So they can access everything. And there's a lot of hands in there, so we want to make sure it's very user-friendly. Each grade level contains different content. All the links, resources, and materials are provided for the staff. We do use the foundational piece of the Second Step curriculum. Although you don't have to use Second Step, there are many other ones that you could use. But what Second Step does for us, it provides the scope and sequence for us throughout the year. However, I want to be mindful and let you know that this is just a small piece of our actual instruction each week. If you notice, in a moment, I'll pull up a live document, but if you notice every day, we begin SEL with a mindfulness activity. And we had to introduce the concept of mindfulness to both our students and our staff in a very slow and methodical way. We discussed what it is, we discussed what it wasn't, we talked about the benefits of mindfulness, why we were using it, and finally, we wanted to introduce various types of mindfulness to our students and staff daily. So I am gonna walk you through a sample lesson. All right, so this piece right here, this is in our Google Drive. This is, we picked an arbitrary date of the week of February 10th. You can see every day there is a mindfulness activity. I will be very honest and tell you, kids are very set in which mindfulness activities they like and which ones that they don't love. And it's funny to hear them. You can see we give some options, like on Mondays, we gave an option for this week, a body scan that's 5 minutes or one that's 10 minutes, because we have some classes that are like, they can't get enough of the body scans. And then some of them, like it is just super uncomfortable and they don't love it. I want to encourage all of our kids to try. We don't let them pick and choose each day what they want to do. We do make it pretty mandatory that they experience each of these each day. And it's something different, because we try to explain to them that we want it as part of their toolbox, because you will not always have an opportunity to get out mindfulness coloring when you're in the middle of an emotional crisis or a frustration. You have to learn how to get yourself under control, and you may not be able to take a moment to do mindfulness coloring. So we really want to give kids many, many tools that they can use throughout their lives, really. So we do like to start our week on Mondays, typically with what we call Monday midday check-in. And it's a midday because our mindfulness actually starts, our SEL is kind of right in the middle of the day by design. They get some of their core classes out of the way, and then they come and have a debriefing, if you will, of SEL, and then they go back and finish their day. It's right in the middle of the day on purpose. But we like to do a check-in. We like to find out how things are going for them, or something specific. Sometimes it's a funny question. Sometimes it's just a get to know you question. We do a lot of icebreakers as well as relationship building games throughout the year, because we want to build on that foundation of relationship building. And we believe that it's the cornerstone of SEL is to really get them to understand each other and be empathetic for each other, and really just build that foundation for them to be authentic in their processing with SEL. Now, I did mention the second step lesson, and that is typically introduced on Tuesday. And we do that. I will click on a sample lesson. And again, everything is hyperlinked right into this for teachers, so they really don't have to do anything other than to peruse it prior to actually delivering this instruction. But second step, we have found, has been a very easy way to introduce the topics. So this week you can see down here in the corner, this is all in slow breathing. This is for 6th grade. And it is literally a click, 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 click at the top or at the bottom. And it goes through a warm up, a video, a discussion piece, maybe an activity, and then wrapping it up. And this is how we spend our Tuesdays introducing the topic, which this week, of course, it's all on slow breathing and the benefits of that. Wednesdays, typically, this is where we pull in those other resources from either Edutopia or Dogo News or Newsella, which we'll talk a little bit about. Those are those real life resources that we want to pull into their world so they can make connections with current events and things that are going on in the world to our kids, and how to use what they're learning. How do you connect it with what's going on around you? So we spend a lot of time on Wednesday really digging into current events, or sometimes we'll use literature pieces to really drill down a little bit into making those connections for our kids. On Thursday, I'm going to talk a little bit about this, and then I'll talk about it a little bit more when we get to one of our other favorite resources. We start our day, of course, with some type of mindfulness activity, and then we jump into what we call our community circle. And this by far is what our kids, and I think our teachers as well, would say is their most favorite part of SEL. We get together in a circle, we build a capacity for them to sit in a circle for 30 minutes. Well, in this case, it's 20 minutes, and really drill down and talk about the things that we've gone over the last 3 days in SEL, and really build in the connections for how to connect that material to their own lives. So here is a sample of that. You will see this happens to be some of the second step we use for this community circle, but really they're sitting in this circle. They call them class meetings in second step. It would be started with, tell us about the last time you felt happy. That's kind of part of that calming down piece, that it's all connected here. So we start with something pretty, lower level questioning, and then really drill down a little bit more into making connections with the content that we've already talked about for the week. But this really helps our kids to process this in a safe environment and to be authentic and to be real with others, and absolutely at some point have to be vulnerable with how they're thinking and feeling. Finally, our Fridays are kind of a mixture of things. This Friday that you see here, we thought this was important for you all to see, because we do have assessments that are created and are used, because we don't want to do anything without assessing our kids. It's like anything else. We want to make sure they're growing in their SEL competencies. And the only way we can do that is to create some assessments. And the way we do that is at the end of each unit in the second step, which is usually 4 or 5 lessons, we create an assessment in a Bitly form. And they're usually 8 to 10 questions. This one's a little bit longer, but it really just goes through. It's a couple quick clicks for them to really, some of them are more personalized, but we really want to make sure that we are doing our due diligence about collecting data to see if what we're doing is impactful. And if it's not, then we need to fix that. We need to change it. We want to make sure our kids are growing in their social emotional learning, just like they are in their, reading, writing, and math.
Hey, Meredith, it's Laura. Just a quick time check. We've got 5 minutes left, so I just wanted to give you the cue that we might want to roll real quick through the rest of our slides.
All right, I hear you. So I'm going to move on, and I'm going to click right through that. I am going to quickly tell you about teaching tolerance. I thank you for that reminder, Laura. And I will encourage you guys to look at that lesson plan. That will give you some really good insight as to a day-to-day operation that we have that might be helpful for you in your building. Teaching tolerance, a lot of us educators are familiar with this website by now because of the more recent events, I should say, in our culture, in our society. But this has an enormous amount of potential to just bring some very rich resources, and it helps to support teachers with conversations about race, racism, and supporting that culturally responsive teaching.
The American School Counselor Association and National Association of School Psychologists partnered together to develop SEL supports for reentry this fall. These recommendations include evidence-based practices in instruction, such as teaching and reteaching expectations and routines. To access this resource, click on the hyperlink in the bottom right corner. Another of our favorite resources is Edutopia. Here you see their resource, video, and blog, making sure every student is known, which is a wonderful school-wide approach to ensuring students' social emotional needs are both identified and supported.
So we know we've shared a few of our favorite resources with you, but knowing the changes that are occurring in our society here recently, in the 2020 school year, we really want to make sure that SEL instruction and implementation is just like any other content area, only in the fact that it can't be planned so far ahead that we don't stay current with what our kids are feeling. So we can't really, as much as we love to be planners, we can't plan this instruction out for the year. We have to make sure that what we do is current and that we are matching our kids' understanding and we know exactly where they are. So that SEL instruction, you kind of have to take a temperature check of your kids all the time, recognize what their social and emotional needs are right there in the present, and then make sure that instruction that is delivered to them allows them an opportunity to reflect, to work through understandings, to discover, to develop coping skills, to be able to manage those emotions they're feeling, and to be able to build and maintain positive relationships, along with increasing that capacity to show and develop empathy for others.
In the rest of our slides, we've shared some of our favorite resources, and Meredith, I'll go a little faster than our script has included if you want to kind of click as I do a quick chat. So the first slide you're seeing is one of our favorite resources from the Institutes of Education Science. If you pull down, they have a series of resources on social and emotional learning and mental health. If you go to Harvard's resource, Making Caring Common, they have a series of resources for both school and families to support students' social emotional development. The National Child Traumatic Stress Group Network have created a whole series of resources on addressing race and trauma in the classroom and really help us focus on that culturally responsive teaching approach. If you're looking to support your students through the lens of trauma and implicit bias and teach students about microaggressions, Edutopia has a great blog, and within the blog are a whole series of resources that you can use to support that instruction. If you'd like to make sure your students fully understand the concept of micro insults, validations, and micro assaults, not just the definition, but examples of what that looks like, KDE and ASCA have a whole series of guidance and webinars that you can use to support your own learning and then support students. Meredith, when we're talking about the social emotional lens, I'll let you jump into Dina Simmons and wrap us up. Oh, we're at 11:30.
Yeah, sorry, it's taking me longer to click and get back in. Yeah, just something for us to consider, and I know I'll finish up my last part. Just making sure that we are being cognizant of our lens. And there's a great article by Dina Simmons, which is in EdSurge, that is very, very important for our instructors, our teachers to look at and possibly read before jumping into social emotional learning. So this would be something that we would encourage your teachers and anyone in your building to look through.
We so appreciate your time today. 3 of our contact information is on the last slide. So we can go over any of the slides that we missed with you individually. So reach out or have share, collaborate, anything that you need to move forward with SEL in your school or district.
All right, well, thank you all so much. This was a great session. You guys are getting so much love in the chat on this one. And really, I mean, this is some of the most important work that we really should be doing with our students right now for their own mental health and for the empathy that it takes to appreciate and treat people the way that they should be. So thank you 3 so much. You'll definitely have some people reaching out to you about that. So it is 11:32. Up on deck, coming to the stage next, we have Natalie McCutcheon talking to us about stuff for math teachers. So Natalie, welcome to the stage. It's great to have you.
Hi guys. All right, let me make sure I can share my screen and all that fun stuff. And okay, I watched the video, but where do I do the closed caption?
Looks good. So you'll pull up, do you have a Google slide presentation?
Yes.
Okay, you'll pull up the Google slide present. Awesome. Then you will go to present. Got it.
Oh, gotcha.
So you want to hit that drop down arrow. And bottom and small. Actually, top. I'm sorry, top and large. There you go. And yes, click allow.
Am I good to go? Yep,
You're good to go.
All right, guys. Okay, so I am presenting on Expect the Unexpected, using self-paced learning to build an online classroom. I am a huge Big Brother fan, and one of their mantras is always expect the unexpected, because they may throw anything at the house guests at any moment. And I feel like this school year is going to be like that. We just have to expect the unexpected and be ready for anything. And I also kind of live by, hope for the best, but plan for the worst. And I also feel like that is something we have to do as educators, is have a positive mindset and outlook on this upcoming school year, but also be ready and prepared for anything that may happen. And so about 3 weeks ago, I accepted a position as assistant principal, and I told one of my colleagues, I said, if I don't get this job, I'm going to start building my online classroom, because whether we're in person doing face-to-face instruction, or whether we are doing virtual or NTI or a combination of all three, having an online classroom, I think, will really be beneficial. So I'm going to kind of walk you through some self-paced learning that I've done in the past, and just talk about how that can be used to build your online classroom. Here is the bit.ly there. If you want to access it, I saw some people that were already on it earlier, and then I know there's a link that you can access as well later. There's my contact information. I know I'm going to go through this pretty quickly, so if I don't go through something as in depth as you need, feel free to reach out to me, and I'll do my best to help guide you through it. But basically, self-paced learning is just basically where kids learn at their own pace, and they're able to complete a lesson, taking more time when needed or moving faster. We all know, as teachers, I may think I'm going to do 10 questions in class today as examples, and there's some kids that understand it after 3 or after 5. There's some that need the whole 10. There's some that need 25. And so I love the idea of self-paced learning, because it enabled me to meet the needs of those kids, even though they learned at different paces in my classroom. And it really helped with differentiation as well. So how I got started with it, I attended a talk conference years ago. I attended a session on flipped learning, where basically kids view the instruction through video before coming to class, so that when they come to class, they spend time on learning, exploring, and investigating the content. One aspect of flipped learning was flipped mastery, where once kids showed mastery of a concept or a lesson or a topic, they moved on to the next one. And I was just fascinated by that idea. So I kind of took some of those components and used it with the differentiation in mind to get self-paced learning. So about 5 years ago, I presented on this at Teach Meet, and Jennifer Gonzalez was there, and she asked me to do a podcast on her website, Code of Pedagogy. And so it's been almost 5 years ago now. And so this, if you go there later, will give you a little bit more insight on kind of how I got started, my mindset, some of my foundational initial thoughts about it. I will say with this, I was creating whole entire units that were self-paced. And after I did about 2 of those, I was like, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of front loading. And I just couldn't keep up the pace. And so I started doing more lessons, because I could do a lesson here and a lesson there. And it was easier for time management and to get it done. But now, when you think about an online classroom, we almost have, I know in my district, 5 weeks before we're supposed to start school. So you could go ahead now and start building your online classroom and think about doing it in unit chunks. So this could be a good place to go and kind of get some insight and just some of my initial thinking with doing some self-paced learning. Also, Jennifer Gonzalez has tons of good stuff for education. So check out her website, Twitter, Facebook, if you get a chance. So I had 5 main parts of a self-paced lesson: pre-assessment instruction, formative practice, enrichment challenge, and exit ticket and self-reflection. And if you look at that, this is nothing new. every teacher has been using these things probably for their whole entire teaching career. So this is not something new that's been created or reinventing the wheel. It's just taking things we've already done and just putting them in a different structure or format. So for me, I always begin a lesson with the pre-assessment because I always tell my kids, I do not want to teach you something you already know that's going to waste your time. I don't like people wasting my time, so I never want to do that to you. And there was times that kids knew the content. There were times they did know the content. But I like to know where they were starting with the content because I would start them at a different place in the lesson depending on the results of the pre-assessment. Usually 3 to 5 questions. I wanted it done in 5 to 10 minutes. I didn't want it to take up the whole class time. But honestly, if you're thinking about using this as an online classroom, mainly for virtual learning, you may not need the pre-assessment because honestly, if you're not face-to-face consistently, it might be harder to use the data. Plus, between summer slide and our kiddos missing 2 months of instruction at the end of last school year, your results may not be as accurate as normal. So depending on how you anticipate using the data, you might want to just not have the pre-assessment section, or if you do have a really good way you use data, then you may want to include it. For the instruction, I think this is probably the most critical piece of building your online classroom. I call it teaching on demand. So we live in such a, on-demand society with Netflix and Disney Plus and Hulu and, DirecTV has on demand. So my whole thought was, if a kid needs help, I'm like, oh man, I need help. Oh, I can just click this button and my teacher will magically help me. That's kind of where the whole idea of the instructional part came, because kids at some point during the lesson, whether they're your best and your brightest or ones that struggle, they're going to need some kind of help and guidance. And with this, you can provide it to them, even if you're not standing right beside them, even if you're not, even in the same room with them. So this is where I had my duh moment. The group of kids I'm talking about, they just graduated this year, and they took a pre-assessment, and I had about 3 or 4 kids who mastered Target 1. So I said, I want to have these 3 or 4 go ahead and move on to the lesson for Target 2. I'll teach traditionally all the other kids for Target 1. And I remember it was a little crazy because I was bouncing back and forth between whole group instruction and the small group instruction. And I remember at the end of class thinking, that was really good, but that small group needed more help than I thought they would. And I remember having this epiphany, well, of course they needed help. They mastered Target 1, but you skipped into Target 2 and they hadn't mastered it yet. So that's when I realized I still had to provide instruction for every group of kid because they're still going to need that instruction. So that's kind of where that came to be. That instruction can be lots of different forms. I typically like using videos because our kids, that's what they consume a lot of. They consume videos on YouTube and things like that. And so I think that appeals to them more. But I'm a math teacher, right? So I love me some good worked examples where I just work out some problems, and I would just get a sheet of paper, work out a few problems, take a picture and upload it. And those were my worked examples. You could use a worksheet, and work out problems, upload it. So it can be as fancy or as simple as you want it to be. For videos, I use Khan Academy all the time. I love me some Khan Academy. It's great for math from kindergarten to college. It has practice, videos, worked examples. So I love Khan Academy. I've also used Learn Zillion in the past. I don't use it as much now, but last night I went on there and logged in and make sure it still looked the same, and it did. Now, to access all the bells and whistles, you probably have to have a subscription of some kind, but they still have lots of videos, 5 or 3 minute clips that would be perfect to use for self-paced learning. Or you can just simply Google them. Google is powerful, so you can Google videos. YouTube has a lot of them, but I would just always vet those videos to make sure, they just said what you wanted to convey to your students. I also like to create my own videos. When I first started doing this, I had a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old, and it wasn't feasible for me to be at my school all hours of the night making videos. So I used my iPad, my app, a stylus. Now I use an Apple Pen, and I was able to make my own videos. So if you have those resources, those would be great to use. But you literally could go in your classroom and teach in front of your whiteboard or teach in front of your projector like you normally would, and just have somebody video you doing that. Here are some of the things I've used in the past on my iPad. I've used Explain Everything before. It does cost money, but honestly, all the stuff it allowed me to do was worth the $10 that I had to pay. So I've used that before. You can import things. So I imported things from my Google Drive. I was able to save and export the videos to other places. Recently, the last 2 years, I've been using Notability on my iPad. I absolutely love it. You can import files as well. The only thing I could not figure out on Notability, I could record things on it and make videos, but I couldn't figure out how to export them successfully to my Google Drive. But this is what I use in my classroom because I use Air Server on my computer. So I was able to walk around with my iPad and my Apple Pen, and I basically just walked around the room, wrote on my iPad, and it showed up on my whiteboard. I loved it. During NTI, one of our math teachers talked about Recorded that she used. So I use Notability and Recorded pretty much exclusively to make videos to help my kids through NTI. Recorded records your screen. So I would pull up the Recorded app, click record, minimize it, pull up Notability, and I would either write on the whiteboard part of it, or I would have a sheet that I pulled in from Google Drive. I would write on it, talk through it like I normally would, and recorded everything I said and did. Once I got done, minimized Notability, brought up recorded, pushed pause, and it saved it for me. So this is what I use all the last 2 months of school during NTI. And then I was able to export it to Google Drive and update it to Google Classroom, so it was great. So those are just some tools. There's lots of different ones out there that you can use. Next was formative practice. That's pretty self-explanatory. It's just where kids practice on the concept and the topic. I called it formative because I never graded it. It was just always for practice. I always use something that was self-graded. So if you're in a in-person classroom, it doesn't necessarily have to be self-grading, but I never wanted to be bogged down walking around checking answers when I wanted to be walking around and facilitating that learning for my students. So I always use something self-grading so that as soon as they got done, they got immediate results. They were able to go back in and make corrections, go back in and retry it again. So Google Form is perfect for this. Khan Academy has practice that was perfect. I just copied and pasted the links. I just click on the link again and can redo it. Quizzes, if you haven't started using quizzes yet, you're missing out on a gold mine. The kids loved it. It was engaging for them. It's so user-friendly. It's really quick and easy. If you have assessments you already use, you can easily go in and type them into quizzes. You can search quizzes and just copy and paste it and duplicate it and use it as your own. What I did all the time was I would search for add integers, and all these quizzes would pop up, and then you can just export questions from one quiz to your quiz and create it. So that's what I did all the time, and I created quizzes in 10 minutes or less. So that's another way to do it as well. And all these allow kids to get their score and redo it without ever needing me. So once again, ideal for in-person, but then also very good for virtual learning as well. This was the part that I added probably a few years ago, probably last. It really allows for that differentiation. As a teacher, I always struggled with getting more enrichment and challenging problems in front of my students, because a lot of the time as teachers, we teach to the middle and we don't always get to go higher or go deeper with that content. And I know in every class, there was probably always 3 or 4 kids that could benefit from that or who was ready for that. And so I started putting in my lessons this section. And my idea was if kids never got to it, it wasn't a big deal. But if kid was ready for it, then they had it at their disposal. Not to mention the fact they could always come back to it later, a couple days after the lesson, maybe in a review setting to use it as well. So this would just allow the kids to go deeper with the content. I use online quizzes, short answer questions, extended response questions, games, other activities. So a lot of us teachers probably have in our toolkit right now, challenging problems, more enrichment type activities. So all you got to do is format it. So you can use a Google form, type in a short answer question, the kids have to type in their response. So lots of ways to make this happen. Sometimes I would have the kids create products. So I would have them create their own 3-act math task, or they would create their own breakout EDU game. So lots of different ways to incorporate more challenging lessons in this section here. And then EduTech is self-reflection. When I did this in my classroom, kids were literally at all different places of the lesson during class. So I wanted a way to kind of bring the lesson to an end, to kind of culminate it and bring everybody back together. Plus, we did a lot of group work in my class. So pretty much every day, the kids sat in groups of 2 or 3, and and they would work together. But I always tell my students, you got to make sure you know the content for yourself, because when you take a quiz or a test, it's not going to be a group activity. So the exit ticket allowed me to see what each individual kid knew and understood by the end of the lesson, even if they had worked in groups throughout the lesson. I think our self-reflection is good because I wanted to kind of dive into my kiddos' heads to kind of see, what do you think about your learning? What do you think about what you've done today? And so self-reflection could be as simple as I get it, I get some of it, I don't get it. And they had to pick one of those choices and tell me why they picked it. I would sometimes do, what are 3 things you learned, 2 questions you have, 1 thing that surprised you. I used Flipgrid before to have them record videos of their reflections. So this could be even more important in an online classroom if it's virtual and you're not seeing them face to face, because if you're in person, you probably have interacted with that kid or you can get a lot from body language. But if they're at home doing it, this self-reflection could be even more important. But I always use that to kind of close the lesson and culminate at the end. So you can use these lessons to create your online classroom. You just basically create a lesson for each day of the unit. And at the end, you have your entire unit. So this structure allows you to transform your traditional in-person classroom into an online classroom. Now, you do not have to reinvent the wheel. This is not like, oh my goodness, I have to develop all new stuff. No, this is just, I want to take what I would have done normally for unit 1, but just restructure it so that it's easily accessible in an online format, and that's it. So it's not reinventing the wheel, doing it all over again. It's, I want to take this worksheet and import it, write on it, make a video of it, and upload it for my kids. I'm going to take this formative practice and make it into a Google form. That's all it is. So it is work, but it's work you've already done, and you're just kind of retooling it. Now, this work can all be done independently, right? Because let's be honest, in an in-person setting, I don't know if we can do group work. I don't know if teachers can even stand beside their kids and help them or be over their shoulders. I don't know. So you can do it all independently. Even in an in-person class, you can, kind of give a little bit of front loading and then give them the lesson, and they kind of work independently and you walk around and help. You can definitely do it independently, of course, if you're home. But then if you're doing it virtually, you can do Zoom or Google Hangouts. And you may say, hey guys, at 11 o'clock, we're going to get on Zoom or Google Hangout, and we're all going to play the quizzes together. That way you still kind of build a sense of community and togetherness, but everybody's still at home. And even if some kids are, virtual and some are in person, you can maybe still do it together. You could even, create office hours or homework time in Zoom or Google Hangout. And that way if kids need more structured one-on-one help, then they can get that as well. So there's lots of different ways to still engage with your students, even though you may not be able to do it in the normal, typical way we're used to. So there's lots of platforms out there to house your online classroom. There's probably more out there that some of you guys are using. I've used Google Classroom for the last, 5+ years, and I really like it. I've fallen more and more in love with Google Sites because it's so easy to create, and you can make it as simple as you want, or you can have all these bells and whistles in there if you want to. So, you could create a Google site for your class and house all your information there. A lot of teachers probably already have websites, so just put your lessons on your website you already have. I know in our district, this school year, we were going to use Schoology quite a bit. I'm not sure if we'll use it exclusively now, since we may not have as much time to learn it as we thought, but Schoology is also another learning platform that you can use where you can just house all this information. And here's some examples of some self-paced lessons. This is an earlier example, and it's literally just a table. This is one of the basic ones I had. I can't even remember. Yeah, from 2019. And it's just different groups where kids start working. I just have a bunch of instructions in there for them to look at. Now, I don't even know if these links are still going to work, honestly, because it was over a year ago. But I would just create the table, stick it on Google Classroom, and the kids can see it. And it would just give them instructions. And then it says, if you get all the questions right, go to group 2. When you finish, put it on my desk, make sure your name is on it, go to group 3. So it kind of just gave them instructions of what to do and where to go. This was one that I've done as well. A little fancier. So I started making it a little bit neater and crisp when you looked at it. So this A, B, C, D just kind of labeled the task. This told them what the task was, and this was kind of the work and what they needed to do. And if you notice, I used their book as a resource, and this was from over a year ago too. I used their book as a resource. This part right here, this kind of in a different font, that was like my teacher voice coming out to them. So everything above that is the instructions, but that's kind of my teacher voice. That way you can kind of make it personalized and still have your voice in it, even though you may not be talking directly to them. And you can even get fancy and, you know, put in a voice recording or you saying something and they can just click the button and hear you as well. You could also do that. But they had a pre-assessment they had to do, help instruction if needed. I had different examples there. I had more help if needed. Here's an example of my worked examples. Look how fancy that is. Literally, white computer paper, jot it down, show it to them. Formative practice there with the link. Extra formative practice. I always like to put more just in case they needed it. Then here was an exit ticket they could do. Khan Academy, more challenging. We had 10 marks back then. That was more challenging for them. And then their flip grid reflection. So that's one example I have. I think I got time for a couple more. Once again, here's another one that I just did. Had the task labeled, had the work there for them to work through, so that way they could just look through it. Once again, all this is a Google Doc with a table. It's not anything fancy, but it still looks nice and crisp enough where it's not all over the place. The kids can still read it and see it. I had each little section labeled, so this is the instruction. Here's your work examples. I had links, and I started doing the links this way instead of having the whole big URL in there because it just looked neater to me. Work examples again, formative practice. There was a quizzes, challenge time. So they have that they can work on. And then I think one more example I have. And so this was like day 2. So I had students down here because what I did is at the end of the day, wherever they finished, I had the students type in their name. So that way I knew how far they got in the lesson and in the content. And I knew who to go back and check on. But they had to finish corrections. There's formative practice 1, formative practice 2. I did a choice menu that day, so they clicked on that and brought it up. And I'm not even sure if all those links work. Hopefully they should. This was almost from 2018. There was an exit ticket they had to do, and then I had a self-reflection. So those are just some of the examples I did. But once again, it's literally just a Google Doc with a table, and that's it. So you can make it as fancy. You can do a s'more. You can make, I use Canva a lot. You can make it as fancy as you want, but it could be as simple as that. So general tips. Go slow to go fast, right? You don't have to have your whole entire year planned out by the time you start school. Because I never had my whole entire years planned out when I started school. So if I were still going to be doing this, in my mind, I would want to have my entire first unit done before the first day of school, at least. And if you just think about doing one lesson per day, that's not that daunting. That's doable. And like I said, we have 5 weeks to restart school. I mean, that's 20 days that I could work and have lessons already done. So go slow to go fast. You don't have to have it all done. Don't give up too quickly just because it seems hard or tricky. It takes a little time. Don't give up too quickly. And then just figure out what's best for you and your students, right? Some of the things that I put in here may not work for you and your kids. There may be more things that you need that I didn't have in mind. So do what you think is best for your kids. Tweak it and change it. Like just me, when I first started this, I didn't even have instruction built in. I added that as I went along. I didn't even have the enrichment and challenge built in. I put that in as I went along because I knew it just helped me meet the needs of my kids better. And then be willing to make changes if need be. I mean, education is all about being adaptable and flexible, and that's going to be no more true this year than any other year. And then find your thought partner. Find you somebody that can help you, that can look over your stuff. I'll be your thought partner if need to. I don't mind to do that. But when I made these lessons, we had a building GT coordinator and we had a district GT coordinator. And I would always send my lessons to them, and they looked over them. The building was a social studies teacher, so he didn't care anything about the math, but he would just look over the logistics of it and the directions and make sure it made sense. The district coordinator, she loved math, so she would actually click on the links and do all the stuff and make sure that worked for me. And they always were able, able to give me helpful hints. Because sometimes when you create things, you overlook stuff or you have it in your head, but when you go ready to type it in, you forget. So having them as thought partners always help me because I will say, oh, shoot, I forgot that. Or I meant to do that and I forgot. So find you somebody that at the very least you can just send it to and they can just read through it to make sure it makes sense. Maybe send it to a content partner, somebody at the district level, or you can even send it to me and I don't mind to look over it as well. And then I don't know about any general questions, and I guess I could maybe figure that out later. I only have 2 minutes left. But just thank you for being here. And there's the Bitly again, and there's my information. So feel free to reach out to me. I love talking education. So I am done. I don't know if there's any general questions. I think I have 2 minutes left.
There was only one question, and it is off topic, but you are receiving a lot of love in the chat. So feel free to go back and check the chat. But someone wanted to know where you are from because they are so in love with you.
Oh, I'm from Kentucky. It's Franklin, Kentucky. That's where I teach. So it's about, 30 minutes from Nashville. Right next to Warren County. I got that country accent, yeah.
We love it. We love you. You are a
Thank
true
you,
rock
guys.
star. Thank you.
Thank you
so
for
much.
being here. I love everything you do, and I'm so happy you got to share. Thank you.
Alrighty, everybody. It is almost 12 o'clock. I'm going to play a little bit of music here, and I am going to say farewell. You can see my fellow DJ, Kyle Chan, the man, has popped in here. He's going to be your DJ for the rest of the afternoon. So I will be back at 4:30 for our closing remarks and ceremonies and for our gratitude circle. So thank you to everybody that went this morning, and please give it up for Shannon, Kelly, and Carrie as they take the stage to talk about digital reading tools.
All right. Are we ready to go? Kelly, you on? And Carrie, you there? Okay, perfect. Okay.
I'm dancing.
Yeah, there we go. My name is Shannon Bosley, and I'm currently the school librarian at Dixie Heights High School in Northern Kentucky. Kelly, you want to introduce yourself? And Carrie?
Go for it, Kelly.
I am Kelly Reno. I am the library media specialist at Frederick Douglass High School in Lexington, Kentucky. Huge shout out to Natalie McCutcheon for her session before us. And look, y'all, this week I was supposed to go see Alanis Morissette and Garbage and Liz Phair at Riverbend, and I can't. So in the interest of all good concert goers, let's also give a shout out to Justin Bathen and Lou Young, who are coming up next. I'm auditioning to be DJ next year.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Kelly, because I said I was going to leave, but I lied. I just wanted to remind you guys, please get lunch at your own leisure. Just you can listen in the background. Don't feel bad if you have to leave and go get some food. We don't have like a built-in lunch break or anything, so please eat whenever you want to. Thank you so much. Sorry to butt in.
And I'll go from here. I'm Carrie Chakowski. I'm the library media specialist at Woodville Elementary in Fort Thomas, Kentucky.
Well, everybody, thanks for being here. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and get started on our presentation. We have so much to share with you, and it is like we were talking in the planning, we could spend an hour on each of the resources and the topics that we're going to talk about. So, to try to fit it all in 30 minutes, we're going to go as fast as we can. Whoops.
And then Shannon, if you don't mind, if you can turn on closed captioning for us.
Okay.
And then you could, you clicked on stop sharing.
I know I did.
Okay.
I was trying to see where I got to do the closed captioning.
It's in the Google slide presentation.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Let me go back. Sorry about that.
No, you are doing great.
We will get there. Okay.
Yeah. You click present. Uh-huh.
There we go.
And then you could click hide on that toolbar right there instead of sub. Yep.
Yeah. That always gets in my way.
I know. It's the pain.
Okay, there we go.
And then if you don't mind, one more thing, because it helps our viewers, if you can go back to the closed caption and click on that drop down arrow. and go to top and large. And then
Gotcha.
click on large as well.
Okay.
Awesome.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll go ahead and get started. Like we said, my name is Shannon, and we have Kelly and Carrie. There's our contact information and our emails. So we have our Twitter handles there if you want to get in contact with us. Please feel free if you have any questions or follow-ups after the presentation. We'd be more than happy to help any of you. So I'm going to go ahead and just jump right in. We have, first thing is CK12. If you are not aware of this, this is a great reading resource. You can use it for digital textbooks of any kind. So whether or not you want to use the entire book for your class, you could do that, or you could just use things to supplement what you're already doing. So you can search by subjects. This is all free. And you can do that. You can search by grade level. So they have everything from grade 1 up to pre-cal and calculus and even more. So if you're looking for supplemental things or passion projects, things like that, you might want to look at this resource as well. So that is just one. Another one you have is OpenStax. Again, this is another free open source, open OER, open educational resource that you can use for little textbooks. So you can by subjects, you can even learn the technology, learn a little bit more about them. It's supported by this university. So again, another option. Close some of those out so we're not. Then you also have OER Commons, which again has a lot more than just books and things like that, but a great searching tool here. So by subject or the topic, you can even search by educational levels, so preschool all the way up to adult education. And you can even look by standards. So there's national standards and some state standards. Unfortunately, Kentucky is not on there, but it does have the Common Core state standards and the for math and English if you wanted to start with those as well. So again, those are considered OER, open educational resources. And if you want to learn more about those, just let me know. I had a great session I did last summer at KYGoDigital that just concentrated on OER itself. And then another tool that I want to make sure that we remember about, it's been around for a long time, but it's great with reading and writing tools, is Read, Write, Think from NCTE and the International Literacy Association. So on here, these are tools that you can use in addition to lesson plans and interactives and apps. So you can search by grade level, you can search by resource type, you can search by learning objective, theme, and there's just so many. And sometimes we forget about those, but just so you can look, and then, full-blown lesson plans that you can use as well. So powerful, powerful tool that is available through Read, Write, Think. And then I want to get into actual resources to read and listen to books. So you have Overdrive as the company, and many of you may have heard of Overdrive and the app through your public library. Well, Overdrive has expanded since then, and they kind of developed the Libby app, and Libby has actually won a couple of awards, even from the American Association of School Librarians Best App list that they put out. But that was built for public libraries, and so what they did is they started to build an app for school libraries and schools, and that's the Sora app. And so it has a lot of features that Libby does not, and one of them you can assign books, the kids earn badges, so on and so forth. If you click on the presentation there, you can click and go to Sora app, and I'm just going to show you mine real quick. So I already logged in, so it remembers it. The nice about Sora is you can use it on a desktop, laptop, Chromebook. You can have the app on your phone, tablet. It all syncs, so it doesn't matter the time that I was reading it. I have Kentucky School District, what I'm a part of, so we have adopted it this spring, right in the middle of, and we're already in the process. Then I have audiobooks. If you're not familiar with that many, that's a summer reading program. You get free audiobooks that will basically forever. And then I also add Kenton County Public Library. They have a very robust collection, and I'll mention it here in a second, but with we connect it with, and so our students access all their materials. And then Kentucky Libraries Unbound. If you're in the data Kentucky, you should be able to get that access. So search, I can search all of these. I can search resources within Kenton County. And if for you, the view that is Kindle or Kindle
Shannon, I
Yes.
am so sorry to interrupt. Seems like we may be experiencing some audio issues.
Okay.
It seems like you're going in and out. So I didn't know if you wanted to kick it over to one of the other librarians real quick, and then we can come back to you to see if we can get it worked out.
Let me see if I can switch over to my came up to school because it was doing that at home, and it's my it maybe it's my computer not
It seems to kick in when you share Sora.
Yeah.
Any source.
Let me close all those out then, and we'll go. I'll try not to go to those links and go from there.
Yeah,
Is that a little bit better?
Yes, it is awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So what I mentioned before was Overdrive has this thing where you can do Public Library Connect. So your students can not only access your materials that you purchase within your library, in your school system, but they can also connect to the public library. The public library where you are has to agree to that. So there are students in Kenton County, and I know in Fort Thomas, they only have to use their local credentials in order to access it. So they don't even have to have a library card. They don't have to have anything like that. And it is also filtered. So they're only going to get what they would get through Sora. You're not going to get adult, inappropriate adult novels, things like that through there. On this slide, you can look for the Public Library Connect, but I also linked to Kentucky Libraries Unbound so that you can utilize that as well, or look into that if you'd like. This is also some other resources for those of you that want to learn more about the differences with Sora. So Overdrive app is still applicable, but they are going to be phasing that out as they get all of the features within Overdrive either into Libby or into Sora. Okay.
And the other cool thing with Sora too is you can also, if you've purchased ebooks from say Follett or another company, Sora does a really great thing, and Overdrive does a really great thing where they will contact the publishers for you and transfer your books in the ones when they once they get permission from the publishers. So you're not losing the books that you've already purchased that are a digital format. They kind of do all the work for you to put them into Sora, so you don't have to even worry about it.
Yeah, that is nice. All right, Mackin. Kelly's going to talk about this.
Okay, so one of the things that you'll notice is that depending on your school library, certainly, you may see several of these resources offered. So it's not always an either or situation. Sometimes it's more of a both and. And can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. I saw the caption start, so I stopped, so I got confused. So for Mackinvia is another e-resource platform. It has a lot of the same features as Sora. The big difference in them is that where Sora will connect to a lot of the public library connections and Kentucky Library Unbound, Mackin does not integrate with those public library collections. However, Mackin does do some of the same things where, again, it's a free app to download, it's a free app to get an account for, but you do have to purchase the content. That being said, what you purchase does, depending on the license, becomes yours for the licensing period. One of the pieces that we've noticed in ebook content is that more and more, everybody still following me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I've got two screens going on. So I've got the YouTube up to watch the chat, and then I've got you guys, and I can't see our slides anymore up there.
You're good to go. If
So,
you want to click on
okay.
Shannon's name on the Google Hangout, you'll be able to see the slides.
Okay, cool. No worries. So oftentimes we have teachers come to us and they'll say, I'd really like to get an ebook version of The Hate U Give. How can I do that? And what they're also usually asking is, and how can I get it in a way that all of my students can access it at once? And that is something that is dependent on, is somebody unmuted? That is something that's dependent on the publishers. So for example, right now you can't get the Hate U Give in an ebook format that allows for unlimited access. And I haven't looked lately, but you may not even be able to get it to where you own it in perpetuity. It may be more of a lease agreement where the publisher, and these are driven by publishers, not by vendors. The publisher is saying, we're going to ask you to basically lease this ebook for 24 months or for 26 checkouts or something like that. And so that's just important to keep in mind. You're going to find that across all platforms.
And with that in mind too, Kelly, I've also taught my kids, I know with Sora and I don't know with Mackin, but there's a preview option where the kids can preview it to see if they like it. So I've spent a lot of times teaching my kids that you need to preview it, not just click checkout, because it counts against our borrowing agreement. And that does help for them to know the difference. And it does save you a lot of money if they're just going to open it, look at it, and close it.
Yes, that's a great point. Absolutely. And Mackin does as well. It has the preview function, and so you can use that. So again, you can purchase books for your ebook collection. Mackin Via will do the same thing, where I have I've got a huge ebook collection, some through Follett, some through Learner and Abdo, and I was able to bring in all of those books from my catalog. All I had to do was provide them the MARC records, and it was basically 2 clicks, and they brought all of those over to the Mackin Via app. There is single sign-on with Google Suite accounts. So again, our students can go in, they can sign on with their Fayette County credentials, and there's no worry there. One of the things I also love about Mackin Via is that it embeds with Google Classroom and with Canvas, as well as other, I think it embeds with Schoology and a lot of other LMS systems, learning management systems. And within that, you can create assignments and assign books. So I'm also working with my English department right now on figuring out if we can, well, actually, I can't say too much about this, but we're going to tease that perhaps in a couple weeks, Mackin's going to be able to offer something that Sora also offers, which is where you can basically lease a classroom set of books, and those will be reserved specifically for those students, and you can assign them directly to those students, which is awesome.
And I'll just make a note on that. Sometimes the pricing is going to be different. And again, it's up to the publisher whether simultaneous use is even allowed. And so if you check with your school librarian, if you're a classroom teacher and you want a class set of books, the book might be $1.40 per student or $6.40 per student. So you kind of have to look at those, and not every book is going to allow for that simultaneous use or class set checkout. So just be sure you kind of have to investigate that a little bit further, because again, it goes back to the publishers deciding this, not the vendors.
Exactly. I think if our vendors could, they would offer as much as possible to us. And then the last thing with Mackin, we are in the process of developing a consortium agreement with Mackin for schools to buy into, and I've got a meeting about that tomorrow, and there will be more information coming out. There was a webinar a couple weeks ago about that, and all I can say is that, again, this will be an opportunity for schools and districts to buy into this consortium, to have an ongoing curated access to a group of books, ebooks and audiobooks that are curated by actual Kentucky Library Media Specialists, with our students' sort of individual needs in mind. So stay tuned for that. We do have a question. Does the Sora app connect with Google Classroom?
Yes, you can. Yes. So there's a lot. Like I said, we could spend a whole hour just on each one of these things. So
Shannon and I have both Shannon spent an hour on Sora earlier in June, and I spent an hour on Mac and Via. So.
Yeah. So again, if you need more information or you want to contact the reps on either one, just reach out to us. We'll be more than happy to help you make that connection and share our experiences of bringing those resources to our districts. The next one that we're going to talk about is the Kentucky Virtual Library. So if our district is not a part of this, I would look into it. You do have, I believe it's until September 30th to join for this fiscal year, or you could access it through your public library as well. But there's a hyperlink here to the A to Z list of databases that they all offer for everything. There's also, we put the link to their Twitter because they give wonderful tips, tricks, and training. And then if you wanted specific training on a resource or a database, I left the contact for Enid Woolstead at KYVL. And then also a big shout out to Jen Gilbert's presentation yesterday. And this is the link to the YouTube from yesterday's Kentucky Go Digital. And she kind of highlighted some of the resources and ebook collections. I think it's Carrie, you were gonna.
Yeah. Then also we have Jen Gilbert's presentation down there, which is really a good one. Yeah.
Okay. On to this one?
Yep, please.
Okay.
Awesome. So again, one of the pieces that we're missing with not being in person with our students for so long is the ability to read aloud and to help bring books to life. And that's at all levels. Our high school students love being read to just as much as our elementary school students.
Absolutely.
And so with that, we have the Kentucky Virtual Library has two different tools. And again, Jen Gilbert rocked this out yesterday. So please visit the link to her session. But Tumble Book Library and Teen Book Cloud are similar resources. With Tumble Books, they have great animated picture books that actually take these well-known children's picture books and they have animated them. They've done voiceover, so it's a live reading, as well as graphic novels. There's language learning resources, and they even have puzzles and games on there. And then there's also Teen Book Cloud, and Teen Book Cloud is the same setup. It's the same company, and instead of the animated books, they have a diverse collection of graphic novels, fiction, nonfiction titles, as well as enhanced ebooks, so enhanced sound and translation, interactive pieces, and then they also have access to videos as well.
So I'm going to talk about some great resources that are available for our younger guys. And you could even pull them out for the bigger guys too. A lot of people know Epic. Epic is a free student use site, free for teachers, has a lot of really great series and books, King and Kayla, graphic novels, you name it, it's there. Couple things that I learned this year that I don't know if you're aware of. Students can create teacher accounts so they can view it all free and set themselves up as professors and teachers. So just be aware that kids can sign up as a teacher account. You just have to contact Epic because it's against their terms of use. And also, I recommend turning off the videos because kids do like to watch the videos on it rather than doing the actual reading or listening to audiobooks. And one thing that I learned at the AASL this past fall was a librarian actually created a 5-student class. One was the kindergarten class student, one was the first grade student, second grade student. Because another thing that we learned was that students are flipping through books to get the badges. So one way to avoid that is just create a kindergarten student account, first grade student account, etc. And it lets the kids still access EPIC, but not as big. It's just more for reading. So that's a really good one. Storyline Online. I am such a huge fan of this one. If you're not familiar, Shannon said it's been around for ages, but it is hundreds of classic and popular books that are being read by different actors and actresses. And it's a lot of really great stories. We use it for everything from Kentucky Bluegrass Awards. One of our books for the K2, Zombies Don't Eat Veggies, is on there right now. Trombone Shorty, Clark the Shark, so many great stories that we maybe use often. The link is above. But one thing I also like to do in my own library is I absolutely love putting these as QR codes around as a possibility for kids to do when I'm done, or when they're done with their activities. So that one. Audible is actually also offering free streaming of their audiobooks right now for students to listen to, as long as school's closed. I always have to put forth that audiobooks are still considered an important part of reading because it's processing imagination, understanding content, which is a skill a lot of our kids are still working on. They have everything from high school books down to beginning reader books, preschool audiobooks. They have even one I was listening to yesterday, The Thing That Happened at Our Town, which is a big book right now. Something Happened in Our Town, it's right there on the top, actually. But great for today's climate, too. But they're very relevant books and completely love it.
Yeah, that's one thing I wanted to mention about audiobooks. I'm glad you said something, Carrie, because I usually do a hashtag of audiobooks count when I tweet about those things, because it helps with students improving vocabulary, comprehension, fluency, inflection, tone, all of those things. And it's great if you actually can get an audiobook and pair it with the print book and have the student being read to on their own pace. And you do have that power of pause when you have the audiobooks as well, because these are professionals that are reading it. So, even better than me as the librarian or the classroom teacher reading it aloud is you have those professionals. And some books even have the mood music in the background, which kind of can help help with the setting.
And I even love the fact that you can change the speed of the audiobook. You can slow it down for kiddos that need more of that processing time, and you can speed it up for kids who are just ready to listen to the whole thing as fast as they can. But it's really tailored to their own level.
Absolutely.
So this is an AASL best pick, and it's actually called Unite for Literacy. It is a great resource for building culture, language, world connections. But it's these beautifully photographed books, and they are very relevant. It has things like who wears a mask, what is coronavirus, what is COVID-19, and it gives the kids some very basic explanations, and it's going to help to build that just language and literacy and processing and all those kinds of things.
One thing, I'll go ahead and Go ahead. Okay. I just want to go ahead and interrupt for just a second to talk about utilizing some of these resources at the high school level that you think, well, my kids are a little too old for that. But in reality, we have a lot of special ed kids that need that lower level text, and using ebooks and audiobooks is a great way to differentiate without bringing that those differences to light, as well as for our ELL students, sharing those stories with them and these resources, and then encouraging them to take that home. A lot of our ELL students in my school live in multi-generational homes, and if you can showcase these resources with them, get them to know how to use it, not only is it going to help them, but then encouraging them to take that leadership role and using it at home with their siblings and other family members.
And what's really cool about this site in particular is that it does narrate in different languages. So that's another way if you wanted to even introduce it to your language teachers, if they were trying to introduce that in their classrooms.
All right, we got to hurry up. We have just a couple minutes left.
Okay, really fast. Rivet is a great free resource, lots of great books sorted by different levels. The web-based Rivet is in a beta testing, and it doesn't have all the same capabilities as the app. If you have access to the app, this is an amazing, amazing, amazing tool.
Okay.
Went ahead and also added some parent resources, because we have a lot of parents who, at least in my experience, are just now realizing what their kids are reading. And so some things that I have used to look at kind of what the book contains or detailed reviews would be Common Sense Media and Focus on the Families Plugged In. I love Common Sense Media. It kind of describes any questionable content, anything the kids might run into. And I love Focus on the Families detailed reviews of the book, because it gives a really good overview. So the parents can read that and kind of be able to talk with their kids about what they have read.
So one thing we wanted to make sure we bring up with all of these resources, there is accessibility tools within each of them. And again, we don't have the time to go in there into each of them, but the text-to-speech capability, built-in dictionary, highlighting and note-taking tools, which usually can be exported to Google Docs or download it, things like that, translation capabilities, even visual. So we can change the signs of the text for visual impairments. We can also change the color background. So for dyslexic students, changing it to a colored background helps with their comprehension and their being able to read it more effectively. So all of those type of tools are available for ebooks and that you wouldn't necessarily have with a digital or a print book. So if you have any questions, obviously we're looking at about time. We do have our Bitmojis here hyperlinked to our Twitter accounts, and the presentation is linked on the main schedule, so it has our email and contact information. So please feel free to reach out to us if you have any needs or follow-ups, or even if you want us to talk to a couple of your teachers or things like that. I know I would be willing to, and I'm sure Callie and Carrie would be as well.
All right, guys, that's awesome. Kentucky Go Digital Peeps, give them a big round of applause from across the state of Kentucky and beyond. DJ Chan, the man, back with you this afternoon, queuing up the next track. We're going to welcome you guys into Miss Courtney's going to be joining us here shortly. We had big shoes to fill this morning from DJ Maddie V, I understand. So lots of costume changes to come. Enjoyed checking out the sessions this morning myself. We appreciate all of you guys being with us. Again, we hope you're having a great time. Don't forget, you guys are going to get that bounce back email, I think tomorrow when you actually get it. And then to fill out that survey, you'll get your certificate for your credit then, okay? We hope you enjoyed your lunch. We hope that you are checking out that schedule to see who all is coming up this afternoon. And again, we're going to keep the party rocking today until about 4:30, 5 o'clock. So we hope you hang with us. Hang in there. Have a great time. Keep the chat going if you're just joining us. Be sure to check out all of the hype there. Lots of love for you guys that were just on. Thank you so much. Let us know who you are, what school you're with, what district, what your role is. Say hey, contribute. And at this time, I'm going to let Courtney take it away.
Thank you, Kyle. I love the tunes. I love the hats. And I am so excited. It is a
I would be willing to, and I'm sure Patty and Carrie would be as well.
All right, guys, that's awesome. Kentucky Go Digital Peeps, give them a big round of applause from across the state of Kentucky.
Castle, do you mind if you mute your mic? I think we're hearing feedback from you.
Is that Greta?
There we go.
Greta, awesome. All right, I was just going to say that I am so excited because it is a huge honor to introduce our East Kentucky Go Digital keynote speakers. Both have been inspirational. They are the ultimate encouragers, thought partners, difference makers for so many, including myself. They have been an influence for so many in their educational journey in Kentucky. And as we here in Kentucky Go Digital, we embrace Purple Cows. Our keynote speakers are two of the original Purple Cows. So we are so excited to welcome Dr. Justin Bathen, who is an associate professor and director of graduate studies in the Department of Educational Leadership Studies at the University of Kentucky. He is a co-director of the Center for Next Generation Leadership and is the director of the Next Generation Scholars Dual Credit Program at UK. Justin works directly with schools and leaders to upgrade the systems that support the learner's experience in school. Big round of applause, Kyle, for Dr. Justin Bathen.
Yeah. Missing like the cowbell. Where's the
I know. Along with Justin, we will have Dr. Lou Settles Young, and she has joined the University of Kentucky College of Education as a program evaluator and faculty member in the Next Generation Leadership Academy in January of 2015. She is now a clinical associate professor in the Department of Educational Leadership Studies and the executive director of the UK Center for Next Generation Leadership. Before coming to UK, Dr. Young served as the Chief Academic Officer of Fayette County Public Schools in Lexington, Kentucky, and before that, the Superintendent of Jessamine County Schools for 9 years. She earned her principal and superintendent certifications from the year 2019. She was appointed to the Kentucky Board of Education by Governor Andy Beshear, and she became our board chair this past April. She is actively involved with Kentucky Association for School Administrators and proudly supports her local energy cooperative. We are thrilled to hear from you all and have you on Kentucky Go Digital, and we can't wait to be inspired by your keynote. Round of applause.
Right, I'm not even sure what to say to that. Lou, what can we say to that?
Not much, except that we're just not cool enough for this event. But we're gonna.
You've got the shirts. You've got the shirt.
I mean, I love it. I mean, purple is not my everyday color, but we're gonna do anything for Kentucky Go Digital. All right, awesome. So we'll share screen and sort of kick off here. So hopefully you all are starting to see the screen here. I'll go into present mode, make sure that we have closed captioning turned on. I'm managing all of our things. So we want to go to the top and we want to go large and it's on. Hopefully you guys are seeing the closed captioning now. Yay, thumbs up. Okay, we want to talk about getting back to
Dr. Justin, I'm so sorry. Actually, can you click on allow and then we will see the closed captioning? Is at the top left hand. Yep. There we go. Awesome.
Sorry. Okay, yeah. All right, we want to talk about sort of better than normal. That's where we want to go. But we can't go there until we first just give a massive thank you to everyone that is watching right now. Of course, that thank you has embedded the last 4 months of insanity that has beset America. Of what you all have done in the midst of that is remarkable. So proud of everyone. But honestly, I'm even more proud of what happened over the last 5 years, over the last 10 years, that put Kentucky in a position to know what to do in that moment. And the reason we had a chance to deal with this pandemic is because of everyone in this room and more than anyone, Kentucky Go Digital. So we just want to first start with a huge thank you and standing ovation. Love, love, love everything that's happened here. All right, so let's get into it. At Next Gen, we deal with that word next all the time. So that's where we want to spend our time today is where to next. Over to Lou to start to take us down that journey.
All right, thanks, Justin. And I just thanks to Courtney for the introduction. We have mad Purple Cow love for Courtney DeRossett and Heather Worrell and Allison Gregory and all of the women who have made Kentucky Go Digital a priority in Kentucky and all of the results that have happened from that. Just enjoy the moment, ladies. We appreciate you so much. But as we think about coming out of the other side of this pandemic, and hopefully that's much sooner than later, we want to try to get folks to stop talking about wishing to get back to normal. We think that we're poised right now, and we have this unique opportunity in time to come out of this better than normal. That has to be our goal. And when we think about that, Justin, next slide, it's really important that we just call it out. Normal isn't and wasn't good enough for all Kentucky kids. Inequitable access and opportunity still prevailed, won the day in Kentucky. Those pernicious achievement gaps continued, and in some of our districts even widened over time. And frankly, too few students made a successful transition to post-secondary. So when we think about coming out on the other side, better than normal has to be guided by the science of learning. And I'm going to say a little bit more about a video that we're not actually going to share the video, but we'll make it available with the slide decks on the main schedule. But what we want to have you think about here is that we've got better than normal means committing to one-to-one deployment of devices across Kentucky. And Justin's going to drill down into that a little bit more deeply here in just a second. Leveraging what teachers have learned from March 13th to May 31st, I would imagine was the most significant time of teacher professional growth in Kentucky and in other states that has ever occurred simultaneously in one period. To pivot from face-to-face instruction on March 13th to emergency remote virtual learning on Monday the 16th was really seismic in nature. So we learned so much. We can't pretend that that was just an emergency response. Instead, how does that inform our work moving forward? And then lastly, emphasizing the needs of the whole child, the social, emotional whole child. So on the video that on the earlier slide, we really want to encourage you to have a chance to watch that. It's by Edutopia. It's informed by the research of Linda Darling-Hammond and colleagues. The research base is included at the end of the video when you go to the link to the science there. But we really think it's worth your time. It's only about 5 minutes, but we want to encourage it. And our takeaways from here are that we know more than we've ever known about the neuroscience of the brain and how the brain learns. And one of the principal priorities of the human brain is that it is malleable. And it is malleable based on relationships and experiences. The brain changes as a result of relationships and experiences, high quality or low quality. But that's how our brains work, and that's how young children's brains work. And remember that they continue to develop those brains into young adulthood. So Dr. Cantor says here, if the children have the experience of adversity, the result is this uneven development of foundational skills like self-regulation and relationship skills. We would contend right now that virtually every child has experienced adversity through this pandemic to some degree. Certainly others have experienced adversity to the point of trauma. And we think coming back into school this fall, we will find a lot of young learners who've experienced this level of adversity. And as a result, the wrinkles in their learning. And those prerequisite complex skills are what we're all about in Next Gen. The next slide is Linda Darling-Hammond, and she reminds us that we hold on to lots of optimism these days. Children really are amazingly resilient if educators have to hang on that word, if they get that opportunity for attachment, for comfort, and for problem solving with a caring adult. We think these are the kinds of traits that our new learning environments in Better Than Normal must embody if our kiddos are all to be successful as we move forward. So Justin's going to help us delve into those qualities of what Better Than Normal looks like. Remember, that must be our goal.
So we want to hit today on 3 things, and I promise I'm going to be super fast on the first one, but this is a technology conference. We got to talk a little bit of tech. The first one around better and more consistent tools. Then we're going to get into deeper and more student-centered learning and stronger relationships and support. I love, love, love this graph. If you don't know it, this is the number of actual instructional devices in Kentucky relative to the number of children. And you can see at that red line is where we crossed 1-to-1. So as a state, we are 1-to-1 But that's not what we're experiencing right now in this pandemic, is it? Like, we didn't immediately deploy a full digital solution that we had prepackaged ready to go. And in that is where I want to focus for just a minute. One of the things we've got to do, and Kentucky Go Digital, is somewhat our responsibility team, is focus on deploying a minimally viable digital learning platform first. So let me sort of explain what I mean about that. We spend a lot of time in ed tech. I'm guilty, we're all guilty. We've been doing it the last 2 days at Kentucky Go Digital in this conference, in love with the latest tool and virtual reality, and there's thousands of tools. We know that those things exist, right? So we get a bit lost in all of that. If you go to any other ed tech conference, you always see this room, right? A normal ed tech conference always looks like this, with tons of vendors. I mean, there's more vendors than you can actually even experience. But I'm asking you now, we're having an awesome ed tech conference today. What are the minimum tools making this conference possible? Well, we got some Wi-Fi going on for most of us, hopefully. Maybe some on cell phones, because we haven't deployed internet fully yet. We've got some kind of device. We're probably accessing the shared deck. May or may not have a learning management system today, not really. And we're all on some kind of virtual synchronous video platform, right? These are the core, foundational, minimally viable digital learning platform apps that we now must deploy to every single kid in Kentucky. And you're asking, so how do you know that those are the minimally viable digital learning apps? For the last decade at the University of Kentucky, we've run online programs that have enrolled students from all over the planet, and it's built on those 5 minimum tools. Here's just evidence of that. This happens to be the dissertation defense of one Mr. Jesse Bacon, current superintendent of Bullitt County Schools, right? So we can do dissertation defenses on these platforms. If we can do that, we could run most of school. We have to get this minimally viable platform out to every kid. And over the last year here at Next Gen, we've run high school dual credit classes through UK on this platform with high school kids. We transitioned in the pandemic because we had those tools in place relatively seamlessly. That's like huge lesson I just want to give to all of us before we leave tech. We're going to leave tech. We've got to deliver these things to kids ASAP. All right, but they're just tools. Learning takes more than tools. Over to my partner, Lou. Let's get into the learning side.
All right, so thanks, Justin. I love these 2 slides, and this credit all goes to Justin here. We need to upgrade the technology in schooling, absolutely, and that's why all of the work that you guys are doing to inform about best learning technologies and ways to get technology in the hands of kids is all super important. Absolutely necessary, but not sufficient. So let's just linger a second on this slide. Here's the message that we want to get out to all of you who are tech leaders in our state today. And that is that we need to upgrade the technology of schooling. So this is about leading learning, not about leading tech or integrating tech. It's really about leveraging those tools so that we get to that malleable brain and we're providing high quality relationships and high quality experiences for all of our kiddos. And so the question then becomes, how do we craft learning systems and equitable opportunities for deeper learning for every kid? And that's what we're about at Next Gen. That's what we've been doing for 10 years now. And I love knowing that we've got a lot of Next Geners on in the session today, and hopefully you're getting some quiet or not so quiet amens from that front. So we have really honed our message. Those of you who haven't been in Next Gen in the last couple of years, we've really honed it into a strong platform that has 2 halves of a whole. Half of the platform is around Next Gen learning structures, and that's what we cut our teeth on, from tech boot camp early on into project-based learning and passion projects and student agency to a really strong other half, which talks about equity of opportunity and structures. So you can Google us and find more about the Next Gen 9 more deeply at our website. But we want to take you through the paces of these, and I want to encourage you to use the chat. We've got some pro tips that we're going to share along the way, but we want you guys to share pro tips too. So let's practice the first one together, and then hopefully we'll get a lot of chatter happening with ideas being shared across the audience today. So the first one that we think is fundamental, that we're really latching onto, is the notion of graduate competencies. What is it that we want all kids to know and to be able to do and to be like when they leave us? Good friend of ours from Next Gen Cohort 1, 10 years ago, Dr. Karen Chesser, has been a presenter here. We've just borrowed her Fort Thomas Portrait of a Graduate as a primary example. In addition to making sure that kids understand reading and math and science and social studies and have a good grounding in the arts and have extracurricular activities in athletics and music and the arts. At Fort Thomas, they say that all of their graduates will be courageous leaders, empathetic collaborators, global communicators, creative problem solvers, and curious and critical thinkers. We believe that that's the real coin of the realm for the 21st century. That's what parents want for their kids. That's what universities want for their entering students. And certainly that's what the workplace is asking for from all of our kids. So grounding in the notion that we have an articulated set of competencies, we think is kind of the fundamental place to start. And notice our pandemic pro tip. So here's where I won't highlight every one of these, but our pro tip here is document, reward, and give credit for student passion projects that they're completing right now outside of school that require independent learning. And that may be something they've done as a family. It may be in Scouts. It may be in youth group. It may be with their library media specialist or their local public librarian if they followed a line of inquiry. All of that stuff is learning, right? We don't have to own it. We don't have to contain it. Just let it happen. So what other pro tips might you share over in the chat about how we can get to these competencies that really matter for all kids? We're shining a light on Donnie Piercy.
So we're heading to the next one. What we're featuring with our Next Gen 9, every single one of our Next Gen 9 components have been in the conference the last 2 days. So on each of our Next Gen 9 slides, we're going to reference to one of the other presentations that gives more detail. So Donnie does an amazing job with sort of the student learning experience. So that's where we're going next.
Excellent. He's a prime example. We love to, since back in his days in Eminence, we love to point people to the work that Donnie's doing. So here we also, another plank in our platform is this notion of deeper learning pedagogies. And what does that look like? And how is that equitable? When we talk to gifted and talented teachers, they tell us all the time, oh, we've always done PBL and passion projects and incorporated a lot of student voice and choice in our gifted program or in our accelerated program or with certain kids. We can't do that any longer. No longer is it just nice to have internet access and a device in the home. We must have internet access and a device in the home. And we must have access to deeper, more personalized learning for every kiddo. So again, any pro tips that you guys would like to share, we'd love to see them over in the chat as we move forward.
And we're having lots of questions about what do you do with kids that don't have internet access? People are really feeling that inequality. And so we're getting lots of questions about that, wanting to know maybe what for you all to weigh in on things they could do.
All right, thanks so much. I'll go ahead and put out there that we don't have any easy answers on that any more than you guys do, except we are finding the most amazingly creative school leaders across the state and the nation are figuring out new ways to get at the problem. Those of you who are in more rural areas, I just talked to 2 superintendents about 2 or 3 weeks ago who have moved Wi-Fi buses closer to the heads of haulers in order to get access to kiddos, or they're encouraging their students on a weekly basis to drive to the parking lots of their schools so that their families actually have access in those areas. I have to tell you that this is the time to pull out all the stops around advocacy at the local business partnership and even federal level in support of ubiquitous broadband access for every family and community in this nation. Other industrialized nations have figured it out. When I was in Australia 15 years ago, there were families with access to the internet in Uluru in the outback. So we've got to make this a national priority, and perhaps that really will be a silver lining as we move forward. Thank you. Another one of our planks, one of my favorites, as a matter of fact, is all around student agency and empowerment and voice. And I will tell you that in the throughout the March 13th to May 31st period, as I followed schools and districts and teachers and classrooms online, students who were self-regulated, self-directed learners won the day. Students who were waiting for the teacher to tell them what to do had probably, at best, a watered down normal schooling experience. It certainly wasn't better than normal. Frankly, teachers who were just waiting for somebody to tell them what to do had a less than satisfactory, watered down, remote learning experience. This is the time when we have got to spend a lot of intentionality investing in student self-direction, self-regulation, and learning to learn. And whatever we can do at the beginning of the 2020 school year, in person or remotely, to invest in that kind of self-regulated learning is going to be critically important for students to be able to accelerate during this time. A wonderful example that we use quite often is this notion of virtual student-led conferences. Those conferences in the hands of students are extremely powerful, much more so than the run-of-the-mill teacher conference. And Justin's, if he were with me, he would be kicking me to hurry up. Performance assessment structures, having kids demonstrate what they know and can do inside and outside of school, making that valuable, defining those badges, and having them share and defend their learning. If you haven't seen, if you don't follow at JCPS Backpack, you should do that to see amazing examples. Professional teaching culture, this is the last one for me on the deeper learning pedagogy side before I toss it to Justin. But again, teachers who have the opportunity to work independently and collaboratively to better meet the needs of their kiddos are likely to have more job satisfaction, better working conditions, experiences, and then just figuring out a way to work as a team to meet their kiddos' needs during this time, critically important.
Awesome. Turning over, a big part of Next Gen over the last several years has become equity of opportunity, and that we have to be able to build more equitable school structures. We heard from Rhonda Cosby yesterday in the closing keynote. I put a quote from her closing keynote down there to speak to. She did not experience a culturally relevant and authentic curriculum in school. It took her a long time. She had to search through the library stacks to try to find a book that had a person that looked like her on it. That is very meaningful to how we need to be engaging kids now. It's hard enough to be coming to a building and not feel like this is culturally relevant to you. As we try to make it all digital and not culturally relevant, wow, are we gonna have a hard time engaging all of our learners? So we need to push hard on culturally relevant and authentic curriculum. Pro tip, project-based learning is a great way to embed culturally relevant, authentic curriculum in your classes. Moving forward, plank number 8 is access and inclusivity to high-quality learning for all students. Shout out to KYGoDigital for having a session on English language learners today, having a session coming up this afternoon on special education students. We have to cover the whole board and provide inclusive learning to all students. One of the pro tip lives down here in the corner is like create kids a great mixtape for them. Record yourself into a podcast form and create them great mixtapes, somewhat personalized to each kid that they can sort of consume, especially for your learners that might be struggling to stay with you through the NTI phase. Positive, restorative, non-exclusionary, equitable school discipline. There's going to be amazing research studies someday about what happened when we went online with school to school discipline. That is going to be amazing, isn't it? Fort Thomas earlier today had a suggestion around doing regular check-ins with kids. We were working so hard during this pandemic to try to understand what's going on in each kid's life and where are they at. We need to keep doing that coming out of the pandemic to really understand before we suspend a kid, what the heck was going on underneath of that suspense, and how can we help? And then our last one around student guidance, advisory, mentoring, college access, structural supports. We had a great session just before we came on 2 sessions ago that I love the sample lesson plan for how to embed social emotional learning into your weekly schedule. Love, adore, go check that out. All those links are amazing. Those combination of structures, that's the Next Gen 9. We need to be focused on this combination of structures because this is how we're going to move schools forward, turning it back. Well, so how are we going to do this task? Quickly, we'll see if this works.
The mission of Kentucky Go Digital is to inspire Kentucky educators
to create innovative reading and learning experiences.
connect us together through social media, live digital events, and conferences, so we can share ways we are innovating and investing in more digital learning superpowers for our Kentucky students. Yes.
We're going to get there through you, the purple cows of Kentucky. Kentucky Go Digital, this is showing us how we go from getting awesome tools into our classrooms to really going for a whole-scale upgrade of our classrooms. We need you, purple cows, to lead on these issues coming out of the pandemic. Lou?
Yeah, and if you will, let's go ahead to RBG. Nobody better to close on than Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Generally, change in our society is incremental. Kentucky Go Digital has been about an incremental groundswell, a movement of leadership by the people who own the leadership in the learning. Judge Ginsburg also says real change endures. Enduring change happens one step at a time. We think in Kentucky Go Digital, that's one child at a time. So happy to have been part of today. Super excited. Justin and I can't do anything in 30 minutes time, so we're just thrilled. If we could close, we would close with Heather Warrell's daughter, who encouraged us to shatter the ceiling, ladies. So you can find that also on the KYGo Digital Twitter site.
We need to go where to shatter some glass.
Right? So
shatter some glass.
Shatter some glass. That's what better than normal looks like. That's a next generation leader. We build schools that can help those girls, those kids, the future, go shatter some glass, and we're going to come out of this stronger than we went in. All right. Thanks for spending time with us today.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. All right. Guys, give a big round of applause, please, 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 out there for being Lou. We appreciate Justin and Lou. We appreciate you guys being with us. Mind blown. If you will check out the hashtag KYGoDigital, folks out there in Twitter land. If you're on the chat, if you're watching us live, please share breakthroughs, share strategies, share takeaways from this. This was awesome, very inspiring, and we want you guys to collaborate because together we're brilliant. So at this time, we're going to get ready to transition with a couple of tunes here and work our way over to our next presenters, who are going to be, Jenny Hogg will be next from KEDC. So here just in a moment, we'll welcome her to the deal. If you're just now joining us in the chat, or if you've been kind of running idle, hop on, let us know what you thought in the chat about that. Give us some ideas, some takeaways. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you guys for hanging all afternoon. We're going to be rocking out until closer to 5. We'll end up with a gratitude circle around 4:30 or so. We appreciate you rocking out with us. Getting a lot of good feedback in the chat now as we speak. Remember the KYGO Digital hashtag on Twitter. Get on there, share, connect, grow together, learn. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Some love on the glasses there. Appreciate that. Borrowed them from my daughter for today. All right, so without further ado, we will turn this on over to Jenny. Jenny, are you there?
I'm here. Hey, everybody.
All right, Jenny. Well, we can see and hear you, and we cannot wait to sit through your presentation with you. So hop on in there, and I'll let you know if we have trouble seeing you or anything, okay?
All right. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, we're seeing your screen share. That's awesome.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jenny Hogg, and I'm a special education consultant at the Kentucky Educational Development Corporation, or KEDC. Today, I'd like to share with you some digital tools to support students with special needs as we navigate this new, as I'm calling it, song and dance that is education in the midst of a global pandemic. I'd like to thank the KYGoDigital team for the opportunity to share with you all today and for the love on social media. If you'd like to follow along with the slides, I've got the bit.ly link there, and I believe they're going to be popping that up in the chat, and I'll also show it again at the end, but it's just bit.ly /newdance20, and you can access all the resources that I'm going to share with you all today on there. So I don't know about you all, but with the life changes that the coronavirus has brought, I really missed people. And so I know that you all didn't tune in today to learn about a stranger across the state. But just, I want to take just a really brief moment to introduce myself to make it just a little bit more personal. This is my family, my coworkers, as we're calling them right now, my team that's working from home with me. It includes my husband, my 5-year-old son, who will be starting kindergarten, whatever that's going to look like here in a few weeks, and then our 7-month-old son. And I've been very thankful for the opportunity to be home with them. My actual coworkers are a group of wonderful professionals at KEDC, which is a special education cooperative. There are 9 of them across the state. And working at the regional level has been so much fun, and I've grown so much, and I'm really thankful for the team here at KEDC and all my counterparts across the state. So some of the things that I get to do at the co-op is train and teach about IEPs and progress monitoring, transition, due process, trauma-informed care. I heard Dr. Young talk about trauma and neuroplasticity, and those are some things that I get to teach about too, and I just really enjoy that. So just real quick before we get going, if you work with your region's special education cooperative, let's show them a little bit of love in the chat. And one of the things about me, just before we get going, is that in addition to working at the co-op before I came here, I worked with students with moderate and severe disabilities. So obviously special education is one of my loves, but then also working with technology is my other. So I'm super excited about the opportunity to bring those 2 worlds together with you all today. So are you guys ready? In preparation for this session, I was not able to do a pre-test. I know we've had tons of people on here, which is super exciting, but there's no way for me to really know the skill level of everybody that's out there. So I hope that everybody can take something away, but I'm going to stick with some tools that are free and are easy, and so you may have heard of them before, but hopefully everybody gets a little bit of something out there. So buckle up, here we go. Before we get going, though, some things that I'm not going to be able to cover. I know it popped up in the chat whenever Dr. Young and Dr. Batham were talking about barriers related to non-technology issues. I'm not going to have time to go into that right now. I'm just going to do some light touches on some of the tools that I want to share with you all. And some of these tools I could talk to you guys about the entire 30 minutes. I know every presenter has said things like that today, and it's true. We've got so many good things to share. So I'm just going to do some light touches on some things just to make you aware. Another thing that I won't be able to cover is are things related to IEP and compliance in light of the coronavirus situation. I will tell you, though, that the Kentucky Department of Education has released a couple of documents. Yesterday, I got the notice. So I've got those linked up on the resources slide at the end. I encourage you to check those out. Those are some of the guidance things surrounding special education and the coronavirus, things that are going up, compensatory education, contingency plans, things of that nature. So we won't be going there today. We're just going to stick to some tools. So 5, 6, 7, 8. And I put that in there because I think it's really important for us to remember that that we have to rehearse some of these tools. So if you see something today, jot it down, go back and review it. We need to rehearse them to be prepared for our students. And also our students need to practice them. So if you get the opportunity to teach your students how to use these tools, it's super important. I'll give you some tips here in just a little while about what some of that explicit instruction might look like. And the good thing is, if you aren't sure how to do some of these tools, we have some great friends here in YouTube and Google that we can always go back, and there's a tutorial for almost anything. So don't be afraid to use that. So the chances are, whenever we wrote IEPs last, most likely, if it was prior to March, the situation looked very different than what it does right now. And so in the last few months, I've been in countless webinars with attorneys trying to figure out what a special education looked like in the midst of coronavirus. And attorney after attorney has said something like IDEA, or our federal law, was not created for this situation. So we're all just doing the best that we can in this new situation that we've been given. One common message that I've heard that we should continue is that we should continue servicing students to the fullest extent possible. So whenever it's possible, I'd like to encourage you to implement the IEP as similarly as the way it was intended. We know that there are some things that will convert to the digital world very easily, and there are some things not so much. So we're all just doing the best that we can, but we want to try to maintain that fidelity as much as we possibly can. So first, let's talk about some tools that increase accessibility. That's the first area that I want us to look at. And as we look at these accessibility tools through the lens of working with students with special needs, I just want to remind you all, if you aren't especially in special education, that these tools are good for all learners. So if you're tuning in and you're not a special education teacher, try to stick with us here, because chances are you've got students who can benefit from some of these tools, even if they don't have an IEP. You might have heard of the Universal Design for Learning, or UDL, and I believe I've heard somebody else mention that today. It's the idea of giving students multiple means of engagement, representation, and action and expression. So giving students options and ways to participate, but one may not look like the next, but that helps us to increase accessibility for everybody. So in terms of technology, I think it's a really exciting time to be working with students with special needs. The awareness of the need for accessibility has increased, and many tech companies have responded. There are features built into many devices, and at the click of a toggle, accessibility is increased in a way that has never been before. I think that's super exciting for our learners, that technology just gets better and more accessible every day. Many educators in Kentucky are using Google Tools for Educators, and many students are using Chromebooks. So for today's purposes, we will be primarily focusing on Google Tools. So if you're using a different set of tools, like if you're a Mac user or Windows, Android, all of that's perfectly okay. There are equivalent accessibility features in almost every major platform that you can use, but today we are just going to focus on Google and some of those tools that are readily available. One of the awesome things about some of our Google accessibility tools is that they're free, and we as educators love free. So a lot of them are built in to Chromebooks. I'm going to talk about that a little bit, and there's a whole bunch that are built into the G Suite for Educators, and I'll talk about those as well. So you can't beat built in, and you can't beat free. So let's focus on that for today. All right, so let's talk about some of the Chromebook accessibility built-in features. So all of these that you see on the screen are built into the Chromebook. So if you have a student who's using a Chromebook, at the click of a toggle, they can access some of these accessibility features. And I won't go into detail on every single one of them, but there are a few that I would like to highlight. So first, let's talk about the magnifier, or docked magnifier. So this is primarily for students who have visual impairments. And so it's an option where you can magnify the screen. There's also an option to have a docked magnifier, and it looks a little bit something like this. So if you look down, you kind of have to look closely. There's a little tiny caret down there at the edge of that little peninsula on the screen at the bottom, and you can see how the top third of the screen is magnified. This is what the docked magnifier looks like on the Chromebook. So you can see there that they can still navigate throughout the screen, but they can see that particular section enlarged to help with visibility. Adjustable mouse cursor is just what it sounds like. So again, for students that have visual impairments, this might be helpful, where the mouse cursor can be, the size of it can be adjusted. So you can make it larger or smaller, just with a little dragging option, you can enlarge that. The next one, high contrast mode, again, for our students that have visual impairments, you can invert the colors to be more drastic, the dark background versus the light. So this is something that your students can utilize very easily if color contrasting presents a problem with their vision. The highlight and the mouse cursor, the text caret, and the focus. What this one basically does is where you see your mouse cursor on the screen, it draws a circle around it to highlight it. So that can be helpful for our students with more significant disabilities for tracking. Also, again, for vision. There's lots of really great accessibility features for vision, as you can see. The next one is the on-screen keyboard. So this one's really cool. It's built in there. You can see it pop up on the bottom of the screen. This is good for students who might need help being able to use a touch screen to type rather than a keyboard, a traditional keyboard. Some other things that are pretty cool about this one, if you have a student with some orthopedic impairments that are fairly significant, that they don't have the fine motor capabilities to type, this can be utilized with eye gaze. So with some of the eye gaze softwares that hook up through USB or Bluetooth, they can look at the letters and spell using that with the on-screen keyboard. It also can be utilized with a tracking ball type device that can be hooked up to the computer, where they can just use more of that larger motor of the whole hand moving across the keys rather than the fine motor of actually typing. Dictation, this is one that I think I've heard mentioned a couple times in the last day and a half, and I'll demonstrate this one for you in just a minute, but basically being able to talk and then see the text come in written form. Here's an example of that in Google Docs, and again, I'm going to demonstrate this one for you in just a minute. It's one of my absolute favorites. This is really good for students who have difficulties, motor difficulties with writing. It's also great for students who have behavioral issues related to writing. I know that whenever I was in the classroom with students with significant disabilities, writing was super, super difficult. Spelling was a challenge, vocabulary was a challenge. And so if they're able to talk, we can get at least some of their ideas down onto the doc, and that's fun to start seeing that writing process come to life. So mono audio is a new one that I've recently learned about, and what mono audio does is it helps individuals who maybe have a hearing impairment, particularly on one side or the other. So instead of taking the audio on either side, it mainstreams it into both earbuds or headphones so that you can hear. This is, like I said, particularly for individuals who have hearing loss in one ear. The Chromebox screen reader is a screen reader that allows users to browse the internet with the aid of synthesized speech played through their headphones or speakers. And it looks a little bit something like this. It draws that box around it and it'll read all of that's inside the box. So there's a little bit of a difference between a screen reader and a text reader. So this would be a screen reader where it's going to tell you about the links, about the images, about all of the different features on the screen. A text reader is just what it sounds like. It's going to actually just read the text, and usually that's the text that you select. Chromebox also has a Braille support, and this is kind of neat too, where if you have USB or Bluetooth capable Braille refresher, it will hook into your computer and it actually will show the Braille of the words that are on the screen. So that's pretty cool too as well, also. And then finally, select to speak. This is what I was kind of referencing a second ago, where this is an option that allows the user to have the computer to read aloud text that's selected in a specific way. So if I want to highlight on my screen magnifier, docked magnifier, it will only read that particular word or words rather than all of the things that are on the screen. Okay. So I'm going to share a few more with you all, and I'm going to demonstrate a couple of these. So bear with me as I go in and out. I'm going to try to stay in slides as much as possible because the first thing I want to share with you all is closed captioning. And I think it's super cool that KentuckyGoDigital has prioritized closed captioning. This is a feature that was built into Google Slides a year and a half-ish, maybe 2 years ago, and it's also in Hangouts in the English language. So this is obviously really good for students who have hearing impairments, but I really think it's good for increasing comprehension for students who are more visual, students that have difficulty staying on task. It really helps you to draw your focus in. Also, transcribing softwares and services can get really super expensive, and this is free and built into Google Slides, so I love that. If you are in Google Slides, all you have to do is move your mouse to see your toolbar pop up at the bottom. You can see here that mine is highlighted in yellow. That's because it's being utilized. It's in white if it's not being utilized. There's a little drop-down bar here next to it where you can choose if you want your text to appear on the top or on the bottom and in what size. So I would really encourage you guys to check that one out if you haven't seen it already. I know several of you have seen it in the presentations already today, but I really love that feature. Keyboarding shortcuts. These are good for students who have difficulties with their fine motor and holding down multiple keys at a time. There's a shortcut for almost everything. A lot of us might be familiar with cutting and pasting shortcuts, but there are dozens and dozens others that we can teach our students. So with the voice typing, I do want to show you all this, and I hope that most of you guys already know about this, but this is built into Google Docs, and I believe some of the other things that we have, other G Suite tools. But if you go into a Google Doc and you click on Tools and you click on Voice Typing, you will see that little microphone icon pop up over on the side. So to utilize that, it just says click to speak, and you talk, and it transcribes what you're saying onto the screen. And it is fairly accurate, which I think is super awesome. And so that's something that you can use for your students. As I mentioned before, students who have difficulties getting their ideas down onto the paper, onto the screen, that could be really helpful in those brainstorming process. Magnification, we talked about that a little bit already, but it's in some of the G Suite tools. Increasing contrast, screen readers. So with screen readers, there are some that work alongside the Google software, but there are tons of extensions and add-ons, and I'll show you a few of those later. But there are all kinds, and some of you have probably heard of Read and Write or Speak Aloud. So again, I'll show you some of those in a minute. Those are really cool for our students that have difficulties with reading comprehension.
Hey, Janny.
Yes.
This is Greta.
Hi, Greta.
Hey. There's somebody that just asked a question that I think would be very timely right now in what you're talking about. And they wanted to know if there was any way that we could save these settings so that each time the child got on there, it was on that particular device.
That is a great question. And I don't know off the top of my head. I believe that whenever the user logs into the Chromebook, the settings are there, but don't quote me on that because I need to check. If they want to put their email address into, or I've got my email address on the last slide, you can email me that question. I will research that for you, but I can't say for sure 100% off the top of my head. I apologize. That would be a great feature. And one of the things that's awesome about Google is that they are very responsive to feedback. So if that's not already a feature that's built in and we say, look, this would be really helpful rather than having to turn that on every time, Google has worked to be responsive to a lot of those things. And I believe we're going to see some updates coming out with Google Meet and different things. So they're listening to feedback, and that's really cool, I think. Another thing to increase accessibility is being able to access documents offline. So this is not necessarily a special education thing, but just an accessibility thing. So this is something that you may want to research if you have students with limited connectivity. You can make docs, sheets, and slides available offline. I believe the way that this works is that you have to be connected to the internet to begin with to make these settings live, and then whenever they take their Chromebook home where there's not connectivity, they can still access that. So this could definitely reduce some accessibility barriers for all students, not just students with special needs.
Hey, Jenny, do you mind turning back on your closed captioning for us as well?
Yeah, I apologize.
No,
Thanks
it's
for the
okay.
reminder.
No, thank you.
All right, so accommodations. So most of you all know that this image here on the left is what the accommodation screen looks like in Infinite Campus. These are the accommodations that we look at. The special education cooperatives worked on some webinars in the spring whenever NTI first started. And so they have developed a really nice reference that has it's blocked off. You can see here on this screen where it has the header for the particular accommodation and a whole list of tools. So I've got this link for you all at the end of the presentation, but there are free tools out there for every accommodation. If you need to be making some of those digitally, there are some ways that we can do that. So how do we teach? What about the SDI in the virtual world? So we can't just put the tools in the students' hands and assume that they can just take it and run with it. We have to sometimes be explicit in our instruction. So thinking about some things like digital symbols, like this little toolbar that you see on the screen with the play, pause, and stop. Most of us have enough experience that we can see those, and we know that when we hit the sideways triangle, that is play, but we might have to back up a little bit and teach those things to students. Also, if you're going to be using a variety of tools, it might look a little bit different in read and write versus speak aloud. And so it's important that students are able to kind of generalize those skills, and we might have to provide instruction for that. Dictation skills. So a lot of you probably text through Siri or whatever. And so you know that there's kind of an art to it. There's a, you tell Siri period, exclamation point, new sentence, those kinds of things. And if students are going to be using the dictation features, they may have to learn some of those things as well. And those are some skills that we can teach. Also, what about digital organization? I was going to show you all a picture of my desktop, but I was a little too embarrassed. But think about their Google Drive or the desktop on their computer as their digital backpack. And how many of our students go walking up and down the hallways with papers flying out of their backpack and out of their books and all those kinds of things. So we might have to be explicit in teaching students how to be organized and how to have naming conventions that make sense and how to put things into folders so they can find them, how to do good searching so they can find documents after they've created them. So just remember that that is part of the process as well, and not just assuming that we give them these tools and they know how to use them. So just remember that our goal is to create lifelong learners and to help students to be able to access their world in order to be successful. So giving them the skills to use technology helps to create empowerment and independence, which is what we're always working for, especially with our students with special needs. So if the features that I showed you aren't enough, if you still have students with needs that the gaps that weren't filled already, guess what? There's more. So as far as extensions go, these are added on to Chrome, or they can be added on to Docs, different things like that. So the first two I want to show you very quickly. These are really good for students with dyslexia or readability issues. Beeline, that's the symbol there, and on your participant slides, these are all linked up to the Chrome extension links. But the Beeline has a gradient color feature to help make text more readable, particularly for students with dyslexia. Open Dyslexic is the next symbol there with the O, and it translates everything into a font that is more readable. For comprehension, we've got Rezoomer, which is the box there with the two circles. That is a feature that will summarize articles, so students can have it in a little bit more condensed form. You just copy the article in there on the website, and it will kind of summarize it for you. There's an add-on for, or an extension for Google Dictionary, so they can view definitions as they go. For reading aloud, there are tons. I've shown you 4 here that are some of kind of the front runners that pop up a lot if you do any kind of searches for these, but there are even more than this. The first one, Snap and Read. The cool thing about this one is that it makes things that are typically more difficult to read, such as PDFs and text inside images, it kind of breaks down that barrier a little bit and helps make some of that text more readable. Read and Write is really popular and it's really good. There's a free version and a premium version. Both will read. The premium version obviously has a lot more bells and whistles. Immersive Reader is a Microsoft product. It is really awesome. It has all kinds of things to enhance vocabulary. There are screen overlays, all kinds of things like that, and there's an extension for that one as well. And then Read Aloud is another screen reader. What about our students with behavior or focus issues? Here's just a couple, but there are more. Mercury Reader is the one with the rocket there. It removes ads and other distractions on a website to make the text kind of pop out more and not be so distracting on the sides there. And then Stay Focused is the one that kind of looks like an eyeball. It limits the amount of time that you spend on time-consuming websites. So, and then guess what? There's even more. I'm going to stop there with those, but there's tons more out there, you all. What about progress monitoring? We all have tons of questions about what does progress monitoring look like. Again, as I mentioned at the beginning, we want to keep as much fidelity as possible with what we originally set out to do. We want to, as I always say whenever I teach this, we want to compare apples to apples. So we want our data for progress monitoring to be as similar as it was when the goal was originally created. We get some discrepancy there whenever we compare apples to oranges. So we change something in the annual measurable goal, then our data kind of gets a little bit skewed. Whenever those kinds of things happen, especially in light of our current situation, there's not a whole lot we can do about it, but we are going to document those things so we can look back and see trends. All right, so progress monitoring systems, this is one of the things that I always had the most difficulty with whenever I was in the classroom, was having a good system that was organized to facilitate progress monitoring. So I've heard a lot of you all mention Google Classroom. I love Google Classroom. It is a great way to streamline some of your progress monitoring. You can set it up for your caseload. Some people have concerns over confidentiality with that. So you may want to set up a classroom per student. You can add paras as teachers or as students to help facilitate that process. And then yesterday, I heard Erica Brooks talk about the Bitmoji classroom. And as you can see from my presentation, I really love Bitmojis. And so I thought, well, maybe this is something that could be used. So if you had your roster on there where you could click on a student and then have their resources that were easily accessible and have their graphs and their data, that could be something. You'll have to take that and develop that further, because I just thought about that last night. Last thing, very quickly, I know we're out of time, virtual co-teaching. So co-teaching, these are all of the types of co-teaching. And guess what? They can all be done face-to-face and they can all be done virtually. Those last three there, parallel, station, and alternative teaching, those are where both the regular education teacher and the special education teacher are providing instruction at the same time. And we can do that through breakout rooms in Google Meet. That might mean 2 smaller Meet sessions. In Google or in Zoom, that might mean that you actually have breakout rooms, but we can continue providing co-teaching even in the digital world. So a couple things to leave you with. Quality instruction is quality instruction, you all. And you guys know that whether it's digitally or face-to-face, let's not get away from the most important things, and that's providing frequent opportunities for students to practice and to provide quality feedback. So if you all have any questions or need anything, here's my email. I've got the resources in the slide deck there. You guys can get to that. And thanks for having me, Kentucky Go Digital.
Hey, Jenny, real quick, one question for you to think about, and then you can maybe put it in the chat room if you have an answer. The question is, are there accommodations, or can you think of accommodations for students who need limited screen time? Because this is a biggie right now. And do you have any suggestions for virtual schooling for those kids that need limited screen time?
That's a great question. I will think about that a little bit, Greta. Thank you.
All right, big round of applause for Jenny. Give it up. Thank you. You are the bomb. That was awesome. So we are going to transition over here shortly to Selena, and James will be joining us. I wanted to give you guys a couple of quick housekeeping items here. If you registered for the event, okay, so for yesterday and today, if you registered, you're going to get a feedback form via email after the event today, okay? So after the event's over, you're going to get a feedback form via email. You must have attended the sessions and complete that form. Then you're going to get your certificate by email. So those of you that are curious about how the credit's going to work and all that good stuff, that's how. So keep an eye on your email at the conclusion of today, and we're going to get you what you need, okay? So again, taking the stage next, we're one stage, one state. We're going to have James and Selena will be joining us. Also, hit that Kentucky Go Digital, that KYGoDigital hashtag on Twitter, guys. We want to hear from you. Let us know what you're learning, picking up the breakthroughs. The chat on YouTube is going crazy. Make sure you guys are hopping in there and giving your feedback. We're answering the questions live, doing our best to stay on top of that. We appreciate all the involvement. And thanks for being with us all day today. So I'm going to turn it over now to Selena and James and let them get rocking on their session. You guys there? How you doing this afternoon?
We're good. How are you?
All right. Too good for my own good. James, how are you, sir?
Doing well. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely, guys. Well, we can hear and see you just fine. You go right ahead and get to rocking.
Okay, I think I'm going to go first with this. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
We see you. We hear you. You're good.
Okay, perfect. Let me turn on my closed captioning very quickly.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. My name is Selena Cochran. I'm the curriculum coach, STEM lab teacher at Porter Elementary. And today I want to share with you some ways that I like to use YouTube both in my classroom and for our school. So on our agenda today, our goal is to learn how to leverage YouTube to engage student learning. You will be successful when you learn ways to access, edit, and assign videos that are content specific to your students. Okay. On this first slide, I've linked some of our YouTube videos to the different objects. For instance, if you click on the stack of cups, you'll see an unplugged lesson of my students teaching how to learn coding with plastic cups. I know you may already have students teaching and creating with videos through Flipgrid and other great digital tools. And utilizing YouTube is just another avenue and a great way to provide students with those leadership opportunities. You can make these videos private and only the creator or those that have been given the link will be able to view. And there's several different short video clips or activities and stations and lessons that happen daily within our classroom with all those different objects that are there. And I share those so that it may give ideas or ways that you can create your own student videos. Personally, I love that YouTube provides a platform that makes it easy to share ideas or lessons. If you click on this Porter logo at the top, it will link you to one of my favorite videos. It's of our teachers doing a dance, the Get Up. And to be honest, these silly type videos are the ones that always get the most views. They're fun to make, and both teachers and students enjoy taking part. And it's just a great way to promote your school and the fun that we like to have there. Now, you may be thinking that you have no intentions of creating your own videos, and that's perfectly okay. I still want to encourage you to create your own YouTube channel. Just because there's tons of great resources for you to use within your classroom. Just a few things to think about. YouTube is super popular, and it's a great tool to teach with. There's over 300 hours of videos uploaded per minute. You probably already even have students in your classes that have their own YouTube channels and are creating videos daily. So my question is, why are we not taking advantage of teaching with a resource that students already love to use? YouTube is full of free videos, free resources. On this slide, I've linked a video up here at the top to provide step-by-step instructions on how to create your own YouTube channel if you don't already have one. It will even show you how to create playlists for your students to see. Playlists are a great way to save those videos that you've seen and want to keep for future reference. It makes it quick and easy to find. Here's an example of a playlist, Planet Earth, if you had that topic. You just go on YouTube and all those videos that you find that you like, you can just save them or drop them into a playlist. And then you can share the entire playlist by copying and pasting the URL to Google Classroom or wherever it is with your students, or you can just pull from these videos during your class time. There are already created playlists on YouTube, such as the Jack Hartman playlist. I just wanted to share these because creating playlists, it saves you time and enables you to share the most meaningful content. You've watched these videos, you know they're the good ones. I've also attached a link to Adobe Spark right here. This is where I customized my YouTube banner, because on Adobe Spark, it allows you to custom the size, that 2640 by 1440. I am going to take you to my YouTube channel very quickly. That banner right here is the one I'm talking about. You can create that through Adobe Spark, pulling in your Bitmoji or other logos or images that you like. You can go to Customize Channel to create your playlists by clicking on Playlists. Add a new playlist, give it a title. For instance, you might just do one on animals, just to do an example. It's blank, and then you can search animals for kids. And then those videos that you like, you can just click on the dots and save to playlist and just click there. So that's just one example. Another way that I love to use YouTube is to upload our school news videos. We just started a newscast last year. We are a Leader Me Lighthouse School, and we have student action teams and leadership teams, and we pulled students and gave them the freedom to write their script. It was amazing to see the responsibility and leadership of these students. And think about all the life skills students get from these public speaking opportunities. They would meet with our principal to get upcoming events and anything she wanted to share. They would talk to the teachers and students and share spotlights. Here's an example. I'm not going to play all the way through, just a little bit of it. Skipping ahead to our students talking.
Thanksgiving will be Santa's workshop. Students will have the opportunity to get all their Christmas shopping.
So they would share upcoming events, any highlights here. Our boys basketball team had won that week with a buzzer beater shot. They interviewed the student who made the shot.
I know I only had 8 tenths of a second, so I had to really be quick. How did you feel at the moment you saw it go near?
And then they also allowed our primary students to retell the first Thanksgiving.
The pilgrims are a lot of people that wear buckles on their head.
And again, that's just one example. There's several more on my YouTube channel. We simply filmed these videos in my classroom with my phone in front of a green screen. And we edited those backgrounds in iMovie and then uploaded them to YouTube. If you're interested in doing something like that, don't hesitate to shoot me an email if you need help. I'd be happy to help any way that I can. Also, I just want to touch on the idea of virtual field trips, which is another great way to utilize YouTube. We have so many students that never get the opportunity to travel or even leave our town. So YouTube can provide a way to travel the world and explore specific places, everything from the rainforest to the desert to even specifically like tour a NASA space station. Learning is just limitless, and this just takes you to an example of a playlist already created on YouTube, virtual field trips. The National Geographic 360, they're just awesome. Awesome channels that are already created out there. On this next slide, I've shared my favorite educational YouTube channels. There's lots of good stuff out there. I love the Exploratorium channel. It's a hands-on museum for kids and a great way to spark their curiosity. One channel I just want to highlight very quickly is Mr. DeMaio's channel. He is a teacher himself who creates videos within his classroom. He creates them for his students and for other teachers. His videos are super informative, but also very entertaining. Students will absolutely love watching these videos, and if you're not already subscribed to his channel, that's a great one to join. Let's see. I know we've heard from this, but I want to really touch base with Edpuzzle. It's a great way to utilize YouTube because it provides teachers with a way of editing and adding to those great content videos that are already on YouTube. You can upload your own videos to Edpuzzle, or you can use already created videos and then just add your own questions to hold students accountable. I am going to take you to Edpuzzle very quickly to walk through those steps. This is my Edpuzzle account. It shows you your classes. So on the far left, it links to Google Classroom, or you can add a new class by typing in your class roster. It gives you a grade book so that you can score and keep track of how they do with your questions. and you have a content section where it saves all your videos that you create. I'm going to show you how to edit a video very quickly, just clicking on the first thing that pops up. You will see up here in the top videos that have already been edited by teachers. For instance, this one has 11 questions already added to it, this one 5. I am going to pull in, I'm going to pull in a video that hasn't been edited yet. This, for example, on the far right, it gives you the option to assign, copy, or edit. I am going to edit the video very quickly for you before you assign it. It gives you the option to cut it. So let's say the video is longer than you need. You really need to narrow it down to like 3 or 4 minutes. You can just drag and drop, take out a few minutes at the beginning or a few minutes at the end. You can also slice it if there are parts in the middle of content that doesn't necessarily apply to your students. You can drag and drop and then just add a cut and then cut out parts that you don't need. The voiceover, it allows you to replace the existing audio with an explanation. So like if you wanted to use your own classroom vocabulary or really emphasize something here, you can take out the video audio and add your own voice in. I don't do that a lot, but I do love the questions. So here, let's say I've watched this video through, he's done some explanations or explaining, and I want to add a question to see if my kids are understanding. Drag and drop the dot wherever it is that you want to add a question. You can add a multiple choice question. You type it in. Man, I'm clicking the wrong thing. I apologize. You can type your question in. You can then add more answer choices. Choose which one you want to make right, the other's wrong. And then you would just save that question at the very bottom. You can do the same thing with an open-ended question. Type in your question. You can link something to it or a picture to help them understand it better. And you will be able to provide feedback and see their answers in live time, which is awesome. And then when you're finished with your questions and editing it, you just simply save it, and then you can assign it to your kids. I don't already have this linked. I didn't add the question, but you would just assign it, choose your classes, and then go through it that way. How am I on time? I've added some other slides that just kind of walk you through that, what I just walked through very quickly with Edpuzzle, step by step, and then the things that you're able to do there. I believe that's all I have for today. I hope I've shared something that you will be able to use in the upcoming year, and I pray that all of you guys have a great school year, and thank you for watching. If you have any questions, let me know. Let's start there.
So good, Selena. The chat, YouTube, and Twitter, they're going crazy on the different things that you can do. And up next, we have Mr. James Collier. Are you ready to go?
Yeah, let's go.
Awesome.
All right, guys, let's get the captions turned on there. First off, glad to be a part of this. Hope everyone is staying safe out there. As we all know, March 12th was a day that changed the educational world for all of us. For me, I was very fortunate when this happened because of the event that was taking place in Louisville. KYSD, I was presenting. So the week prior to that, I had already started grooming my kids to expect for me to be gone from the classroom for a couple of weeks. So when we had to make the quick flip to NTI, it was a very seamless transition, and my kids were the superstars. I'm going to show you how to use this tool, this app smash of Google Meet, AWW app, which is a virtual whiteboard, and Screencastify, using them all together, using them separately. So many different things that you can do with these three tools to make your classroom be functional if and when we go back into NTI. I got the bit link up there. You can follow along.
James?
Yes.
I was going to say we can't see your screen if you want to go ahead and share.
I thought that I had done that. Let's try it again. Hang on. How about now?
Looks good.
There we go.
If you, you got it. You got it.
There we go. Okay. I hit the wrong button. My bad. All right. The bit link up top So if you want to follow along, once the session is over, also all of the links that's inside the session that you will see, you can click on those and go to be able to view those. Some of those we won't have a chance to take a look at throughout the session, but again, you can go back and look at those. My contact information there at the bottom. It's also at the end, so you can contact me if you have any questions as we go through. All right, a couple of things to kind of look at. Students can find every excuse, and this is one of the things I find in my classroom. I couldn't do my homework because my computer had a virus, and so do all my pencils and pens. So just a little humor there. So many students, they find different things to try to find an excuse. So be ready for everything that you put out there to your students. They're going to try to find a way around it. So understand what you're using when you're using it for your students. Make all of your stuff matter. I love this quote. It said, if your absence doesn't affect them, your presence never mattered. This was something that I found was so big during NTI. My students did very well with NTI. And I was very impressed of how well that they continued the learning of the material that I was presenting to them, but how they also owned their material as well. And that was something that it was a proud moment as a teacher to watch my kids as they went forward. One last thing here, the parent-teacher conferences, and of course, this one was probably so true with NTI. This is, what do you mean he got a C- on this report? I was up all night writing this thing. So just a few little comical things there to look at, probably things that we have all seen throughout our classrooms. All right, let's take a look at Google Meet. And one of the things that you can use with Google Meet is there's multiple things that you can use with it. So some of the ways that I used it in my class prior to March 12th, I would use it for test reviews. So the night before the test or a couple of nights prior to the test, I would set up an online session, and students that needed extra work or just wanted a smaller group size to study with, they could log into the session, ask questions. We could work multiple examples. I could present them with multiple examples. And it gave those students that maybe needed that one-on-one time or maybe that smaller group size that they don't feel comfortable with in class, that ability to be able to work with them. And the nice part is that the students can hop in and out of the session. So typically the sessions would last 1 to 2 hours. So you may have a student that can't make it at the beginning of the session or maybe can't make it at the end of the session. So that gives them an opportunity to come in and out. The other thing that I did with these is I would actually record them with Screencastify, which you'll see in just a little bit. And then I could post that directly into Google Classroom or post it to my YouTube channel. And then those students that maybe couldn't attend the session, they could still go back and watch it and look at the material that was in there and go from there. Another way, students on homebound or absent from class. Before COVID, we had students that were suffering with the flu. And typically a flu was it was a week off from school. So this allowed students to still be able to connect from home. I actually had 2 students last year that were on homebound for a significant amount of time, were able to log in from home. And during class time, the same time that they would have had class had they been attending school, they were able to be inside that classroom, just like if they were sitting there in their chair. Now, when we get into NTI, that's when this became another option that I had. I was able to conduct a true classroom setting, so I could ask my kids to join me at a specific time that we determined that we were going to use. And I could present a lecture or a study session, much like what we were doing prior. But another thing that I did with this is I use this every Friday to perform a wellness check. So I would have my students meet me in Google Meet. I would provide them the code for the room. They would check in. I would verify that if they had any issues with homework, how things were going, but mostly just making certain that the kids were doing okay. And that was something that we did throughout our district, to where once a week we had to check in with our students just to make certain that everything was going well. Another thing that this took over during the NTI time, I use it for virtual parent-teacher conferences. So you can't get face-to-face with mom and dad or the guardian of the student. This gives you an option to be able to make that conversation piece and be able to go through this. A huge tool to be able to use too, if you're dealing with students with IEPs or 504s to where you have to have those meetings. This gives you that opportunity to get everybody in the room together to be able to do that virtual setting. And then the only thing that has to be finished up is the signatures on the paperwork once it's finished. So a great tool there to use for that. All All right, let's take a look at Google Meet. So when you go into your waffle on Google and you click on Meet, and again, the Meet icon is just a little bit different than the Hangout icon. One of the things that when you use with your students, use the Google Meet icon when you're working with your students because it doesn't allow the direct messaging when you're inside the chatting. So that's one of the reasons why we stay with that. So this is the screen that you're going to see. And you'll first click on the Join to Start a Meeting. This is where we're going to set up our first meeting. Now, when you get into Google Meet, this is some of the tools. So you've opened up your session and this is what you have. So if you look at number 1, these are your tools that you can control the microphone, the call itself, or the video. If you don't want your face to be seen, turn your video off. I actually had kids that asked me to turn the video on, so I had to show them my face, and I never show them my face when we do a video chat. But believe it or not, your kids want to see you just as much as we want to see our students. So have that on, give them that availability if you use this, especially if we go back in NTI, gives them that option. But the one on the left there, that's how you mute your microphone. If you end up in a large grouping, so say your students start logging in and you get 10, 15 kids, it'll automatically mute their microphone when they come into the room, so you don't have to worry about getting that feedback. Now, if you want to present your screen, you're going to use that box there on number 2, and you can present much like what you're seeing right now. And this is where we're going to tie in the AWW app virtual whiteboard in just a moment. This is how I use that so that my students can physically see me working out problems or explaining how a problem breaks down or so forth, and going from there. And then up in number 3, this is where it will show you all of your participants in the meeting itself. One add-on that I have used it's called Grid View. It's a free add-on that you can get, and what it does is it basically turns it into where it almost looks like a Zoom session, to where you can get all of your students kind of like in a tic-tac-toe board, rather than just gridded up the side of the screen to where you can't see everybody at once. So that's a great little tool. I like to use it when I was doing those wellness checks. Right up here on the top right as well, that little message box, that's the chat screen. So if your students are in the room, most don't like to turn the microphone on and talk. It's easier for them just to type a message, so they can go right there. And when they type a message in, it'll flag that right there, showing that you have a message. Now, one thing, this was something that Google finally gave us once we went into the extended NTI, was the fact of before we were providing a link for our students to meet us in the room. The issue with that was that if the student had the link to the physical room, they could get into the room without the teacher being present. And that created a little bit of an issue of worrying about safety of kids, of going back into rooms, maybe doing things that they don't need to be doing without an adult supervision being present. So when you make your room, it's going to give you an option that says join or start a meeting. You want to type in a specific code for your room. So in this case, I would say this one was KYGoDigital 2020. The way that we determined it, we were going to do it in my district, was we picked our last name, first initial, the subject that we're dealing with, and the number that is after that. So if I'm teacher 1, teacher 2, teacher 3 in your department, however it sets up, so that everybody has their own unique code. What happens is you will give your students this code, and until you are in the room, the students will not be able to access that room. So it gives you that safety barrier to kind of keep kids from getting someplace that there's not going to be adult supervision. So once we get ready to go into our room, this is where we're going to go to. And over here on the red box, this is all of your controls. So this link that you see here, this meet.google.com, that was the link that we would provide our students to gain access to our room. That's what we don't want to allow them to have any longer. We want to use that code that we present. The students will not see this, and it keeps them from being able to get back in there. Now, once you get to this point, this is where your room is now live. So if you go to this point and you say join now, even if you don't put join now, if a student's ready, they can go on in the room. So once you get to this point, make certain to go ahead and hit that join now button, and that can get your student in. If you have a student that maybe struggles with internet access at home, They can still join the class to where they can hear the audio of it. There's the phone number and the PIN. I had a couple of students that actually had to use that feature a couple of times during the NTI session. So that gives them that access to where they can at least get in and hear the audio that's going on with the class. When you come in, you have two options here. Your audio is your microphone. Your video is right here. You can turn those on or off, whichever way that you want to go. All right, let's transition over to AWW. This is a virtual whiteboard, and you can go to awwapp.com. It is a free-ish app that is based off of the internet. So anything that you use that you can get to the internet, you can get this on the screen. I use this through my iPad and then connect my iPad to my Mac and then display my screen from there. But this is the screen that you will see on the virtual whiteboard. So let's look at some things over here on the left. The first one is your color palette. It has 8 default colors, and it also has the color wheel. So you can pick any color that you can imagine and get that color. When I'm doing this with math, when I'm graphing things, this allows me to let my students, if I say that on their calculator they should see a red graph, I can draw the red graph, and they should see the same thing on their screen that I'm displaying on mine. The green box here, that is for drawing tools. So that allows you to draw lines, curves, arrows, different diagrams of that nature using that. And then erasing tools is directly below. You can do a simple eraser. You can do a scissor to where you can just circle up tools and actually cut it out. For some reason, the kids get a kick out of watching the scissors. They like to watch everything disappear very rapidly. I don't know why, but they do. Over here in the purple, this is where you can change your display size. So if you're casting from one screen to another, sometimes those screens, they won't be exact. So you maybe have to move the screen a little smaller or make it a little larger when you get those two to get together, and then it makes it from there. And then if you need to move the screen, you click on the hand and be able to go from there, and that will allow that to move up. All right, let's move over to Screencastify. I'm going to run through this real quickly because I'm running short on time. Use the Screencastify, recording assignments, tutoring assistants, message for parents and subs. But this is something that's not only for teachers. I've got 3 videos here that my students actually did. They performed a instruction of a problem, and this was what they were graded on. So there's 3 options there that you can go in and click on and take a look at those when you get a chance with following the bit link there. Here's Screencastify, the way that the toolbar sets up. Again, sets up mainly like what you do with Google Meet. You want to share your desktop when you record that and then hit the record button. The options, the free version, you get as many as you want, only 5 minutes per video. And you can see some of the stuff that's on there that gives you the $49 version, gives you a lot more editing features, plus they're unlimited. So if you're recording those lectures like what I do in my classroom, go with that. It's well worth the money that you spend. Alrighty, guys, that'll wrap up my sessions. Again, if you have any questions, there's my email address. There's my Twitter account. Reach out to me. Don't hesitate to ask, and I'll help you any way I can. Stay safe, and everybody have a great start to our 2020-21 school year.
All right, guys, big round of applause for Selena and James. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for being with us this afternoon, and thank all of you guys out there in YouTube land who are hanging out with us, watching this live and have registered. Keep the KYGoDigital hashtag rocking, guys, on Twitter. I see we've got Letitia Sparks giving some shout outs here. Miss Courtney just tweeted. We've got all kinds of excitement happening out there. So that's a whole nother avenue. If you're in the chat and YouTube, that's great. Thanks for joining us. Keep that alive. Let us know who you are, where you're from. But also don't forget KYGoDigital hashtag on Twitter. Lots of connecting and sharing of ideas and resources out there as well. And lots of love for our presenters. So thank you. Coming up next, we've got Nick and Rebecca and Melissa, who are all going to share with us and join here shortly. We'll turn it over to them. Don't forget, you'll get an email today at the conclusion of this day 2, okay? And you'll be prompted to fill out some info. At that time, you'll get your email back with your certificate for your credit, okay? So thank you guys for hanging in there. And let's see if we have got Our next presenters with us, Nick, Rebecca, Melissa, you guys here? You ready to rock?
Hey, yeah, I think we're all here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm Nick Brooks. I'm the principal at Wolfe County Middle School. I want to see if I can share my screen here with you guys. So,
all right, we see you.
See the screen now?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. Rebecca, Melissa, and I are going to talk to you guys about some digital leadership ideas. I know that that goes way beyond just principals, assistant principals, and school administrators. We're all leaders, teachers in the classroom, district administrators, central office people. All those folks are leaders. So whatever your role is, I think you'll find all of this stuff applicable. I'm going to talk to you specifically about the way that we use some technology tools here at Wolfe County Middle School to help simplify things a little bit for us. I saw this picture and quote and thought it fit really well. We want to use technology here. We use a lot of technology here, but we don't want the technology to become the target or the goal. It's a tool that we use. So we want to use technology to improve things, not to become the end goal. So I think what I'll show you here are some ways that you might be able to use that in your school, in your classroom, in your school district, to help that out a little bit. Right? This little bit of research here from Education Week says top challenges for principals as reported by principals. And as I look at that list and I think about my time as a classroom teacher, a lot of those things are relevant. So time management, work-life balance, maybe not retaining teachers so much, but addressing toxic employees, maybe not toxic employees, but certainly there are students that are sometimes a little difficult to deal with, meeting students' mental health needs, supporting special education services. All of those challenges for principals are challenges for all of us in the education business. So looking at some ways we might use a digital infrastructure to kind of help out with that. So we started off with creating a hub for all of our staff members at our school. And so this is done using Blogger, which is completely free. And it does take a little bit of time to set up at the beginning, but there is a great KYGoDigital video on the YouTube channel that shows you how to do it. I actually meant to have that linked, and looks like I forgot to hyperlink it there, but I'll go back and fix that on the presentation just as soon as I'm done here. But it walks you step by step through how to set this up. So it does take just a little bit of time on the front end to create, but what we've got now is a one-stop shop. As my buddy Billy Edwards at Mayfield High School, that's what he refers to his as. All your needs throughout the day are right here in one place on one website. And I know we've all got school websites, but how user-friendly are they? And how easy are they for our teachers and our staff members to get the things that they really need from those websites? Well, ours wasn't the best in the world. So this allows us to set things up just exactly the way we want them, get to the things that we want very, very quickly. So I've got, I'm going to come out of my presentation here for a second and go to our live site. And so on here, this is what we've got set up for our homepage for all of our staff members. And so in the middle here, we do a weekly focus that I've got that embedded here each week, so I can change that really easily. But when I open my computer up in the morning, turn on Chrome, this is my homepage, and then I click on our living calendar, and I click on my email, and I click on Infinite Campus, and usually I click on Drive, and now I'm ready to go for the day. And I've went instead of having to go in and hunting through all my bookmarks and all that kind of stuff to find all the things I need, it's all right there in one spot. Now, the things that I maybe don't use quite that often, but they're still on here. So, we've got links to our daily announcements. We've got links to Google Classroom, to our list of Chromebooks, which student's got which Chromebook. If we need some letterhead, I can click there, and it pulls up a link to let me make a copy of our letterhead and go from there. So what we want is for this to be just like a centralized hub for all of our staff members anything that they need, a leave affidavit, a multiple receipt form, bus request, field trip permission forms, anything that teacher, that staff member might need. We want to have a link to it on here so that way, as a principal, I can simply say, it's on the blog. Go check our blog. If somebody asks me, where do I get that red book form? It's on the blog. Everything is right there for all of our staff. And so after putting that in place for about a year, we really, really liked it. And we thought, well, why don't we do the same thing for our students? So the next year, we came back and we set up something very, very similar for our students. The one thing I want to point out about Blogger, and one thing that I really like about Blogger, is that we were able to lock this down. You can control who has access to it, so that if you guys click on that link that I clicked, you won't be able to get to our teacher hub because we can control the access to that. And again, that KYGoDigital setup video on Blogger will show you how to set that up that way. So we can put things in there that we don't want, that everybody doesn't need access to, some things with some confidentiality issues and things like that we can control who's got access to it, and we really like that. With our student side, we didn't need all that. We just needed something really quick, really simple, so we decided to use Google Sites instead. Super easy to set up, super easy to update. Anyone can access it. So I've got the link there. If you guys click it, you can go straight to our student hub. And again, it's just got all the links that we think our students might need, all the different tech tools that we use. Our student handbook, I think it's probably still the one from last year. But so all the things that our students might need, it's all linked right there on that Google Sites page. And it's super easy to update. If I've got rights to it, all I have to do is click on that little pencil there, and now I come up and I can add in whatever I want. If I want to add a new link, all I have to do is type it in, click on it, put the link in there, hit publish, and it's changed just like that. So it's really easy to set up, really easy to share. Okay, and so then this worked really well for our students last year, especially during the NTI time, so they could go there and get to everything that they needed right from that one spot. And looking forward and thinking about how well it's worked for our staff and how well it's worked for our teachers, this year we spent this summer working on one for our parents. And as of right now, I'm using Adobe Spark for that, mainly because with Adobe Spark, you can make a website in just a couple of minutes that is absolutely beautiful. It takes no time. It looks super, super professional. As I scroll through this, it changes the image, it changes the links. Again, this is not live yet. We've not sent this out to parents just yet. But in just a matter of minutes, you can set up a website that looks really good and really professionally done. A little more interactiveness, so we may switch this to Blogger, but I really like the way Adobe Spark allows us to make something that looks really nice, really professional in just a matter of minutes. I know that was super duper quick, but we've got two other ladies here that's got some awesome stuff to share with you. If you've got any questions whatsoever, please feel free to email me, hit me up on Twitter. I've got those links there in the presentation. So thank you all, and I'll turn it over to, I think Rebecca's going next. Rebecca, you there?
Rebecca, we see your screen, and if you're talking, we can't hear you, so just unmute.
You're muted, yeah.
No.
That helps. Hi, guys.
Thank you. Hey.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about how our school used all things Google and this past year and how we're going to use it for this upcoming school year. So one thing that we did that really helped us when we went on the extended NTI days.
And Rebecca, do you mind if you turn on your closed captioning for us?
Sorry.
No, it's okay. You're done. And then click allow. Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
I had all this set up on my computer, and the internet wireless went out here, and I had to switch to the desktop.
Yes. So,
Hey, if you want to, Rebecca, if you want to go ahead and click the hide on the side of that little box in the middle. There you go. Looks good, girl.
Okay, sorry. So we set up a shared drive for NTI. And when you clicked into the shared drive, each grade level had their own folder. And when you clicked inside the folder, there was all the things that we needed for NTI evidence. So we had our choice board, that was the actual assignments. We had sample assignments from students, the teacher call logs, and then the checklist of the assignments that the students had completed. So when central office would call and say, I need your evidence for these days, all I had to do was pull it up from the shared drive and share with them. So it made it really easy. So another thing that we did with Google was we used Google Classroom as administrators, and we set up a class for each grade level for our teachers. And I would, every week, they had an assignment due date on Sunday. So that's when they would upload their lesson plans, and then we could go in and do comments or ask for revisions or anything like that. So we could, monitor lesson plans. So another one of my very favorite things that we used that Melissa's also going to talk about is we used Google Docs and we used a living calendar. So for my school, when we used our living calendar, everybody had access to edit. And one of the things that I found in a school, a lot of times people will say there's no communication or there's a breakdown in communication. So this helped with that, because if we had an assembly, it was on there. If we had something after school, it was on there. PLC meetings, RTI meetings, everything. And then we also, every month, had these footer links at the bottom. And it's linked kind of like what Nick was talking about. We had all the things that we might need throughout the year for our teachers was on our living calendar. We also used Google Docs to keep our PLC agendas, our SBDM agendas, all things RTI or MTSS, which made it very easy to access if we needed it. Now, we didn't use this year, but we are going to for the upcoming school. And I stole this from a colleague in Fayette County. So during NTI, he said he made this list for his teachers, and they could come in and put their questions, and then he would check it 4 or 5 times a day and just put the answers to it. So everybody had access, because you may have a question that you don't want to ask, but if someone else asks it, the answer's on there. So I think that's pretty beneficial, especially when we're going into unknown territory. We also put our academic reentry plan on Google Docs, and then everybody can collaborate with it. So that makes it really nice. We used HyperDocs, and if you don't know what a HyperDoc is, that's where it's just hyperlinks inside a Google Doc. So when you click on the resource, it takes you where you need to go. Google Forms. We used a discipline referral form. So this is nice. Every teacher will have access to this form. So when there's a discipline issue, all they need to do is just fill it out. We will get an alert for it. And then, after you get so many, you have these beautiful charts that will tell you where your problem areas are. And that's important for PBIS. If you're having a lot of write-ups in the gym, or if you're having a lot of write-ups in the hallway during break time, you can figure out where your problems are, and it's a way to fix it. So that's really nice. The charts are amazing with all the forms. We also used Google Forms for our walkthroughs. And we did this not just in the school, but we did this district-wide. And this is another thing, that the charts are really nice because you can see instantly, oh, hey, I've not been in the first grade room in a little bit, or I've done a whole lot in kindergarten room, but I've not been over in the sixth grade room yet. So that will help you, guide as an administrator where you need to be. We also use Google Forms for teacher surveys and parent community surveys. So anytime we needed some input from our parents, and we also used it to collect emails, because that's really important when we're trying to get a hold of them. So all things Google Forms. Our Google Sheets, we used them for PD sign-ins. It documents and it doesn't automatically, but you can turn it on to where it will timestamp it. So that's nice. It's useful in all PDs, but it's especially useful at the beginning of the year and during testing training. Oops. We used it as attendance in the school and the county. So our school kept a daily record of our attendance rate, and we had a county-wide sheet. So we used the formulas in the Google Sheets to help predict what our monthly attendance rate was going to be. So we could keep a running tally of it. So that helped us know where we were and where we needed to be with it. And last one, Google Slides, we used for faculty meetings. We used it with collaborative presentations. Interactive choice boards. Our district used choice boards for the NTI. They put them on Google Slides and hyperlinked the assignments, so that was really nice. Collaborative newsletter slides. Our school uses it per grade level for this coming year, and then our district uses it. Each school has 2 slides, and then they put it out as a county newsletter. And then Nearpod presentations. So this is me. I'm the assistant principal at Betsy Lane Elementary. I promise I can work the Google stuff. Hangouts is a little different for me. But there's my Twitter and email if you need me. Anybody have any questions?
That was awesome. There's a lot of chatter in the chat, Rebecca, talking about just the use of calendar and then the use of a live calendar with the Google Calendar and in the different ways. So I know Nick's in the chat kind of talking back. I don't know if you want to pop in there and maybe look at some of the comments and kind of comment back. And then we'll turn it over to Melissa. So Melissa, we're ready whenever you want to share your screen, and you're muted right now. So I don't know if you want to unmute.
Okay.
Good to go.
Ready? Hi, everybody. I'm Melissa Gossage. I'm the principal at Wayne County Middle School. I first just want to start to say that I am here to represent those administrators or teachers who may not be quite as digitally savvy as some of the other presenters or other people on here. I'm very fortunate to have a huge support staff that help me with a lot of the technology that I have started using in the past few years. I unfortunately sometimes find myself in a bind and not really looking for ways to improve my own knowledge about technology. So I want to give kudos to all of you who are on here today, being proactive about improving your digital leadership, whether you're an administrator or a teacher. But I'm going to talk to you today about a couple of things. Let me share my screen real quick. I'm also new to Google Hangouts, so I appreciate the patience. Okay. Turn on my... Can you see my screen?
We can see it, but we see your desktop.
Oh.
We don't see your presentation.
What about now?
No.
Are you on multiple monitors, Melissa?
Maybe, probably, yes. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about.
It happens all the time. If you're on more than one monitor, try to drag your. There you go. It's coming over now.
Hey. Okay.
We see you, girl.
All right. So you can see my screen. Let me turn my... Is my closed caption on?
We actually also need to see your presentation, so you can drag that over. There we go.
Woo-hoo! Okay.
Whoop, whoop.
And hide.
Yes. Awesome.
All right.
Awesome.
So again, this is digital leadership for the less than savvy, which is exactly how I feel on a regular basis. However, there are some things that I feel like have made my life as an administrator a little bit easier. Some of the things that Nick had mentioned previously, especially about time being such an issue for leaders, whether you're in the classroom or you're an administrator. So Screencastify is something I'm going to talk about briefly and how I use it at my school. Google Classroom, Google Docs, and Google Forms have pretty much been all covered by Miss Rebecca, and she did a great job with that. So I'll just share a couple of other things that maybe we also do in addition to those. And then last but not least is Flipgrid. So we'll get right into it. So Screencastify has become a huge support for me. Sometimes I actually forget to use it as often as I really feel like I could. But what is it? It's actually a Google extension. A Chrome extension actually. And this slide, I just provided a link for a self-paced tutorial, whether you're an administrator or a teacher. You can use this for yourself, you can use it for your students, but it will help you with all the things, whether it's how to get started, how to record, sharing it, suggestions for things that you can actually use Screencastify for. All of those can be found right here on this Screencastify course, and it is completely free. So it is a great resource for you to use for yourself, again, or to share with your staff if that's something that they would be interested in. Whoops, I think I actually clicked on the link. I did, that's what it looks like. Okay, next screen. So how is it useful for administrators? I have actually found that using Screencastify, the best part about it is you can really get your point across, even if you actually can't be physically present. So for us as administrators, it's very difficult, and we find that there's many days that we need to be in 100 places at once. And I have also found that it's really difficult, especially for our parents, sometimes our staff, and our students to really be able to determine our tone or our intent when things come through written communication, through emails, a letter that they receive at home. So using Screencastify to record personalized video, which is what it does, really helps to get your point across, even if you can't be there. So I actually found myself in a little bit of a scheduling conflict. Our district had asked that principals be present to introduce ourselves and our school and highlight our school to all new staff in our district. So as they were coming around to different buildings, principals were there to introduce themselves and what we do great at our building. And I unfortunately could not be there. So I actually had one of my technology resource teachers actually taught me, loaded Screencastify onto my computer and said, Melissa, use this, it'll be great. So I made my first video, and I could not believe how easy it was to use, and not just to use, but also to share. So I'll show you that in just a minute. Some things that I have used Screencastify for or plan to use Screencastify for, it would be very easy for you to record a morning message to your students or your staff and be able to share that out. Being able to do that the day before or the night before. Sometimes, you know, if you're still here at 8:30 or 9 o'clock, like I am sometimes, you have time to really process the day and think about what you want to say. So being able to share those out, a virtual tour of your school or being able to highlight things about your school, share those out in a video can be very beneficial for those who may not be able to come into your school. Facilitating virtual faculty meetings. There have been times that I've been at trainings myself and our PLCs are going on. So still be able to record a video, share those messages with your teachers. You know, what is the goal? What do we want to accomplish that day? Giving some words of encouragement, whatever it may be. That can be a great tool for that. And the biggest one that I have found personally is being able to replace whole group. For me, I'm a middle school principal, so there are times that I really felt like I needed to meet with our 6th grade teams about some issues that may be going on, but I didn't want to have to pull them out of their content classes to meet as in the gym in an assembly. So being able to record a message directly for them and for their teachers to be able to share that out at a convenient time, whether it's first period in the morning, you know, so it starts the day and everybody knows what the plan is. But I really feel like this is going to be a huge benefit coming into this next school year, especially since you know, social distancing, not being able to get together and have assemblies, you know, even being able to record a video and share that out as a replacement for even possible orientation so that parents and students can know and see what your school's going to look like, even if they can't physically be there for your students who may be choosing the virtual option. On here, this is just to really show and highlight how easy it is to share once you have created a Screencastify video. So once you press record, you press stop when you're done, you can edit, you can do all these kinds of things, but when you're ready to share, Screencastify has got your back. It 100% gives you any kind of option of how you want to share that. Right here, this green arrow, once you've completed it, you can copy a shareable link. You can share it out in a Google Doc. You can send it in an email. You can share it to Google Classroom. You can publish it to YouTube. Embed a code, send an email, generate a QR code. Whatever you choose to do, it's as simple as clicking on one of those. The other great thing about Screencastify and the fact that it is a Chrome extension, once you've created a video, it automatically creates a folder inside your Google Drive that is titled Screencastify. I did not title it myself. I did find it. Somebody was like, hey, Melissa, what about your video that you did about expectations? Can you share that? And I was like, I don't know if I can find that link. Well, I didn't need to find the link. The video was automatically placed in a Screencastify folder for me by Google, the Google gods created that, I guess, and it was there and it was ready to be shared if I ever needed that again. So that's automatically created. You can find that in your Google Drive. Any questions about Screencastify?
Melissa, I think there's a lot of chatter of some great ideas that you shared in the chat. And I know you have a few more things, but I think time is up. So the great thing is your presentation is attached. So if you want to say just a little bit more, I think you've got one more minute, but don't say that you're not savvy because this is way good.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. That makes me feel a little bit better. The only thing I was going to say, Google Classroom, everything that Rebecca mentioned earlier, very similar things that we do as well. One thing that I'm doing for Google Classroom is creating one where my teachers are going to be, again, the students in that regard. Our district puts all those required trainings that you have to do at the beginning of the year, and they create a Google Classroom, which I thought was a tremendous idea. That way teachers can work through some of those things at their own pace. So putting those district required trainings into a Google Classroom for your staff could be beneficial. That's just a sample of our living calendar. A lot of the same things Rebecca mentioned. The only other thing that I want to say real quick is Flipgrid. If you've not checked it out, do that. It's a great way for you to pose questions to your staff and let them respond to you. One thing that I used it for was mid-year meetings for professional growth plans, so that they could answer back to me kind of where they were and what supports they still needed from me without me having to take their planning time, and I could watch their responses at a time that was convenient for me. So that is all I have.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Big round of applause from the Kentucky Go Digital peeps out there, everybody watching live and on the chat with us right now. We appreciate that so much. We did have a special request for some more cowbell, which I thought was odd, but I had it queued up, so here you go. We're keeping a close eye on the YouTube chat as well as the KYGoDigital hashtag on Twitter, so please make sure you're checking that out. And hang out with us. Again, we've got a little bit longer to go today, guys, but we're ramping up. We're just getting started. We've got probably another 3 hours worth of wonderful content. Next, we've got Ashley Judd up. Melanie Ramey is coming up next here. So Melanie will be on deck next, and then we'll have Ashley Judd and Crystal will be with us as well. So we're excited. We're pumped. We're glad you're here with us. Please, if you're not in that chat, letting us know who you are, where you're from. Hop on there. Let us know what your responsibilities are in the building. Thank you for joining us. Hit that KYGoDigital hashtag. And just hang out, guys. If you got something that you want to ask, do that in the chat. We've got people watching that for you. Again, we've got the hashtag that's just on fire right now on Twitter, and we're having a blast. So I can't think of anything better I'd rather be doing on a summer day than hanging out with you guys. So I appreciate it, and we're excited to have you here. Don't forget that the email is going to be coming out at the end of today's session. At the end of today's session, watch for the email. You'll fill out a form and get a certificate sent to you for your credit. So we appreciate you being with us. Thank you, Missy. We appreciate that for the kitchen reveal. This is actually a green screen. No, I'm kidding. But I appreciate that for the love there. All right, guys. So I'll tune this down to Skosh. And at this time, if we're ready for Melanie, let's see if we can hear you all right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can. We'll let you know if we see your screen as well.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we sure do. You guys are probably, I love it. Everybody joining us.
I mean, they're skills. They're skills. They're just like,
yeah, I know. It's pretty cool.
All right, so my name is Melanie Ramey. I teach 4th grade math at Highland Elementary in Johnson County. I've not been able to tune in much today because we had our school retreat, but I did get to watch yesterday, and everyone yesterday they were amazing rock stars, and they are way out of my league, but I hope to have some beneficial information for you today. I know Melissa left off with Flipgrid. I'm going to touch base with how I use that in the virtual classroom. And keep in mind today during my presentation, I am looking through the lens of the virtual classroom because that is our immediate concern right now, is how do we transfer good teaching to virtual teaching. So really quickly, I want you to look at this scale, just a scale from 1 to 5. My topic is creating digital lessons for student creation. I want you to rate your level of confidence when you think of incorporating opportunities for student creation into virtual learning, because that does turn into a different animal when we are not sitting beside them. So just on a scale of 1 to 5. Today, our learning intention is that we're learning to plan digital lessons that provide opportunities for student creation. We're learning this so that our students will be more engaged during remote learning. And we will know that we're successful when we can explain how to use Flipgrid, Google Drawing, and Google Docs to allow multiple opportunities for student creation. So I hope to embed some virtual pedagogy within my lesson, I want you to think for a second, what are some of the pros and cons when creating virtual lessons that allow students to create? And in order to do that, I am going to post a link in the chat box for a source that is called Fun Retro. This is something that I just learned about, I think 2 weeks ago. And it's a really neat resource that you can use in the classroom. I know the chat box kind of flies up there, so you may have to chase down the link if you're on a device that you can participate with. So my name again is Melanie Ramey, if you want to scroll and find that link. This is a Fun Retro, and you are listing pros and cons to using pros and cons when creating virtual lessons that allow students to create. So you can just click the plus sign to add a pro, the plus sign underneath con to add a con. It's sort of similar to Padlet. So I'll give you just a chance, a couple minutes to kind of add some of those in there. And you'll see that when someone adds a pro or a con, it does pop up on everyone's screen, just like Padlet does.
Hi, Melanie. Is that link on your presentation?
It is.
Okay, awesome. I will find it and I will put it in the chat for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so while you guys are kind of adding your pros and cons, I see one pro has made it, so hopefully somebody has found the page. One pro is definitely student engagement. You know, how do we engage our students at the same level while they're at home learning virtually? And then I see a con that it's time consuming, and I would agree with that also, especially when thinking about the fact that you are not physically present with that child to help them with these online resources, because I'm much more confident providing opportunities for student creation in person than I am virtually. I see some teachers are saying that pros are choice, ownership, able to differentiate. Those are all good. Seeing lots of pros come in. Maybe I'm the only one who looks at the cons so much. Well, I'll share some of my cons. There's another con. Learning curve, home support for the student. Yeah. So I'm going to go back to my presentation now. And I'm going to share some of the cons that I think of that come to my mind whenever I think of student creation with virtual learning. I think of the lack of support at home, whether parents are at work or working from home and can't provide that support, or maybe parents aren't sure how to provide that support. Some students are sharing devices. Some devices have compatibility issues. Sometimes there's a lack of communication with the teacher or inadequate communication with the teacher. And part of what makes that communication difficult is that we have suddenly become tech support. So how do we break down these barriers? My suggestion is that with virtual learning, we offer lessons that utilize familiar and user-friendly resources. So for my classroom, with my classroom model that I had just implemented before March 13th, and I'll talk more about that in a minute, we were familiar with Google Drawing. We were familiar with Google Docs, Classroom, Flipgrid. We had a brief, sudden tutorial on Google Meet the day that we found out that we were going to be going virtual. But my suggestion is to do that because of those barriers. You know, in order to prevent them from needing tremendous assistance, maybe we should stick with the friendly and familiar. And just real talk, you know, I would never say this in the classroom, play it safe and keep it simple. But when it comes to virtual learning, especially in the midst of a global pandemic, when students have high levels of anxiety, teachers have high levels of anxiety, my advice is to play it safe and keep it simple. And just to throw a bit of humor in there, my first principal had crazy high expectations for students and for staff. And you know, we were very driven to build that drive in our students, but she comically often reminded us that, you know, I'm teaching fourth grade. So we think about 9 and 10-year-olds, she would always joke and say they've only been wiping their behinds for 5 years, and look at what we're expecting them to do. And so I try to keep that in mind while I'm planning for virtual lessons. When I think about student creation, what does student creation mean? Offer multiple methods of creation. Make good use of your learning management system. Teach students multiple communication methods. Teach them how to message you through your learning management system like Google Classroom. Teach them how to send an email or whatever form of communication that you use. And encourage students to contact you for tech support and just offer the best help you can. I know we're not IT professionals, but one way to help with that is to teach your students how to take a screenshot on their device so that they can at least send you that picture, and maybe you can give them some guidance from there. All right, so I spoke a second ago about what does student creation mean. So we're going to use another resource, and this link is also in the presentation on slide 11. It's called Mentimeter. I just learned about this one recently as well, and I love it. I will post it in the chat. I'm not sure if you'll be able to find it or not, but it is in the presentation on slide 11. It says to vote, and then there's a link there. When you think of digital lessons for student creation, choose one word that comes to mind. And in that Mentimeter link, you are going to type one word per space. So I will open the link so you can kind of see what you're going to see when you get there. This is what you should see. So one word can go in each space. And from the teacher's side of things, I am going to click present, start presentation. And as you start entering words, it's going to form a word cloud. So some of the words that are already popping up are choices, fun, time-consuming, creativity, success, engagement, ownership, confidence. If you guys are like me, I also think of words like overwhelming, maybe complicated sometimes. And so again, it goes back to just my mindset of trying to be proactive. So you can see this Mentimeter tool. It's amazing. And I can think of so many ways that we can use this in the classroom. And if you think of it in a way, this is student creation, because you are collaborating together to create this word cloud on the same topic. So back to our presentation. Sometimes I do feel hesitant when it comes to activities for student creation because my students are so young. And I know we assume, yes.
Turn on your closed captioning. I think they went off.
Oh,
That's
yes,
okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for reminding me. So I often get overwhelmed when I think about it because my students are young and we assume that they are so tech savvy, and they are, but a lot of times they are not tech savvy in the sense of using educational tools. They are all about efficiency and entertainment, but what I find with my students is they do need some more guidance when it comes to using technology for education. So just real quick, a few examples of what I did, and I have videos compiled on my YouTube channel of the student samples for these activities. But one day for virtual learning, they received their instruction for how to classify parallel and perpendicular lines. And then afterwards, I simply asked them to go around their house, take a picture of a real life example of parallel lines, and do the same thing for perpendicular lines. And I truly feel that that is student creation at this level, because they are learning how to take a digital image and upload that digital image to share with others. Also, we did some Fun Friday activities in my 4th grade team. Again, I mentioned the social needs of our students and the emotional needs of our students through this uncertain time. And we decided that on Fridays, we would collaborate to just have some fun Friday activities. And it was very easy to incorporate technology and student creation on these days. Specifically, we had one day where it was Disney Day. So students went on virtual tours of each of the Disney parks at Disney World. They designed their own roller coaster, and they could either upload a picture with a Google Doc explaining it, or they could create a Flipgrid explaining their roller coaster. They also did a directed drawing activity where they drew, took a photo, uploaded the photo. We also did a community outreach project with some student creation. So my husband was the chaplain at a local nursing home. And we know one of the first, side effects of the pandemic was that nursing homes had to close their doors to visitors. So we used, again, Flipgrid for our students to create virtual visits for the residents. And I would compile those Flipgrids into one video, and weekly we would send that video to the area nursing homes so that they could play those for their residents. And we felt that that gave our students a purpose, and it also gave the residents a connection to the community. And finally, leadership rallies. Our school was unable to have our finale rally, and so I reached out to our student lighthouse team through email. And those of you who are teaching elementary students, it's very important to teach them how to use that email. And they were able to use Flipgrid to record what they would have announced, what their speaking part would have been at the rally. And we got our cheerleaders to record themselves using Flipgrid doing a cheer. And it actually turned out to be a really good recording of a virtual leadership rally. And all of that is on my YouTube channel. This was an example of a geometry assignment. They're still creating on pencil and paper, but again, they're uploading that image, and that is one of the foundational skills for student creation when it comes to digital assignments. They have to know how to perform that skill. So back in March, it was actually the same week that we were told we would be shut down for the first 2 weeks. Everybody's still hopeful, still thinking, oh yeah, we'll be back after spring break. But I had just been to the KCM conference, and a team of teachers from Bullitt County, I believe it was, shared their flipped model of I do, we do, you do. And so I had just learned that week. Remember, I said I'm a math teacher. My passion is curriculum and instruction. I have to give a shout out to, I think it was Principal Nick in the last session, who said that technology is an amazing tool, but it's not the end goal. And I liked how he said that. So I had taken note from that training. I went back to the classroom the very next day, and I was just going to go with my lesson plans as usual, until I literally started the lesson plan. And I said, you know what, guys? No, I've been to this training this week, and I've learned a new way to teach math. And so we're just going to dive right in. And so we began the you do, we do, I do model. And in class, that looks like me presenting a problem of the day, putting my students in groups, allowing them to discuss their strategies and how they solved it. After they have their independent work time. And then at the end, I do a number talk with them. And so it was beautiful. I was like, so excited about implementing this model into my classroom. And then Friday came, and we were showing our students how to use Google Meet, because we were not going to see them what we didn't know at the time for the rest of the year. So my dilemma was, how do I provide an opportunity for my students to create something for me to show me their thinking? Because multiple choice just doesn't cut it when it comes to mathematics. And so I achieved that through Google Classroom, Flipgrid, Google Drawing, and Google Docs. And so I'm going to exit out of my screen, my presentation again, to show how I set this up. So I would go to Google Classroom, And let's say it's NTI day 15. Here I have a problem of the day, and I simply ask my students to complete the problem of the day, and they have the option to record their answer and explain their strategy through one of the following tasks. So the first task is a flip grid. Yesterday, I heard someone mention that if you are not on Twitter, you need to be. And that is such a true statement, because it is some of the best professional development I've ever received, the ability to network and collaborate. And so just the other day, I saw someone had tweeted that they feel like maybe sometimes in trainings, they want to see step-by-step how to assign these projects, how to set these up. And so I thought, that's a good idea, because my best growth in terms of learning new tools is when I go bug the teacher down the hallway and say, can you come down and show me how to do this, because I want to use this. And we just can't do that right now. So when you go into Flipgrid, you're going to choose add new grid. And so I always assign the same title to my multiple methods of completion. So I said NTI day 15. When you do this, you want to choose school email as the grid type so that they can respond. And then, for example, I would have to add our students' domain in there so that they would be able to create, because their domain is slightly different than teachers. So once you have that link, you can share it to Google Classroom, share on Remind, share to Teams, or you can just copy the code. So what I did was I would copy the code, and back in Google Classroom, add link, and paste my code there. That way, that is a direct link to that Flipgrid, because I don't want them to encounter any speed bumps that prevent the learning. Within this grid, you can actually change the settings so that, so I would add a new topic here, I would add a new topic, title, NTI day 15, problem of the day. And then I would type my problem of the day here, whatever that was. And it's been a while. Once you go down to video and video features, I always turn off student-to-student replies, just because that's not how my classroom model is set up. But there is actually, and I'm getting close to the end of my time, but there is an option on here where you can actually hide your students' responses so that they cannot see the responses of other students. And like I said, for the purpose that I use, it's not a good idea for them to see each other's responses before they have actually added their Flipgrid. So then I would also create a Google Drawing. So just open a new Google Drawing, title it NTI day 15. Here the students are able to model mathematically. That's why I like providing this option. They can draw those circles easily. They can partition them. They can create tables easily. And so some students like using this drawing. So once you have NTI day 15 labeled there, then you would go back to your classroom. Again, add. This time you're going to go to Google Drive. It is one of my recent topics, so it's going to be easy to find. All right, and you can see it posts it to the same list of assignments. I'm going to do the same thing for a Google Doc. I just have a plain blank Google Doc, NTI day 15, and I'm going to add that. And then the last option is for them to simply draw it on pencil and paper, because sometimes you just can't show something without drawing it out. And so I do allow for that option as well, and they can upload an image. One thing to note though that's very important, where it says students can view file, you must change that to make a copy for each student, because if you don't, they're all going to be editing the same document. So that's a super important step. So this is good for organization, because now that these are attached to the assignment, when you are going in to check for their work, then it's all in one place. So what I do from there then is I review their work, and I organize their responses, because remember, these are independent responses. I organize those responses in a sequenced fashion, in the sequence that I want to reveal those strategies to my students. Once we do a Google Meet, and then I post the Google Meet there for them as well, then we, at the time, full disclosure, I was using Zoom before we were asked to switch over to Google Meet. So I was able to put my students into breakout rooms so that they could discuss their responses together as a group and share their strategies before we came together on that Google Meet as a class, and I did the number talk. So that was just my way of switching this classroom model over to a virtual learning model. So today, hopefully, we learned to plan digital lessons that provide opportunities for student creation. And keep in mind, student creation doesn't have to be a massive project. It doesn't have to be complicated. It all depends on your students' level of development with technology. We learned this so that our students will be more engaged during remote learning. Unfortunately, I feel like it may be inevitable at some point for all of us, so it's good to be prepared. And hopefully you feel successful and you can explain how to use Flipgrid, Google Drawing, and Google Docs to allow multiple opportunities for student creation. At this point, I hope that you have increased on your level of confidence when you think about incorporating opportunities for student creation into virtual learning, and maybe it doesn't seem like such a daunting task to get your feet wet this year. And my last comment would be hang in there. That's going to be my motto for this school year. Hang in there, this too shall pass. If you have any questions, my email address is listed, and you can find me on Twitter at Mrs. Ramey04. Thank you.
All right. Oh man, great job. Hey guys, thank you for hanging out with us. The most recent costume, a gal walks into a bar, the bartender says, "Hey, why the long face?" I know, it's been a long day, but I'm having fun. I hope you are too. If I could carry that laugh track around in my pocket all the time, I would. So hang with us, guys. We've got Ashley Judd and Crystal Doolin coming up next. They're going to share some info with us. Don't forget the KYGoDigital hashtag on Twitter. Hop in there, check it out, contribute. At least check out some of the great ideas. Also, in the live YouTube chat, you guys are hopping. You're sharing lots of takeaways from the events and the speakers. We want to thank all of the participants, all of the people working on the tech side to run all this, all of the presenters, all of you guys for joining us live and watching this two-day event. One state, one stage. Together, we are remarkable, we are brilliant, and we appreciate you guys tuning in. So we've got, yes, H busted. It was by popular demand. We've got... Next, again, we've got Ashley and Crystal coming up with us. But again, with the time you have, gather some takeaways from the last session, share those on the KYGoDigital hashtag, subscribe to the KYGoDigital YouTube channel that you're watching right now. Get alerts and updates when we get new shows and feeds that come up. And at this time, we're going to check in with our next presenters and see how they're doing. Ashley, Crystal, how are you, ladies?
We're doing great.
Awesome. Well, thanks for being with us. When you guys are ready, you take it away. We'll verify you've got sound and we can see your screens and have a good time.
I don't know if I can follow the horse.
No,
That's a lot.
Most of the stuff I'm stealing from my 4 and 6-year-old daughter's costume bin, but that was actually a gift from a student. I hail from the Moore Mustangs, and so the students got that for me, so that was near and dear.
Well, I'll try. I'll do my best.
You got it. You got it.
Okay. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Everything running right?
Uh-huh.
All right. Hi, everyone. This has been an awesome 2 days. We're coming in at the end here hot. Really great stuff coming up. Ashley and I are going to be sharing with you all about vital feedback in a virtual world. If you're like me, in March, you were, overloaded with trying to manage feedback to students that were no longer with you in the classroom. So this is a really heavy and hot topic right now as we get ready to go into whatever the future looks like. And I know most of us aren't really completely sure about what that is. Our information is on the screen. It'll also be on the last screen. You can contact us with questions afterward. We are limited on time. 15 minutes each is not a lot of time to talk. So we've made sure to link up tutorials and videos and hot links and things to different resources that we're going to talk about so that you can go dig around after the fact. Don't worry about trying to ask questions or anything right now. We'll try to get to those afterward. We're just going to go a little bit at warp speed to get through all the things that we want to share with you. So let's get started by looking at what effective feedback should be. We all know that effective feedback should be focused on 1 to 2 objectives. We want to avoid working memory, cognitive overload by loading students down with lots of different ideas that they need to go back and work on. Resist the urge to give them 1,000 things to look at. And part of the reason we do that is because that's how we were taught. Another thing is feedback should be ongoing, not at the end of the assignment. And that's how we were taught. A lot of us, when we were in school, you got your paper or test or whatever back with a grade on it and feedback on it. And it's old news at that point. So we want to make sure that feedback is a part of the assignment, and we want to do that by delaying the grade. So I've linked up a video here, actually not a video, a podcast from Cult of Pedagogy that is really great with explaining the whole delay the grade process. I love Cult of Pedagogy. Feedback should also be actionable. When I say actionable, I mean that students need to know what in the world to do with it. If they don't know what to do with it, they can't do what you want them to do. So be explicit, be clear, and make sure that your students are doing the heavy lifting. I love Alice Keeler's line, whoever's doing the work is also doing the learning, because that's really true. Feedback should obviously be timely. We want to make sure that students are getting their feedback quickly, not a month later or whatever. And that's hard when you get loaded down with a lot of paperwork, a lot of assignments to grade and things like that, which is why we want to make sure that we're using the best tools for the job. So the sooner they get the feedback, the more effective it is. And the last one, and I'll just be honest, this is one that's pretty high up on the list for me. It needs to be sustainable for teachers. Let's be real. If you can't manage it, if you're pulling your hair out and losing your mind like a lot of us were in March and April, it's just not doable. So you have to make sure that you've created a system that you can manage, that you can go through in a timely manner, that you can make part of assignments so that everything flows the way it should. And 2 of the best ways to do this is actually to automate the basics. If a computer can grade it, let it. Use peer feedback. Let the students be part of the process. And you could do a whole session just on peer feedback because it's such a deep topic. But we are going to touch on several ideas and tools that students can use as well as we go through our session. So the first tool that I want to share with you is actually the newest tool for me. I love this. It makes me happy. It is awesome. Fluke is a research-based, teacher-created feedback platform that allows the user to actually add feedback, including audio, to images. I confess that when I saw this the first time, my bells went off in my head for my math and art teacher friends, Because when we went to distance learning, I know that they were really stressed out about how to provide feedback on the work. You know, how do I provide feedback on the page where the students are working out their problems, where they're drawing their artwork? And so I automatically thought, this is great for them. But the more I dig into it, the more I realize it's great for everyone. So you can see a little demo on the screen there. That's exactly how it works. You have an image of student work. You click on a spot on that image. Wherever you click, there's a little dot. You can see the little yellow dot on the screen. That is where that feedback is going to be positioned. When the student gets it back, they click on the dot. They can see your feedback, and get this, they can respond to you, then you can respond to them. It's a beautiful conversation. I love it. So you can also have students utilize it as well. It gets deeper and deeper and deeper. I linked up a video of, the basics of Fluke, and I wanted to share with you some details that I think are pretty important right now. Like most things in the world of education, July 31st is kind of like D-Day. Fluke is free until July 31st. So get in there today, play around. Their website, the main page, actually includes a demo that you can try yourself right there on the page. In August, they are going to, of course, shift to paid plans. This is a teacher-created platform. They've got to have money to run it. It does include a free trial period, but then after that, $10 a month, $7 a month if you pay for it yearly, and I've linked up the pricing page there. I do want to add one other thing that was something that took me a while to work out. They have, like most things, have rules about students under age 13 using them for privacy concerns. You can set this up ahead of time by contacting Fluke and creating a link between Fluke and your CIO. Your CIO can give them the information they need. They'll whitelist your domain. So all that's taken care of before you ever start trying to get your students in there. That's Fluke. I love it. I hope you all try it out. Want to move to another thing here, another concept, voice and video. While we were out of school, March, April, May, I read, I don't know how many posts on social media and how many articles talking about the value of teacher voice and students seeing their teacher on screen at least once a week, different things like that. You heard so many different things coming out of all the research. For me, that was really hard because I had a lot of students who couldn't get on any type of Google Meet with me. They were at work during the day with their parents, or they were at a grandma's house, or they didn't have internet access. There were a million different reasons. So we tried to use different ways to get the voice and the video to them. One of the things that I really enjoyed using was extensions for voice and video. My favorite voice extension is Talk and Comment. Talk and Comment adds an extension to your bar, but instead of putting the extension at the top of the page where it's kind of out of sight, out of mind, I mean, let's be real, I've got 4,000 extensions up there. I forget about half of them. Instead of putting it up there, it puts a consistent mic on the side of your page, and it's on all of your pages, unless you're presenting like I am now. I'll show you mine in just a second. You click on that mic, create a voice note. It automatically gives you a link to that voice note that you can then paste anywhere. In a Google Doc comment, in a slide comment, in a chat, on Google Classroom, wherever, doesn't matter. The recordings are saved for 90 days and then they disappear. It is a free tool, so that's in my price range. And the cool thing is that students can use it too. So I want to show you real quick. I'm going to bop out of presentation mode here. If you can see this little microphone on the side of my page, it's always there. All I have to do is click it, and then whatever I say is going to be recorded, and I click the check. There's my link. It's automatically copied. All I have to do is hit OK, and now I can go put that voice note wherever I need it to be. I really like that because it's in my face. It's right there. I can't forget about it. I can't lose it. It's really, let me turn my closed caption back on there. It's really easy to use. And there are a number of other voice extensions and websites where you can use voice. I've actually put those in the comments section or the notes section of this presentation if you want to check some others out. This one just happens to be my favorite. I also linked up a video that you can watch that kind of walks you through talk and comment and how to use it. I'm going to move on now to Screencastify, which a lot of people have talked about over the past 2 days. We've heard it mentioned several times. This is my favorite extension for video because it's easy. You've heard lots of people talk about how easy it is. But one of the reasons that I like to use it is not just for creating tutorials, but for creating mini screencast conferences for my students. I'm a language arts teacher, so a lot of times I'll go into class with the intention of conferencing with 10 students that day. And 15 things happen and I get through 4, okay? With Screencastify, I can pull the student work up on my screen the day before, the night before, whenever, record a little mini conference with them, send it to them individually on Google Classroom so that the next day, all 10 students can watch my screencast conference at the same time. I've conferenced with everybody. I can go around and talk to them individually. It really frees me up and allows me to make sure I'm going to get through those students that I need to get through that day. Screencastify, like we've had a lot of people share, is easy. It's so quick and easy to share and save to Google Drive and all that good stuff. But another great thing is now you can create GIFs. So if you're trying to show your students how to do something particular, you can create a little GIF and send it to them, a little GIF tutorial. You can put them on your Google Classroom page for feedback for everyone. Just really cool and easy platform to use. A lot of people don't know and don't use the comment feature on Screencastify videos, but you can add comments to the videos that you post. I've linked up a little page about how to do that there. Screencastify is free, but there is a 5-minute recording limit, and you don't get a lot of the cool editing bells and whistles. If you want to go all out, the unlimited is $49 a month. Another favorite thing, I feel like I'm saying everything's my favorite thing, but another favorite thing is that students can actually use Screencastify as well. It is free for students, and I have linked up there under the word students, the student certification page. Screencastify has certification tutorials for teachers, but they also have one for students if you want all your students to learn how to use it. I linked up a video so you can see Screencastify in action at your leisure later. I do want to talk about one other thing with Screencastify. You may or may not know that Screencastify recently unleashed a new part of their platform, and that is Screencastify Submit. Screencastify Submit allows the teacher to create a magic link. That magic link, then you send the students on Google Classroom or whatever your platform is. The student clicks, opens the link, records, hits submit, and it goes back to you. They don't have to have the Screencastify extension. They don't have to have any kind of software. It's just this magical link. You give it to the student, they record, it goes back to you for you to view. And you can actually create a back and forth with it. So Screencastify Submit is in beta right now. The beta ends, like everything else in education, on July 31st. After that point, you can have a free Submit subscription part of your Screencastify account, but it will only allow you to have one active assignment at a time. If you want to have multiple, you will have to check out their pricing. Their pricing's it's kind of new, and you need to look at it based on person, school, or district. So I've linked that up there under the word unlimited. And then finally at the bottom, this really awesome teacher has a great walkthrough that shows you Screencastify Submit from the teacher side and the student side. It's genius, so it doesn't need to be duplicated. We can all learn from her genius. So I linked that up there at the bottom under great walkthrough. Whew, I'm out of breath. A lot of stuff to share. Hopefully you can find some use out of those tools for helping you create effective feedback that really checks all those boxes on the list that we shared at the beginning. And with that, I am going, sorry, there's a video of Screencastify Submit. I am going to turn it over to Ashley to finish our session up.
All right, Crystal, well, that was pretty flawless, and I really hope to feel that. Okay, so let's get this up and running. So I'm going to jump off that, and Crystal just talked to you about some tools that were Google extensions. And I'm actually going to begin with the newer tool that I found, which was KYGoDigital. And rather than being a Google extension, this is actually a Google add-on. So we will talk really briefly about the difference in an extension and an add-on. Those extensions that Crystal talked to you about, those live in the toolbar at the top of your browser. The add-ons, however, actually live inside each of the G Suite programs. So KYGoDigital is actually an add-on for Google Docs and Google Slides.
Ashley, do you care to go and just press right there in the middle of the captioning, and that'll turn it on. And then on the bar, if you want to hide the Hangouts where it says it's screen sharing, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so it's important to know that this program is actually free if you use it in Google Docs. However, to be able to utilize it in Google Slides, there is a $6 per month charge. Now, students are able to sign up and use it for free so that they can view your feedback. But this program is really amazing. It works hand in hand with the G Suite tools, Docs and Slides. And you have the option to not only give text feedback, but you can also record your voice feedback. And the thing that really stood out to me the most with this program, you have the option to actually attach lessons to your comments. So, and we're going to look at that in just a minute. We can highlight problems, and we can actually attach a YouTube video that teaches a lesson on that concept that can help clarify for the student. You can also link any website that could also help clarify for the student. Now, when you do the paid version, the subscription, you do have the option to share lessons with other educators. So that's a great option as well. You don't have to create your own. But I know in the classroom, I kind of know my students and I know the misconceptions they have. So it would be super easy to go in and pre-make those problems that I foresee them having into lessons. And it's a simple click and post. And you can also see lessons created by other educators. Now, how to open this add-on. So when you open up your doc, your slide, this is going to live in the add-ons menu. So you'll click on this drop-down menu and you'll scroll down to the KYGoDigital and open KYGoDigital. Now, this is something that both the teacher will need to install and the student will have to install in order to see the feedback that the teacher's given. So that would be something that maybe you want your district to push down to all students because it is free to students. Now, I've attached some videos here. Obviously, we are running, we have very limited time with you today. Got a lot of great tools we want to share. But definitely come back and check out these videos. It's very simple of how to add these voice comments and attach these video lessons. And I'm going to show you in just a second. You can see here the color highlighting. So you'll find the problem in the document, you'll highlight it, and then down here in this bar, you will choose whether you want to add a voice comment, attach a lesson, or a text comment. And then based on the color it's highlighted, your voice comment will correspond with that color so that the student knows where exactly in the document you're talking about. So definitely come back and reference those videos later. This is going to be what your student sees. So I did this with my son, and he shared a document with me, and then I added the feedback and sent it back to him because I wanted to see what it looked like from a student perspective. And I know we use the traditional comments with Google Docs a lot, and they don't really stick out. They're kind of easy to overlook, but these are bold and they really stand out. So you can see here that when a kid opens this up and he sees this, it's obvious that this comment goes with this section of the writing. So he's just going to hit that play button. And then down here, we've attached a YouTube video, and he knows that that lesson is going to go along with the mistake he's made here. So it's a very teachable moment. And obviously, when we go into virtual learning, we all tend to get a little overwhelmed the farther we get into it. So anytime we can transition from a text to a voice and a conversational piece, that really helps the virtual learning become more personal. So that was like my main favorite thing about KYGoDigital is it brings back that conversational, personal interaction with our students that sometimes we miss when we go virtual. Obviously, this is a tutorial that you can reference after we get finished today, just for us to save time. Now, the one problem I see with Kaizen, the student, when they pull it up, it's not automatically going to show my feedback. You will have to condition your students to go into the add-on menu and open Kaizen. And so while that's open, and when they open that, all of my comments for this document are going to show up over here. And so you'll see here is this YouTube video. That's how we've done the lesson. When I go to attach that lesson, these are your pre-made lessons that you can do in the dashboard. So you can predict the problems your students are going to have and have those lessons ready to go once you get into grade your writing. So overall, I mean, this is a fabulous tool that I was highly impressed with. I would have loved to have found this back in March, but definitely something that is going to go into my classroom this year because I feel like feedback, if we are giving them this work to do, then it is super important that we provide them with that feedback because that's what makes it effective. So definitely check out Kaizen. Okay, going back in here, so sorry. All right. The next thing I want to talk about is your traditional commenting features with G Suite tools, and that is the just the add comment feature. But there's a little bit of a twist that I found out about this summer that makes the add and comment a little bit more streamlined and time efficient. And Crystal talked about earlier how important any of these tools, they have to be practical for the teacher. They have to be usable. And so I feel like this little tidbit makes this a little bit more practical. So there are two ways. We all know, I feel like we all kind of know about the comment feature in Google Docs and Slides. We can go to the insert menu, insert comment, or we can go to the icon up here in the toolbar. We highlight and we leave the comment. Then the student comes back in and looks at the comment and they have the option to click resolve. And something that I forgot to mention with Kaizen, that they actually have that same feature. The student can go in and can resolve those comments. So that proves to me that the student listened to what I said and they went in and made those corrections. Just it works the same way that the G Suite commenting feature works. But the thing that makes the G Suite commenting feature a little bit easier, you can kind of do an app smash with G Suite, Google Keep and Google Docs, or Google Keep and Google Slides. You can go into Google Keep, and this is what the icon's going to look like in your waffle. And Google Keep, I don't know if you've ever used it, but it's kind of like a working personal assistant. It's a list creator, and you can create like shopping lists, things to do, but you can also create canned comments that you can use when you go into grade student work. So the way you would do that, when you click on your Google Keep icon, this screen's going to come up, and right here in this little toolbar is where you create a new note. But in this case, we are going to create a new list. So we're going to want to check mark new list. And then it comes up and it's going to give me where I can populate this list. Now, this is just something I did really quick when I'm grading writing. These are typical remarks that I put on student papers, typical mistakes that are made by fourth graders. So you create this list in Google Keep. Then when you go into Google Docs, you're going to go over here to the right side and you're going to find that same Keep icon. And this list is going to pop up. So now when I go to insert that comment, I can copy and paste these canned comments into my comment feature. So it saves me a ton of time because I'm not having to continually retype the same comments over and over. So definitely a huge time saver. And then finally, I want to definitely give some time for questions or some wrap up, but I want to talk about Flipgrid. And I feel like there's been several great sessions that I've seen this summer on Flipgrid. I feel like we are all becoming more familiar with Flipgrid. But we go back to talking about the monotony of virtual learning. And I know by the time May rolled around last year, we were all just kind of trying to survive. Flipgrid is a great way to spice up learning, especially virtual learning. We focus on writing and having students produce writing, but Flipgrid kind of gives them a break. We can get their knowledge without having them to write it through video form. And the feedback on Flipgrid is very much the same way. There's 3 ways to give feedback on Flipgrid. You can see here, this is a student video they shared with me on activity that we did. Up here, I can create my own video to give them feedback on what they did. So, for instance, if you've read a book and you want them to, in 4th grade, we focus on inferencing. If you wanted them to infer something about the main character, then I would watch their video, and then I would comment back through another video, kind of giving them guidance on which way they need to go, any mistakes that they have made, and I can share that with them. I can email it to them. I can paste a direct link, or the student can access that feedback video through my.flipgrid.com. So there's 3 ways the students can access that feedback that I'm giving them. Another way that I can give feedback is the grading rubric. So Flipgrid has the option that you can create your own rubric. So when you post the grid, you are already giving the students the expectations. They know what they have to do in order to get a sufficient grade. So that is a form of feedback in and of itself. And then also the traditional text feedback. You have 1,024 characters, and so we all are familiar with that traditional text feedback. So definitely a way to spice up learning and transition from the traditional reading, writing into a more fun video format. And I really feel like, a lot of Crystal's tools were video and voice. That's where it's at. I feel like our kids are going to be more receiving of our feedback if it's in a fun, easy to understand format. And that's where voice and video come in. So I too am out of breath, and we've got about 4 minutes left. I've not been able to keep up with the chat. If there's any questions.
A lot of people in the chat just commenting on how many resources that the 2 of you were able to go over in that short amount of time. And I know that the presentation that you're linking, a lot of people will go back. So again, like our awesome DJ, Kyle, has been talking about, all of the presentations are linked on all the slide decks that have gone out to you either through email or in the chat. So thank you all both so much. I know Rhonda is on here. Rhonda, were you wanting to say anything to, I know you kind of
Good job, girls. They're both Region 6 girls, and Ashley's one of my Jackson County district technology leaders. So I'm very happy that she was able to share on Kentucky Go Digital Day. So great job. New tools for feedback I hadn't heard of. So great.
I did want to chime in real quick, Courtney. There were several people in the chat that were asking about other voice extensions like Mote and Vocaroo. Those, I've linked those up in the bottom, in the notes section of the slides. Those are viable, wonderful resources. They're just not the one that I took the time to talk about today because text and comments my favorite.
That's great. Thank you. Kyle?
Hey guys, welcome back. Let's give a big round of applause for all of those participants there, and a lot of great happenings in the chat as well. So thank you guys all for hopping in and being so lovely in there. We've had some special requests. Yes, as a matter of fact, let me get this going for us real quick. We had someone had asked about muffins. Hold on a moment. The muffins are ready. And I think maybe even an apron. So, whew, it is hot in here. All right, so next, coming up, we've got Sarah Watkins and Andy Gambrell are going to join us. And they're going to teach us some new tech tricks and talk with us a bit this afternoon. We're getting there, guys. We hope you're having a great time. We sure are, as I hope you can tell. So please keep the chat going on Twitter, KYGoDigital.com. Please keep the chat going in the YouTube chat. A lot of great sharing and discussion happening there as well. And yeah, again, just thanks for being with us and having a blast. So let's check in here with our next guest. Hey guys, you ready to rock?
Yes, I think we are. So I will go ahead and start first. I just wanted to say hello, friends. I'm just so excited to be here at Kentucky Go Digital. Before I share my screen and put up the slides and my face disappears, I just wanted to share a couple of things with you all and introduce myself. My name is Sarah Watkins. I am an 11th grade U.S. history teacher at Corbin High School and started my 11th year of teaching this coming year. But I love Kentucky Go Digital. I feel like every year it gets better and better. Somebody in the chat box yesterday had said, it's like drinking from a fire hose. And I totally get that, right? Like we get all of these new ideas and it's almost overwhelming. There's just so many awesome things that you want to do in your classroom. But I know like every year I try to glean at least just one or two things that I can use in my classroom that I know that I'm going to be able to implement and to be really intentional. And so I'm just thankful that you guys have hung out with us this whole day, that you're sticking around now so that you can hear these things. And I have loved the virtual platform that we've used this year. I mean, you get to sit at home, you're on your couch, you don't have to brush your hair, you don't even have to wear pants. It's no pants PD. Isn't that awesome? Like that's what everyone wants. So what Amy and I want to share with you today is something that is super important to what we're going on with right now. It's going to be so relevant to this coming school year, and it deals with distance learning. Now I know some of you were like, listen, I hit my stride last year. Like when we were in the spring, I got it down. I knew how to do distance teaching. And there are some of you that are probably like, listen, I don't know if I have it in me to do another semester or not. But so Amy and I have found the holy grail when it comes to doing distance learning, and that is parents. That is dealing with parents. So I'm going to go ahead and try to share my screen. Let's see. I'm going to go up here. And you guys tell me. Let's see.
All right, we can see you sharing. There you are.
Great. Okay. And captions and everything look okay?
Absolutely.
All right, great. So this is also in the applications on that what Kentucky Go Digital had sent out if you want to get these slides. And I also have the bit.ly link up there at the top if you want to follow along. But so let's talk about connecting with parents. Now, already in the chat box, I have seen what you all have been typing. I have heard the horror stories of what some of y'all went through with these parents. And I know sometimes it was really difficult and it was a challenge. And some it was great and it worked perfectly. So I understand the struggle, but we know, we're educators. We know that parents are important to the education process, right? We know that there are statistics that show this. We know that parent involvement is going to impact our teaching and our students' learning. So we get that, and we've known that as teachers that we need to get all the stakeholders involved, right? We need to get these parents involved. But it's so different when it comes to digital learning, right? And I just wasn't as intentional in the beginning. So I think that's the thing that we really want to encourage you all for this coming school year, because we're not really sure how it's going to go. I know we all have plans. Our schools have kind of already started with our plans of what's going to happen in August. But I don't really know what tomorrow is going to even hold. And so we need to really be prepared for whatever can come our way. And whatever that plan is going to be, we need to be intentional about parent involvement. It's good to talk about it and to think about it, but we need to be intentional. So how can you encourage your parents to get involved? And maybe it's a mom or a dad or Mima or Papa, whoever it's going to be. How can we get them involved? So I think there's 3 easy ways. If you make it easy for parents, if you keep them updated often, and if you communicate with them. And what I mean by communicate, what I want to focus on today is it's more of like listening to what your parents also have to say, like getting feedback from them, not just a one-way type of communication. So I've got 3 different things that I want to share with you. And the first one is Loom. So I've seen some of you talk about it in the chat box some yesterday. And Loom is a lot like any other screencasting extension. We've heard a lot about Screencastify, and there are a lot of different extensions that are out there, a lot of different programs. But what I like about Loom is, number one, it's free. Doesn't everyone love free? And the good thing about Loom is that there is no limit on the length of videos. So like with Screencastify, that's what I used to use all the time. But it had that 5-minute limit for the free version, and I don't want to pay for a regular version. So I found Loom, and they didn't have any limit. So I could make an hour-long video if I wanted to, and I wouldn't be charged for that. Now, Loom, even when we went into the school shutdown 2020, Loom had offered teachers the free premium version, but I'm pretty sure they cut me off of that. So I think I'm back down to the regular version. But even the regular version doesn't have that limit. So if you're kind of more long-winded, you need longer than 5 minutes, Loom might be a solution for you. So the reason that I feel like this is a great idea, just doing some kind of video for your parents, was some feedback that I got from a parent. And you can see here this email that I got. So in this email, at the end of the year, I had sent a weekly newsletter to all of my parents. And at the end of the school year, back in May, I had asked them the brutally honest question, said, listen, I want feedback from you all. What were some things I did good? Like, use lots of those. And then what were some things like that you wished I had done? Or what were some things that I could have done better, Because I knew that there was probably going to be some kind of distance learning that would happen in the fall. And so I want to perfect it. I want to be better as I'm reflective on my practice. So this was an email that I got from a parent. This is a real live one. I didn't include the ones that were mean. No, I didn't get any of those. But so this one, the parent had said that she appreciated everything, but she worked for our school system. And she had said that she would have really appreciated a video early on for parents to show them like how to access Infinite Campus and to monitor their assignments. Now, I kind of took it for granted that like she had known how to use that, but her job didn't require her to do that in our district. And so there were probably lots of other parents that didn't know how to do this. And I didn't know that this entire time. I hadn't even thought of it. So when she mentioned that, I thought that is what I'm intentionally going to do for next year. I'm going to make some videos, just some how-to videos for parents. Here's how you can get on Infinite Campus. Here's how you can check and see if your student's done their work or if they've been lying to you all week that they've completed everything. Like, I wanted to make some videos to really show them that and to make it easy. They're just simple, easy videos to make things easier for parents because they're working, all this uncertainty with the virus and the shutdown. I wanted to make it very easy for them. And so Loom was a good option for me. Now, I'm going to try to, let me flip over here to show you my Loom account. It's not got any student information. I've checked everything just to make sure. It does have all my goofy faces on here. I'm convinced that Loom has an algorithm that chooses the most awkward faces that I make in a video and uses it as the thumbnail, like picture on each one of them. So just disregard that. But so you're going to create your free account to Loom. And once you are logged in, it is so simple. You can go up to new video and you'll click that and you can choose what you want to do. So let's say I'm not feeling very beautiful today. I'm not going to put on any makeup. I can just do the screen only, like it'll only show my computer screen. I can do the camera only. I know right now it's showing me down here at the bottom, but it'll actually, when I click start recording, it will do the whole screen of just my face. No computer screen, or I can do both. I can do screen and camera, and it's going to show my face down here at the bottom. So again, I know there are lots of screencastifying, like lots of those kind of programs, but I just liked Loom because of the free version, and I could do as long as I needed to, because sometimes I get long-winded, and I need that extra time. So let me make sure, let me click back on that. So that is Loom. When you're finished recording, it'll give you the option to name it just so you don't get it all confused with your other videos. And then it'll give you a URL that you can share. So how can you use this to communicate with your parents? Show them how to get onto Infinite Campus, how to help their student log into Google Classroom, maybe your grading scale, how to complete an assignment, those kind of things, how they can help their students. Okay, so that's the first one. Now, the second one, I don't want to spend too much time on because Amy is going to really go into some detail on this. And we know that a lot of you have probably used this, but this is Remind. So this is going to be a way for you to keep your parents updated on what's coming up. Parents like to stay updated. So it's just a communication platform. It's free again. You can do this with students. You can have a parent remind. They are limited on the length. A lot of you know that, but you don't have to exchange their phone numbers. So no kid is going to get my phone number and they start to text me out there and then I can just like block that name out. So they never had my phone number to begin with. And it's going to make that really handy. So let me show you kind of what Remind looks like if you have never used it. And again, this is one of my groups that I use, my U.S. History B class, but I've deleted out all of the kids. I archived it, and that way I could keep my same code. I really liked using Gerald Ford for my code, which apparently if you're born after 2002, you don't know who he is. So I always have to go over that in class. But anyhow, so I tell my students, just type in @Gerald Ford at the number 81010, and they can subscribe here to our Remind group. I do this with parents as well. I send home a letter with them so that they can get those reminds. So I'll go back to this here and tell you about some ways that you can use that. So definitely send in reminders for important assignments so parents know. They can remind their student, hey, you got a test tonight or you got this. I would post an exam like a couple days before it was due and tell them you've got until Tuesday at 8 p.m. to get your exam done. And I would make sure that the parents also knew that. But one thing that I didn't really use it for as much, and I really want to be intentional about this year, is sending text to parents bragging on their students. I just contacted parents a lot of the time when it was something negative, right? Like they were missing an assignment or we need to get them up to a passing grade. And I didn't make time for the positive stuff. And we need more of that positive stuff, right? So I want to try to make sure that I do better on that. And even doing a calendar, sending a calendar, you can send the link on Remind, just doing a simple Google Doc calendar. I know a couple other people had talked about that in their sessions, and you can use that in Remind as well. So we want to keep parents updated. We want to make it easy for them. And then the last thing is communicating with parents. And that's just good old Gmail, right? You could just use your email to do that. But we want it to be a two-way street, that we are listening to parents and that they are able to listen to us. So you guys know all about Gmail. You know how to send emails. We're teachers. You get a million a day. But so what I did is I decided I was going to send a weekly email, did it on Saturdays. And I told my parents, here's what your student did this past week. Here's what's due this week. And just kind of some general information. If there was any announcements with school and those kind of things, I included that. Now, I was dumb when I first started this because I was hand typing like 90 emails in my newsletters every week. It was so silly until I figured out how to make like an address book. So I'm going to go here. And again, I'm going to keep some of the private stuff covered. But what I did is you can create a group in your Google Contacts. So if you go up to the waffle, you can find it up there. There's the contacts. So you just create a label. I created a fake one here, the KYGoDigital Peeps. But you just click create label, you type it in, and actually it'll even show you how to add in emails. So you can see here, I did that with my U.S. History B parents, and I got on Infinite Campus, and I just went through and got all of those emails from parents. And not all of them worked, not all of them were updated, so sometimes I had to call a parent, which sometimes that got a little awkward. I had a couple, sexymama225@hotmail.com, or one parent, I had to ask them, is that Wild Bill or Wild Phil @gmail.com? I couldn't tell. So sometimes they got a little awkward with their emails. But I got all those emails together and put them all in that one group. So when I was typing the email reminders when I did my newsletters, all I had to do was type in that U.S. History parents, and then it would include all of those that were labeled in the address book. It made my life so much easier. I was so dumb to not have used it before. So how can you use this? We know that we can do the weekly updates. Like I said, I did feedback from parents. I asked them, my plan is after the first week, I'm going to send out an email to the parents and say, how's your student doing? Is there anything I can do to help? What are you thinking about the distance learning so far? in whatever fashion that we're going to do. And then this activity I've always done before COVID happened and all this, before March. I always did a letter to the teacher where my students would take home just this really quick little template that said, hey, I want to know about your student. And who knows the student better than the parents, right? So I asked the parent to write me a letter. Tell me about your student. What are their likes? What are their dislikes? Do they like history? Have they had a bad experience with it? Do they have any learning needs? How can I get them hooked in my class? Like, what's their niche that I need to use to get them involved? And I think that's going to be even more beneficial this year, because there's going to be some students I may not get to meet on the first day of school, that they may be all online, and I need to get to know them if I'm going to create that relationship. So I'm planning on using that as something else as well to try to communicate with my parents. So it's 3 easy things. Make sure you're listening to your parents, keep them updated, and make it easy. And I think you're going to really see your parents get involved. But listen, so I know I'm up with time. I'm going to let Amy take over. But if you've got any questions, I would love to talk to some of you, kind of tell you some of the things that I did in my classroom, some of the things not to do because I tried it and it was terrible. I would love to chat with you. So there's my information there. I've also got my class website. It is corbinhistory.weebly.com if you want to check that out. And I also have some of my tech tools there that I use listed on that website. So I'm going to go ahead and quit sharing here. And then let's see if we can get back. So let Amy take over.
Hey, Sarah, that was great. Your energy is like overwhelming. Don't expect that from me. Yes, but very good job. And I love that you suggested making the instructional videos for parents, because I had never thought of that. Like you, I kind of take that for advantage, I guess, thinking that everyone knows how to log on to Infinite Campus. So I'm going to go ahead and jump right in. Let's see. Share screen. Okay, and flip over here to present. And turn my closed captioning on. Okay, are we good?
It looks great.
Okay. All right, so this is Connect with Your Parents in a Virtual World Part 2. This became very important when everybody kind of had to go to the NTI virtual learning very quickly. Unfortunately, as a parent of 2 teenagers, I learned the hard way that it's a little bit harder to check students' work when they are working on a Chromebook because I would ask my kiddos, did you turn in your work? They would say yes. A couple days later, I would get an email from their teacher saying, no, they didn't. So it's very important that you can get to parents quickly, mainly because if you can't, then their child will be so far behind, it's going to be very hard to catch up. So real quickly, a little bit about myself. I am a mother to 2 teenagers. That is becoming a little bit more difficult with each passing day. This is my 8th year of teaching. I started out teaching high school math. That wasn't for me. I went down to preschool. That wasn't for me either. And then finally, I've been in 4th and 5th grade for the last couple of years. I am a self-contained teacher. So some of the issues that parents kind of complain about sometimes doesn't necessarily apply to my classroom. One of the things with Remind was that these parents were receiving multiple messages from 5 or 6 different teachers. With me, however, I'm the only teacher that they have minus their special class. I'm a little different as far as I love change. I like learning new things. I like feeling challenged. So this year I have learned that I think that this may be one of my best teaching years just because it's something new for me to learn how to do. I'm a level 2 Google certified educator. I just got that maybe last month. And my advice to anyone who's thinking about it is just go ahead and take that test. If you fail it, it's no big deal. I think it might be $10. And then you'll kind of know where you're at with that. But a lot of people, I think they just worry over the unknown. So the 3 tools that I'm going to talk to you about today is Remind, which Sarah did a great job on. I'm just going to touch on that briefly. Google Classroom, and then Google Sites. One thing that I do want to say is don't use all of these in a year. Parents, I think, feel more comfortable if they know the exact spot where they need to go to find information instead of having to look through maybe Remind and Classroom and Sites. So I use mainly Remind to personalize my conversations with parents, just to individually say, hey, your kid did great today. I'm very proud of them. Or we improved on our spelling test. That's how I use Remind. I don't use Remind as a whole group setting type application. I do use Google Classroom for that purpose, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about that here in a minute. So Remind, if you click on this in the slideshow, that will link you to Remind. But one thing that I've learned is parents may not necessarily pick up a phone call from you, but they will respond to a text message from you. And I always like to first, what I call kind of butter parents up. I use the Remind app in the first couple of weeks to get them knowing that I promise I will not only text you when something bad has happened, because I think that automatically makes parents want to maybe avoid even reading the messages. So in those, in the first month, 2 months, kids are usually on their best behaviors during that time. I always use the Remind app to let my parents know, hey, your kiddo is doing a great job, or they were very kind to someone today. And that just kind of gets the parents used to seeing those messages and not thinking, oh my goodness, what does she want now? So my favorite feature about Remind is that you can schedule messages, because I'm one of those people that I need to do this when it's on my mind. So I will go ahead and type out a message and then schedule it to be sent. Usually if I'm grading a test and let's say the kid had been doing kind of bad on a spelling test and this week they did, like a 95, I'll go ahead and type out a real quick message to that parent, schedule it to be sent kind of at the end of the day, and then move on. One, because I don't want my parents thinking that, I'm texting in the middle of my classroom time, but also that way it's taken care of and that parent gets it at the end of the day, maybe when their child is getting home, so it's fresh on their mind. Also, messages in Remind can be translated. That has not been an issue with me, with my students. However, that is a great feature if you do have dual language kiddos in your classroom. Also, it lets you set office hours. I'm an early bird to bed, so I don't want my parents messaging me at midnight when they just realized that their kid forgot their homework. So that's another great feature. And also, if maybe you're not a self-contained teacher, you can add a co-teacher to your Remind program, and that will let you both contact parents through the same Remind app. And you can see what messages they have sent also, so maybe you're not double dipping. Now, on to Google Classroom, and this is kind of my favorite tip that I have that I actually learned last year from a training. So I create a Google Classroom for my parents only. Their kids are not in there, it is just parents. Now, why do I do that? Multiple reasons. First, I don't want parents in my students' Google Classroom page. One, because if they see little Susie has not submitted an assignment, then I'm getting messages asking, why didn't she turn this in? Why did she not get a grade for this? And it could just be maybe that child forgot to hit the submit button, or maybe it's something that I wasn't necessarily taking for a grade, they just needed extra practice. So by creating a Google Classroom page for parents only, this kind of takes away those questions. So the Google Classroom features are there for parents. So I can assign parents homework, so to say. and the parents will get a notification anytime that I add something into that classroom. So they can download the app. It would send them an email. If they have the app, it'll pull up a little notification so that parent can see, hey, Miss Gamble added something to Google Classroom. And it also works as a type of web page for parents. They can see any documents that I've added, and that also keeps them from having to search around for places. And I'll show you what my Google Classroom page looks like here in just a second. The streaming for announcements also works really well. One thing that I do is I always take off commenting on that page, mainly because if one parent has a complaint on that page or something not so nice to say, then that can kind of blow up very quickly. And the last reason why I like using Google Classroom with my parents is because that lets them see what their kids are using. So let's say if the kid is struggling finding something, the parent would be comfortable in Google Classroom enough to maybe help them, or vice versa. The student now becomes the teacher to the parent, and they can say, hey, if you click on this, that's where you can find what Miss Gambrel put for you. So this is a really neat way and different way to use Google Classroom. I use it with my students and parents, just 2 different classrooms for each. So here's a real quick view of what my Google Classroom looks like. So as you can see on the stream page, I have uploaded our district calendar there. I just made a real quick announcement that says, hey, our first day back is August 26th. And then under the classroom, this is where I'm going to add permission forms if we get to take any field trips, resources for the parents. I will also upload any useful videos that I've created for them. Thanks again, Sarah. And any other thing that I may think they need. It also is a real quick way, if I want to meet with that parent face-to-face, they have that Google Meets link that they can quickly click on, and it puts us both in the same room at the same time, and they don't have to learn any new technology as far as Zoom or something like that. The last thing that I want to talk to you about is Google Sites. Now, I personally don't use Google Sites because Google Classroom kind of took over that for me because I like the notification feature in Google Classroom. But if you are a person that likes Google like web pages or web pages for your classroom, Google Sites is very user friendly. And honestly, with this upcoming year with so many unknowns, no one has the time to try and figure something out. So if a program is not user-friendly for me, I frankly don't have the time to try and make something new. So Google Sites, again, it's very user-friendly. It lets you add pages, text boxes, images, maps, calendars, pretty much anything that like Weebly would do, if you're familiar with that. The only con with this is that parents have to check it frequently. And if you put anything on there, they're not going to know that stuff is new. So unless they are good for getting into that routine of maybe checking it on Fridays, then it kind of becomes obsolete with parents, honestly. And then let's say if they're used to checking it on Fridays, I accidentally get busy and don't upload the new stuff until Saturday, well, then they think that there's nothing on there for them to see. Real quickly, this is just a quick page that I made to kind of show you what it would look like. This was a template that I used from Google Sites. It lets you put up an announcement banner up at the top. You can add pages over here to the right, and then you can add descriptions and that kind of stuff with Google Sites. And to get to Google Sites, I'm going to exit off of my presentation here. If you just go to your waffle here, here is where you can find the Google Sites link that will take you to that. And then again, to create that real quick Google Sites page, I just used this class template. It already had everything kind of there. I just had to delete the text that it had and add my own Again, because we don't necessarily have the time to waste on making things look real pretty, if that's the way that you call it. So that is pretty much all that I have. I hope that you all kind of, learned a little bit.
This is Greta, and there's a question in here. How do you handle it going back to your Google Classroom for parents? Mm-hmm. How do you handle it when a parent doesn't have a Google account in order to be a part of that?
Well, so far, knock on wood, I have not had any parent that has not had like the Gmail access account to that. They have all been able to log in and join. And there's also a setting on Google Classroom where you can make sure that they can join outside of your domain. And you have to have that unchecked. Otherwise, like where I teach at Whitley, if a student doesn't have that Whitley account, then they wouldn't be able to join my room. So you have to make sure in settings that that is not checked.
And that's probably something you would want to keep on for your students, but you didn't want it to be on for your parents.
Exactly. And that does keep, like the classroom page that I have for my students, that keeps only your students in there. But you do want to take that off for the parent page so that way they can join and get in there.
Exactly. Somebody was asking about if they had Yahoo accounts, and I do believe it does have to be a Google account in order to be in that.
Okay.
Hey,
Kyle,
DJ Chan the man, we can't hear you.
Oh man. Let's try it again. Big shout out to Sarah and Amy. Look at that. You guys thought I was just like doing one of those movies where the voiceover is bad. So thank you so much for sharing, guys. Thanks for being with us. We are so close. We're going to go ahead and pump up the jams one more time for this afternoon. We so much appreciate you hanging out. We've got another session coming up very shortly. Don't forget, guys, if you have been with us these last 2 days for all these amazing presenters, the conversation doesn't end when we stop presenting here in a while. It's not over. Guys, get on the KYGoDigital.com hashtag on Twitter. You guys are still alive and hopping in the YouTube chat. It's been lively all day long. Thank you so much for all of the complimentary remarks from myself and the other Kentucky Go Digital leaders. We appreciate your support. We're so thankful for the presenters that have taken time to put all of this information together and share with everybody, breaking down silos across the state of Kentucky for our kids. You guys are awesome. So thanks for hanging out with us. Don't forget, at the end of today, you're going to get an email. The email will ask you to fill out some info before you get your certificate for your credit. So don't forget, keep an eye out on your email. As long as you registered and we're here for the events, you're good, okay? So next we've got Amanda, Chris, and Larissa, and Angel all joining us. So we got a packed final session before we get to gratitude, and we appreciate all of the support and kind wishes. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to that group. Hey guys, how's it going?
Good. How are you all?
Better than I deserve. Well, we can hear you and see you. So if you guys are ready, you can kick it off, and we'll make sure we can see your screen shares.
All right, my name is Chris Lacey. I'm from Morgan County Schools. I believe I'm going to kick us off today with the NTI Smash session. I'm just waiting for my computer to behave. Most times it does behave. Of course, it doesn't. There it is. All
right. We see you, buddy.
All right, good deal. Let me turn my captions on. Okay, there we go. Again, I'm going to start us off. I'm Chris Lacey. I teach science at Morgan County High School. Larissa, Angel, and Amanda are going to follow up after me. My presentation is probably going to be a little bit different than the rest of them, just because I come from an accountability background. I've actually been out of the classroom the last 4 years. Last year was my first year back in the classroom teaching high school science. In my time, I've spent a lot of time talking about accountability, talking about paperwork and documentation, which we don't know what we are doing in Morgan County yet when we go back to school, but I'm going to plan for online instruction and virtual learning, and then hopefully I get to see my precious babies whenever they come back. So I'm going to talk about fundamentals and accountability in online virtual learning. and that'll make sense as we go along. But I've got 5 main points that I'm going to make, and I'll try to make them as quick as possible. I'm going to talk to you about Edpuzzle, Google Classroom, Rocketbook, Flipgrid, and Google Forms. Not necessarily in that order, but not what they are. I've looked through the other presenters that have been on the last couple of days, and they have been doing a wonderful job explaining how to use these apps. Today I'm going to tell you exactly why you should use these apps and what things you should specifically look for. And we're going to tie this into Infinite Campus and Google Classroom as well. So this is my summary slide. Long story short, summative assessments, I'm going to recommend using Google Forms and not QuizIz. Anytime that you have to be doing notes, I recommend getting a Rocketbook. It is the best $30 that you will ever spend, especially if you do any of the mathy stuff that I do. Video reports are great to be able to do with Flipgrid as long as you set up the moderation correctly. I am going to do most of my instruction through Edpuzzle instead of YouTube, and also how to structure your online Google Classroom to save yourself time. All right, so this is going to be a whole lot quicker than what I'm usually used to presenting, but we'll be all good. Long story short, for the Google Forms, don't use an app if you're doing summative assessments for online virtual learning for students if they have any types of links that expire. I love QuizIz. I'm not saying anything negative about QuizIz, but if I were to give a summative assessment through QuizIz, which does save me a lot of time in building an exam, but the link to that, any large or small summative assessment, will expire after a certain amount of time. And if you have students like I have students that want to wait until the absolute last minute to get their work and or makeup work in, they're going to say, oh, Mr. Lacey, the link doesn't work. Mr. Lacey, this is too low. Mr. Lacey, this is late. And now I have to go back and reassign all of these old assignments from before. So if you use Google Forms and you put it into Google Classroom, that link should always work. You don't have to worry about it expiring. That's all I'm going to say about that. The Rocketbook app, if you have never seen Rocketbook, it is amazing. Just imagine all those times you've had to handwrite notes at home, take a picture of it on your phone, go into photos, edit the picture, crop it down, email it to yourself, and then email it to somebody else. You can cut all of this out with this $30 notebook. The pages are reusable. So, for example, you can buy this book, you can set up the app that goes along with it, and there are little symbols like is shown here. And if you check the symbol for the diamond, anything that you mark this symbol on the bottom of the page, it's automatically going to put it into a specific place on your Google Drive. It works with Google Classroom and all of your other apps. So I am actually going to purchase these for my AP Physics kids, and they are going to be able to work out their math problems, check a box, scan it with the app, and that page automatically is going to get emailed to me with just one click, scan and go. Flipgrid, I love using Flipgrid because I can see the students and I get some face-to-face interaction with them, but I always turn on video moderation on the assignments. You can look at the other examples of teachers that have presented on this, but if you check this video moderation, nobody can see their presentation until you approve it. So you've got a lot of kids that will record, but they don't want anybody else to see it. So I always have them put in there, in the description of their video, whether or not they are okay with making their Flipgrid public. I approve the ones that say it's okay, make it public. I can turn mixtapes out of those. But for any person that says, yeah, I've done my assignment, don't show it to anybody, where it's moderated, nobody can see it except me. I can still grade it and get it back to them. On Edpuzzle, if we have to do online virtual learning, you are going to have to be able to provide evidence that students have watched your video instructions that you have made in class. I record a video every day, even if it's just practice problems, worksheets, this, that, or the other. Instead of just putting them on YouTube and not knowing if my students are watching or not, if I put it onto Edpuzzle, I can look at their dashboard, I can look at all the students, see who has watched it, when they watched it, how much time they spent. If you prevent them from skipping the video, they do not have a choice. They have to watch the video all the way through. And I will put practice questions along the way and make a formative assessment grade out of it. I also turn on closed captions for that. And on Google Classroom, be careful about your naming conventions. I prefer to do topics, my NTI week numbers, or I might have to change that for this next year for online learning or my virtual school topics. But I will have each week in a topic, I will have all the assignments sorted by day number or date. Make sure that those assignments show up word for word what they are listed at in Infinite Campus as they are listed on your Google Classroom, so that there is no confusion about students or their parents trying to find an assignment from Google Classroom to that. I'm gonna take 30 seconds and finish up here. Invite your guardians to be on Google Classroom. Stay in constant contact. You can email them all with one click. And if you are looking to be able to get those email addresses for all the parents that are on your caseload, there is a way to do ad hoc reporting through Infinite Campus. If you've never done that before, if you click this link in the presentation, it takes you to an external slide deck that I've prepared, and it shows you how to do this and tons of other ad hoc reports to be able to pull out primary and secondary parent emails that are assigned to each student, and then you can put those in on your Google Classroom. Thank you for watching. I'm going to turn it over to our next presenter. We're going to be taking questions for all four of us at the end of the presentation. Like I said, I've worked a lot in documentation, so if you are looking for my NTI special ed or anything else, it's all listed on my Teachers Pay Teachers, along with my ad hoc reporting. It's all free. Take it, use it, please. Save yourself some time and help. Thank you all very much. And I'm going to turn it over to our next presenter, which is Miss Amanda Ball.
Hello, everyone. Amanda Ball here. If your head wasn't spinning before this session, it surely will be now, because we're moving fast. There's 4 of us in 30 minutes, so you can imagine. I'm going to go ahead and get started. Like I said, I'm Amanda Ball. I'm from Jackson County, and I teach 5th grade math there. And I'm now one of the new digital learning coaches for the state, and I'm helping our county with some of our technology stuff that we've got going on, which is a lot right now. I'm going to talk to you today about 2 programs that are near and dear to my heart as a math teacher, and I'm going to start off with EquaGeo. With EquaGeo, it is a math teacher's best friend whenever you're doing things digitally, especially when you're thinking about NTI. So I have put together a list of 3 things that specifically for NTI that I feel like EquaGeo can serve you best and your students whenever you're working on assignments digitally. The first thing is that you can use EquaGeo to create your own digital math problems that students can type equations and fractions in. And as a 5th grade teacher, we are really we start putting emphasis on fractions and operations with fractions. So those equations with fractions are hard to type on just Google Docs by itself. And so that's where EquaGeo steps in, and it gives you a space that you can use to do fractions and and even extensive equations all the way up through your secondary classes as well. Another way is to provide a math-friendly workspace so students can get in there and they can type those equations or fractions, formulas, whatever you need them to type in that space. And then the last way is, as the Chrome extension, you can put those equations in the Google Suite, the Docs, Form, Sheets, Slides, and Drawings. It works well with all of those programs, and I'll show you a little bit more about that in just a second. To get started, you have what's called an EquaGeo dashboard, and I've put a link there for you. I knew that this was going to go super fast, so I have a lot of videos, and I'm Team GIF, but if you say GIF, you can watch those as well. That tells you how to do things and shows you exactly the steps to follow in order to put EquaGeo equations into your Docs and other Google Suite programs. So to get started, you go to that dashboard, you sign in with Google, you upload a PDF or a picture. That's one way of doing it. And I'm going to show you real quick what that looks like. So I have my EquaGeo math space. I'm going to go to this one because it's already open and I have it good to go. And if I had a PDF, I actually created this. And yesterday there was a session about Canva. It's a great place to make graphic designs and illustrations. And so I made this problem. Could be like a starter. If you wanted to open up with this problem either in person or virtually, you could put it as a separate assignment. It could also even be an exit slip. So the students are working with fractions, and they're going to have to put they can type the fraction into this box. And to do that, KYGO has this nice toolbar down at the bottom, has lots of different ways that you can add equations there. You can see, I'm just going to type 1/2, and you insert it, what that looks like. It inserts it actually as like a picture so that you can move that around, and they could put that in that space down there at the bottom, and they could submit back to you. The good thing about KYGO is if you're using the KYGO.texthelp.com website, they can you can assign these things and they can submit them back to you to look at, or it integrates nicely with Google Classroom as well. You can just post the link in Google Classroom and they can do the same. Let me go back to the presentation. To make a new math space, you just go to that button that says new space, you click it. Let me show you a couple other features. Let me get back to that. In the KYGO math space, whenever you're in there, is like I have this one set up like a whiteboard. You can do graphs, the coordinate grid. There's many different things to do. You can do geometrical shapes. You can add those in. You can have them find the area of a circle, or multiple things that you can do in there. Just get in there and play around whenever you have time. I'm going to move on because, like I said, this is quick. So let me get going back with my presentation. Here's those GIFs that I put in here for you to show you how to use KYGO, the Chrome extension, with Google Docs, Google Forms, Google Sheets, and Google Slides. The only one I didn't show you how to use is Drawings, and that one is very similar to the others. So I'm going to hop on over and talk to you about Jamboard now. Jamboard, when thinking about NTI, here's 3 ways that I felt like you could use it. You could smash Jamboard with KYGO to use the Jamboard for a collaborative or a non-collaborative math workspace. So you could have students working on one together, or you could have each individual showing their work. Either way. You can also combine it with Screencastify. You've heard a lot about Screencastify in the last 2 days. If you just wanted to use it as a teacher and share your screen like we've been doing, you can do that and show students how to do math problems. In Jamboard, the great thing about Jamboard is you can draw in there really well. Also, if you have a stylus, it would be a great way to handwrite problems and work those out, or you can type with KYGO and show them what that would look like with text. You can also use Jamboard as you've heard a lot about student choice. Give that as an option, and that would be a great way for students to demonstrate their learning, and they get the choice to do that. Here's a little GIF that shows you how to get started with Jamboard. It should be in your drive already. If it's not, you might need to get up with your administrator and see if they can add it there for you. You just simply go to New like you would other programs. You scroll down to New Jamboard, and that's going to pop up your Jamboard space. It's like a virtual white space. One thing I really like about Jamboard is it gives you the option to add sticky notes and stickers for comments if you want to leave comments on students' individual work. And it also integrates really well with Google Classroom. You can make a copy for all. You can use that feature, and it will give everyone a Jamboard of their own to work on. I know that was super quick, but we're moving on to the next presenter. If you have any other questions about KYGO or Jamboard, I'll be happy to answer those. This is my Twitter handle and my email. Thank you so much.
Okay, can everybody see that? Everybody good to go? Okay, so my name is Larissa Skaggs. I teach geometry, pre-calculus, and college career math readiness at Lawrence County High School.
Larissa, can you put your closed caption on for us real quick, please?
Yeah, so sorry, I forgot.
No problem.
Okay, there we go. All right, so like I said, I'm always a big fan of looking for different online resources to organize student material and give different types of formative assessments. However, whenever the coronavirus pandemic began, I knew I had to find different ways to teach new material, not just review and just give assessments. So 2 of the best resources that I found for my classroom have been Screencastify and Delta Math, and using those together. So when I present new material, I try to keep it consistent and simple. I don't want to overwhelm the students with throwing so much at them online. So I start by using Screencastify for recording myself going over notes. I typically already have the notes typed out and ready to draw on Google Docs or Google Drawing, or record myself teaching just at a board. And then I'll create another video and use Delta Math to go through different examples. So this way that students are seeing the same problems in the same type of format as their practice when they are first learning this new content. This has seemed to be a pretty smooth transition and a good starting point before going on into harder problems. After the notes and examples, I create a short assignment on Delta Math just as practice. So I noticed that students before, they would struggle if I changed up the format or problem types on the first day. And yes, ideally, they should be able to do both and whatever, but in reality, they struggle with different problem types. So this was a great way to keep it consistent and easy for them to understand on that first day. So a typical Google Classroom assignment for me on new content days is for the students to watch the videos that I have recorded with Screencastify, take notes while watching those videos, follow and copy the examples down, and complete their Delta Math assignment. And then, of course, comment any questions on Google Classroom, and then check back for feedback that I give to them, because here shortly you'll see how you can look back at student work on Delta Math. So Screencastify, pros and cons. Whenever using this, the con that I found is that the free version is a 5-minute time limit. However, if you also look underneath my pros, that is also listed, because I found that if students click on a video and they see it's 20 minutes long, they already just want to shut down. So the fact that these are just 5-minute videos, I may make 4 of those videos, but it just looks better to them and doesn't make them stress so much, I guess you can say. And I'll just make as many as I need to cover my notes and examples, but not so overwhelming for the students. And then some other pros that we'll kind of take a look at here are just the screen, voice, and camera recording, being able to do your webcam and desktop at the same time, the drawing features that I use for notes and to do the practice problems, the spotlight focus, and just the different ways to save and publish your Screencastifies. For Delta Math, one con is just the rigor of most of the problems. Most of them really aren't too hard and not many word problems, but for the purpose of what I'm using it, it is great because it's just great, simple practice to start them out. Some of the topics do have multiple levels, but it just varies within each topic. And there are several pros that we'll talk about for the rest of this presentation. So Screencastify allows me to record myself working through an example on Delta Math while explaining step by step to the students. So I'll go through my video, I'll underline, I'll rewrite the formula down after we've already taken some notes so that I can just kind of go step by step through each problem. Screencastify also has the spotlight feature that I love to use whenever we're going through and taking notes, because I can kind of just spotlight the main thing and say, hey, make sure that you have this down in those notes. And this picture also shows a solution example that Delta Math has available, so the students can switch between the problem and a solution if they still need help. Delta Math also has many different math topics for all different grade levels, so it's actually great to use for review, for new content, for practice, or even for enrichment. Delta Math has many different options whenever you are creating assignments. You can schedule assignments and due dates, but also set up partial credit for late work. So just like Chris was talking about earlier, whenever you're giving different assessments that don't expire, that's what that's what we want to do. So these can stay posted as long as you want. But if you want the option to take points off for late work, that is available for you. One of my favorite features is the penalties. So if you give a student 5 problems and select 1 penalty, then they can miss 1 problem. But if they miss more than 1 in a row, it actually sends them back to 0. So if the student can do 4 out of the 5 problems on our practice, the first day of new content, then they're doing pretty good. But if, you go back and see they had to work out 10, 12 problems just whenever they could have done 5, then you know that those students will need some extra help, and you can kind of reach out to them and provide them with extra feedback. This also gives them some time, too, to kind of try to figure out some of their mistakes on their own. Delta Math gives a wonderful, wonderful version of student data. So we're able to see their completion percentage, their grade percentage, the number correct, their score, the number of errors, and in the order that their errors occurred. You're even able to see how much time they spent on every single problem, and the problem that they had correct or incorrect, and you can actually go through and select and view the actual question, so you can specifically work on specific problems that they missed, and that's personalized to each child. So once again, when posting these Google Classroom assignments, I try to keep it organized on those new content days and simple. It's hard enough being at home learning, and that's definitely a possibility for this year. So the less stress, the better. I give my directions as I discussed earlier, and then I attach my 5 minutes or less screencastify, videos with notes and examples, along with their link for our practice on Delta Math. It's so easy to review student work and to provide feedback for those students. I know that was super quick, but I hope that information was helpful. And if you have any questions, please feel free to contact me.
All right, that was awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. And here's Chan the man. Let's see what
we have one more presenter, guys.
I apologize.
Perfectly. We have 5 more minutes for Miss Angel. Nice.
Here we go.
Okay, I am currently trying to load my presentation. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to go ahead and screen share here, if it will do it for me. Oh no, I'm getting a reload message.
While that's doing that, I wanted to share an idea that we're doing, and a couple people had asked me to please share it on this. So while we're waiting on that, what we're going to do this year in Infinite Campus, at the end of our teacher name for each course, we're going to put the Google Classroom code so that it will print on the schedules as they're printed out for kids. So as all of the teachers create their Google Classrooms for each of the separate sections that they have, where the counselors are putting those in at the end of the teacher's name. So it's just an easy way for you to get that information to the kids if they're staying home. That way you don't have to get it to any other way. It just shows up in the parent portal and in the student portal.
Woohoo, Greta with some good news. I saw Chris smiling and doing the yes. Angel, do you want me to share your screen and then you just tell me when to slide? Would that be okay, guys?
Well, that would be great because it's still saying, well, I don't know. It's still saying loading and I can't seem to get it to do anything. It's worked all day long.
It's okay. Let me pull yours up and then we will get you going. I've already got it. Let me share my screen and let's do it.
Okay, awesome. All right, great. Awesome. Okay. So, my name is Angel Deerfield. I am from Louisa, Kentucky. I work at Louisa East Elementary School. I am a 5th grade teacher, teaching social studies and on-demand writing. on my, if you could go back one to the intro screen, thank you. I'm going to be talking today about Google Classroom for elementary students, which any elementary teacher will know, especially in the early ages, K through K2, K3, that can be really, really tricky. I'm also going to talk to you about Kahoot Live, which we really enjoyed this year for spring for all of our NTI. And then Zoom communication, which we learned in the spring because of the pandemic. Okay. All right. So Google Classroom for the elementary students. 3 of the major points that I had here were it's consistent all year. If you begin it at the beginning of the school year, most of the times kids just they don't complain. I know at the beginning I have a lot of, I don't want to do that. I want a paper packet. I don't want to take my test online. I want paper pencil. But what we saw was, can you hear me? Sorry.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, good. I heard an echo. What we heard throughout the year was that kids were really enjoying Google Classroom, and especially in the situation, that happened in March, they felt very comfortable and more confident. Whereas if we hadn't done it all year, then I feel like we would have had bigger issues. So I feel like we had a lot of success in the spring. Another positive is it's easy access from any device. Most kids in 5th grade have some sort of device, whether it be a phone, a tablet, desktop, Chromebook, whatever, they can access that. And then for me as a teacher, having my assignments right there is huge for me. That's a big bonus. I can log into those at anywhere, anytime. I can tweak them as needed. My partner teachers can tweak theirs as well, and they're all right there for us. And then the data, love the data that comes from it. I think that's on the next screen. Thank you. So one of the things about the data that we love is it comes in all different forms. You can get it in the chart, the graphs, whatever, spreadsheets. Talking back about the first day of school, you can do like a get to know you activity, especially for those 4th graders coming into 5th who have not really had a lot of experience with Google Classroom other than just NTI. They typically are a little standoffish with getting on Google Classroom. I'll never remember my password or my login. But we found that if we start from day 1, that they're better. So we do get to know you activities with them, and then we'll flash those up on the whiteboard, and they really enjoy that. We also show them different forms. We'll spend the first couple of weeks show them the different ways Google Classroom can work. It can be on a Google Doc, where when I'm doing on-demand writing, especially for this year, I'm sure I'll be using that even more. Google Forms, every test I give is on Google Forms. I have taken all of my tests and uploaded those, and it's so easy to tweak those, add your questions, delete them, and then of course surveys. It's a great way to do a quick check, give a 3 to 5 question spot check to see where their understanding is. Okay, the next screen. This is a form that I give on the first day of school. Actually, sometimes we give those at Meet the Teacher Night in those really thick packets that parents just love. We'll give one of these sheets to the parent and one to the student, one to keep at home, and then one for the binder. And those will have the teacher emails, but more importantly, it'll have the Google Classroom login and their password on there, which is huge. They can keep that at home, but this year, one of the things I'm going to add, I'm going to have the kids do a Google Doc. Once we teach them to do the Google Doc, I'm going to have them put their login information in there. That way they can access it from anywhere. But this form is something that's on your screen. It's something that we use. I've used it for the last probably 4 years. Okay, next screen. Some of my gold star attributes here, again, assignments and assessments are readily available, immediate feedback. The kids take their test, they hit show my score, boom, they know how they did. And then they take that opportunity to come and discuss with me. All right, this is what I did well. I need work on this. And then we'll talk about reevaluation. Sometimes they want to retake the test at another time. And whether or not, we deem that that's okay, then we'll go with that. But this quote here that I have here was huge for me this year. I have my son is a 5th grader and or was last year, and his little buddy had always done paper packets. Even though they have internet, he'd always done it. And he just kept going on and on about how much better Google Classroom was. He was so thankful that I pushed him into that field because the paper packets just took too long, and that this was preparing him for middle school because they use Chromebooks all the time. Okay, next. And Kahoot, I know we've had a lot of people talk about Kahoot. Great game. I was trying to figure out, am I going to be able to do this virtually? But what we figured out was I would just screen share those. The kids would have the game code and they would be able to play. And of course, all their brothers and sisters wanted to play as well. Okay, next screen. Well, we had our Zoom meetings. We got pretty good at Zoom this year. We would have, anywhere from 1 to 3. I know some of my colleagues did it 5 days a week, have Zoom meetings with their kids. The one on the left is a trivia time. That's where we use that time for Kahoot. And then in the middle, you'll see the brunch bunch. That was, I'm in a team. So my trio would meet and with the kids, and we would have morning snacks with their families. So that was a great time to have those personal connections with the kids. And of course, they want to show us their brothers and sisters, their dogs, and all that. And the last one is just another Kahoot. My last screen is probably my favorite. Being a social studies teacher, we do a lot of projects, and these are just some screenshots of some of the projects. I couldn't upload all the videos. I wish I could have, because they were fabulous. These kids blew this out of the water this year. Our state representative actually is one of them who said, I need for you to get this out there. This is beautiful. So a lot of these are videos. They did TikTok videos. They were very, very creative. And my last screen has my information on there. If you want to email me, again, I'm at Louisa East Elementary School, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you for persevering and hanging with us through all the technical issues. We appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for hanging with us today, guys, into this very last session. Big round of applause, Andy. That's right, everybody. Hang on. That's it. Around the state, the crowd goes long. Oh, really getting fired up now. And I think I am supposed to be screen sharing here in a sec, so let me get that together for us. All right, can you guys see the screen all right?
Looks good.
All right. Well, I'll turn it over to you, Courtney. You want some music running there? I can't see anybody now. Oops.
A little music, just low. A little music.
I hear you. There we go.
All right, we're waiting for a few more people to pop on. I know as the presenters are dropping off and some other people are popping on, I just want to say thank you to everyone for sticking around. Over 3,000 registered, over 3,000 views in the last 2 days. But most of all, thank you to all of our presenters. And usually at this time, this is our 4th year of KYGoDigital, but usually we all gather and we get to give shout outs, and we call it the gratitude circle. And it is so fun to see how Patty and Brandy has. Patty, you want to mute for just a second? It is so fun to see everyone gather and shout out all the goodness that they have learned, and to look at people and say, thank you for sharing this with me, because through this past 2 days, we've had a ton of purple cows. They've all been sharing, and some of them sharing on a platform we haven't before, and then sharing about things that are totally new. And these are trenches. Guys, you're in the trenches and you're sharing. And so it's always nice to meet back. So at the end of the 2 days, we're meeting back. I want to go through along with their awesome panel and give major shout outs just like we would if we were at a KYGoDigital event, and just say thank you. But what's really powerful is we have all of these social media posts on Twitter of people that were doing it already. They're saying thank you and giving shout outs. So we just want to do that with just a few posts. And quickly, the people that are going to be doing it are the people that behind the scenes have been leading the regionals and getting the presenters. So of all the people on the panel, I want to thank you all for meeting and leading and encouraging and just really supporting people to get out there, because next year, our 5th KYGoDigital, those of you that are watching, who's going to be next to present? Who's going to be our next purple cow that's willing to get on the stage and present and share and build each other up? You're watching, you're out there. If over 1,000 people are still watching, there's a lot of purple cows on a Tuesday in July, and we want next year to hear your voices and to hear all of the goodness that you have. So first, I just wanted to read a couple tweets that were giving some shout outs, and I loved it that we had Taylor Bennett and Mandy Ballman on Twitter talk about that. They were saying, thank you for joining. Please reach out if you can help in any way. So thankful that we were allowed to connect at KYGoDigital. The teaching bee, the coolest thing about KYGoDigital this year is we get to hear from people all over the state, and I miss networking in person, but goodness, this information is so good that I would hate to miss hearing from any of the other regions. So again, the power of being together. Brandy, I think that you are next. Do you want to read just a couple of things just to shout out to some of our people out there?
Yeah, we had Amy Jackson, who was talking about creeping around the Bitmoji classrooms for months, and then she decided to take the plunge after hearing from Erica Brooks yesterday. So that's awesome. That in-person touch gave her, the push. Casey Bishop said her new career goal was to be as cool, passionate, and knowledgeable as all of the presenters that she saw yesterday. And I thought that was really awesome too, because now she's, got a goal. And then Laurel Oskins was talking about collaborating, and I love that we kept the collaboration piece in KYGoDigital, even though we went virtual. I thought that was super special that still happened for us. And on a personal one, I know you told us to keep it short and sweet, but Rhonda Cosby yesterday afternoon, kid you not, you talk about right in time learning. She was coming in one ear and I had a problem on the phone in the other, and I almost broke down in tears because she gave me the answer to my question right then and there. So it was meant to be. So thanks for letting me be a part of it, guys. I'm going to pass it. Who's next? I think it was
Kathleen. Is Kathleen up?
Kathleen.
All right, I am up. So Rita Reitman said, KYGoDigital, this is my first year of being a part of this, and I definitely need to go back and check out more of these great resources. I agree. I need to do the same, Rita. Lori Brock said that the first morning keynote made a statement that he uses for his classroom, and it is so fitting. Make every week as exciting for students as Shark Week. Come join the fun at KYGoDigital. I cannot agree more. Donnie Piercy was amazing, our first morning keynote. If you missed it, you can check back on our YouTube channel with the power of pause. And then we have Miss Sheen, scientist to educator, on KYGoDigital. Mind-blowing idea for me. Make personal Screencastify lessons and create Edpuzzle questions for them. What a great way to ensure our students actually engage with lessons. We are JCPS. And lastly, Amanda Ball said that Seesaw has lots of formative assessment options. Thanks, Bernice, for sharing during KYGoDigital's KYGoDigital 2020 event. Thank you, everyone. And Danielle's up.
Awesome. We also received gratitude from Missy Calloway, and she stated, not even lunch in my noggin is already spinning with ideas from KYGoDigital. I am so impressed and humbled by the digital teaching talent in our state. Wow, Kentucky teachers, we are so lucky to have these colleagues as mentors and leaders. Another one from Kayla Thurman. So proud of Denise O'Brien for presenting at KYGoDigital today. She got so many amazing elementary assessment ideas. Team Odom. Brian Wilson. Kentucky Go Digital has so many different ways to use book trailers, and I agree. And digital promos. Don't worry about making rubrics from scratch. STLP Kentucky, shout out, has rubrics, and then you have competition ready materials. Thanks to Vanita Burnett, and Brian Quillen for the great ideas. Another one from Kelly Fox. Love seeing Kate Molishakola, sorry if I mispronounced your name, present rethinking tasks and efficient feedback. You rocked it. Can't wait to try all of the new features and strategies. And our last one is from Miss Jessica Stevens. These trainings are amazing. Love Kentucky Go Digital and appreciate all of the amazing presentations. Proud to learn tech tools and skills to the best educators I can be for Boone County.
Heidi, I think you're up next.
All right. Sorry, I dropped for a second. Okay. Hopefully I am good now. Just thank you all for letting me be involved. This has been so great, and for being my support system during all of this. So that was my personal thank you, gratitude. And on some of the stuff I'm reading here, I see Emily Northcutt saying, the statewide gathering is literally shattering all the silos. I'm just so excited to see that. And then Cindy Kennedy says, I was told today years old when I learned about pdfescape.com. Thank you, Eliana Green. Miss Jessica Stevens says, I can't say it enough. If you work in education, you will benefit from the KYGoDigital presentations from yesterday and today. Check it out live by checking out KYGoDigital. Shatter those silos. And Brian Morrison says, DJ Matty B is filling my shout out energy meter. He's like a talking sugar stick. I love that. It's so, so good. All right, who is next?
Dana. You're muted a little bit.
I got ahead of myself. All right, so Terry Young says, tons of great information coming from Kentucky Go Digital Unconference this morning, grabbing great nuggets of assessment, collaboration, and engagement, great resources for future NTI. And we've got Letitia Rudy, says that Kentucky Go Digital keynote speaker Hall Davidson, note to administrators and educators, listen, learn, and lead, but love first. And the importance of what we do between the hyphens and making it count. Love that so much. And I have Vicky Moriarty, and if I butchered your name, girl, sorry. Got love for you though here. She says, totally in love with the Talking Points translator. This will help me communicate with my Spanish speaking parents. So great shout outs from these people. And also I just want to say this has been an amazing 2 days of learning, and love working with all you gals.
Thank you all so much, and thank you for watching. Thank you for being involved. This is you. You are KYGo Digital. You are in the trenches. It's really nice to see the state come together. And like we said, never before, maybe could we go from one state to the other, but in 2 days, we most certainly have. And keep shattering those silos, keep making connections across the district. And as KYGo Digital says, create, connect, and share. Maddie B, take us away.
Woo! All right, let's get some music going.
Have a great year, everyone. Bye.
Bye.